Yeah, that should be better. Apologies for that. Thank you very much for catching that, Neo. Um, but yeah, so what I was saying, all of that must have just gone to waste, but hey, it is what it is. But excited to work on stuff. I've been going through subsets that don't have any abilities yet, because we're no longer doing things on the basis of, okay, this asset goes to this subset. There's a lot more flexibility in terms of what can be done. I've already found new art for some of these things, Shadow Walkers, Fools. There's some stuff that still needs to have art found for it. But then going even further down, I've been taking these just rough ideas that I have for subsets and actually assigning them to something, right? Like, so for example, this is me creating a new one because I couldn't find a name that I had come up with that I liked enough to stick with this, but just a description of what the deck does. I don't know what the abilities will be just yet, but a subset that revolves around photosynthesis, or it's capitalized, or a subset that revolves around scientific, that's the part of it that I liked, reactions, e.g. O2 plus something equals H2O. It's hydrogen, right? I'm sure that's hydrogen, but I don't know if it would just be written as H. It's probably H something. Which is a combination. So it's a combination focus deck. So it's a combination focused deck. What else? When all the avatars are on the field, different reactions happen. When all the necessary avatars are on the field, combinations may also happen. Maybe the runes spark the reactions plus the combinations. Okay, cool. So hydrogen is just H. Okay, I feel, well, not smart because that was a complete guess, but still. Let's see. What else? I came up with some really random things. Basically, what I would do is, to challenge myself, you see how there's a drawing of a leaf on this? I don't know how clear that is. But to challenge myself, when I get bored in like a meeting or something, oh, it's not coming into focus. Hold on, let me see if I can make this come into focus. Right? So, let's say I'm in a meeting or something where I don't want to focus, and I just look around. In this instance, I saw a leaf, I drew a leaf on the corner, and I tried to come up with some game design feature based on what I see around me, or a subset based on what I see around me. So I've just got a bunch of these written down on sticky notes that I have been stockpiling effectively, right? So we would take this, the Forge of Creation subset, and we would just toss it in to be worked on later. And then at some point, if Zane is ever free, or just anything, I eventually just start getting through these and putting ideas down so that art can start being made. Because up here, everything in year 2 except the Crystal Rose subset has been scheduled to be worked on. It's been scheduled to be designed. So in the next batch, Lumiere is taking this, then this, then this, then this. That's 5 batches for Lumiere. And yeah, so just trying to see what else can be thought of in the immediate without breaking the game, because obviously it's going to be hard to come up with effects without knowing what the meta is going to look like. But at the same time, I want to try and get a range, strong effects and weak effects, so that way they can be tossed in anywhere, because this order is not set in stone in any way, right? Did your live ping on Discord? I have no idea. I didn't check. Maybe it did if that bot is running. Let's take a look. It did. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Subset that revolves. Okay, cool. So this sticky note is done. We put that off to one side. and we keep on going, right? Although, Neo, since you're actually here already, we can actually start testing rather than doing this, because this is something that I can do anytime. There was an idea that I had, a subset that rewinds the turn count or freezes it. This ended up being a rune where it extends the turn count. Well, actually, no, there's a rune where it extends the turn count. Maybe there should be a different rune that freezes the turn count. A rune now. And I think, but what deck would you give that to? Would it be a generic rune? Yeah, we can make a generic rune like that. A generic rune that freezes the turn count and just put it in the reserves, right? Scroll down. Although this would be the only card in the reserves then that hasn't been created yet. I don't know what it would be called, but maybe, I don't know, something like Tribute, a rank 3 the avatar you control that was rank cost summoned this turn. At the end of the turn, what would you even say? Instead of moving to the next turn, instead of moving to the next turn, when this one ends, the current turn is repeated. Something like that. Something like that. I was wondering about this. How do subset runes work? They just work. It's like, how do I put it? Subset runes may as well be generic because you can fit them in anywhere, but they will, because they mention a specific subset, there's no point putting them anywhere else because they say that they only work with this subset, right? So you could put them anywhere. They have no effect on synergy. They have no effect on anything. They're just runes that help this subset, right? The subset is large enough that it ended up having runes that supported its playstyle, and that is the only real distinction for them. What's stopping them from being splashable? The fact that they have the specific cards mentioned is what stops them from being splashable, right? Like, for example, Wandering Anim, that I think Wandering Anim returns a card from the graveyard to the hand. It only returns wandering cards, and it only works when a wandering card is tributed. That's the stopping force. It's like, okay, you're mentioning the specific cards, and that's what stops you from being able to splash it. Now, if you wanted to splash individual cards into your deck in order to use certain runes with them, in theory you could, but if those cards didn't have an active synergy rating, i.e. if you didn't have enough cards in your deck to make their synergy rating active, then you wouldn't be able to put them in your starting can, so you would have to hard draw that card from your resource deck, at which point, is it really worth it? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but that's a choice that you would make. So you would give up consistency for a weird type of power, I guess. This could be called, what does Hodor do? I already made it. Oh my days. I hate when this happens. This shouldn't be here anymore. I already made a rune that stops the turn count. There doesn't need to be another one. Okay, so we'll put that off to the side. That would have, I feel like this cost should probably be on this. The language will be shortened later and cleaned up later. But yeah, that's probably a cost that's going to need to be fitted onto that, right? I've got a few other ones, right? Some fun things to do stuff. If opponent has 2 or 3 cards with the same, oh, this is a fun idea. Hold on. This is a fun idea. A subset where everything is different. All the cards have a different rank, type, synergy rating, attack, defense values, everything. There's no consistency between anything. Obviously, there's only so many ranks you can have, so there's going to be some repeats. But the whole point is a lack of cohesion. And if your opponent has 2 or 3 cards with the same X, I don't know, if 2 cards with the same attack, do X. So they gain effects based on your opponent's cohesion. Not very consistent. If no synergy, no effects, so best on turn 1. Huh. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I guess a turn stop rune doesn't matter if it's generic. Yeah, exactly. So, you know what I'll do? Let me put these away for now. I'm getting carried away with getting all these ideas onto the system so that they're not on these loose pieces of paper anymore. Let's play test. Let's play test, shall we? Open up TTS and let's get started. Right. Running. Let's hop over to Discord and just jump in there. What's taking this so long? There it is. I always hate that sound. I always hate that sound. Okay. Why is it taking so long? Is my system... Oh shoot, my system kind of hot. Okay, alright, fair enough if you say so. Multiplayer. And I'm just gonna fix this by making it public. That way you don't even need an invite, you can just hop in. Because what we realize is that setting it to all of them makes it so that it doesn't actually work properly. But if it's set to public like that, literally anyone can hop in, so you feel free to hop in. Saved objects. So today I want to test the Ancient Asylum. Will test after this. In the immediate, let's test the Wandering subset, because I wanted to see how the Wandering subset did in this situation. So let me give you the runes. Wandering subset, saved objects, generic runes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Wandering subset has a synergy rating of, some of the cards have 6 and some of the cards have 3. So I'll give you some 4s. You can make a custom deck if you want to. You can combine with other things. If you want, you can do Arias. Ancient Beast would also have the Ancient Beast runes. The generic avatars could also be splashed in there if you wanted to. Asylum subset's too big. Daemon subset. No one ever uses a Daemon subset. My boys need some love, but also it's because they're not that strong. That's too big. Gladiators are too big. Harpies are not too big. You can put Harpies in if you want, although I doubt it. I didn't mean to do that. Let's put these over here. Delete this. Respawn. Actually, no. Harpies are small enough. They are small enough. There's 5 of them, but their synergy rating is relatively low. Minotaurs would also fit. And that is everything that could fit. Oh, and these guys. That is everything that could fit with a potential Wandering deck. I don't know if you've thought of anything that you specifically want to try out, but those are the options. I will be playing Gladiators, updated Gladiators. I already know how I'd like to play them, at least to an extent. Grab this. They've been improved, they've been tweaked a little bit since the last time we tried them out, so hopefully they are battle ready. Even if they don't win, I just want them to put up a good fight. Let's get some generic runes, and let's get some generic avatars, and that is all of the mixing that I need. So, as an aside, if anyone comes through, or if anyone's watching currently, the rules are based, the most important rules are all up on YouTube already. They're all in the channel, they're in a playlist. So if you have any, well, obviously feel free to ask any questions, but if you want to get just a general gist of how you play the game, that is all there for you as a resource. But I will still try my best to explain things as we go along. So the main sauce, the main squeeze of this deck I want to build is the Gladiator subsets. The decks are split up into families. The families of cards interact with each other in different ways. If you have enough cards from your subset you have to have a certain number of cards from your own subset in your deck to use your effect. So for example, Provocateur has a synergy rating of 6, which means that you have to have 5 other cards because her plus 5 makes up the 6. Her synergy rating is active. She's good. She can use her effects, right? So my deck has to have all 6 Gladiators in order to use, because I think they're all at 6. Yeah, they're all at 6. So there's no strategy that includes less of them for this. You're in the Discord? Let's take a look. I did make some changes to every time I do an update, literally every single time I do an update to my PC, my all my settings get weird, like how I was muted at the beginning of this. My input device is the microphone, so my output device is this. Okay. Let me just make sure this is working. Testing. It's not working. Okay, cool.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, Neoshock,
Hello?
I can hear you now. All right, Neo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay, perfect. There we go. Now let me just make sure the stream can still hear me. Yeah, it's whenever I do. Okay, yeah, it looks like that's good as well. Whenever I do a Microsoft update, everything gets all janky and I hate it. Anyway.
Can you invite me?
So check the push join. I want to see if you're able to find the game without me having to do anything. Because me and Nat tested it. Apparently some of the issues that we're running into are because of the invite system, but how I made the room this time should let you just find it.
Okay.
So if you look up Summoner's
Is it
Nexus,
not friend only? Okay. Yeah, cause let me check. Yeah, I can find it.
perfect. All right, cool. So just hop in, right? That'll just make our lives easier. So hopefully that fixes the issues that you and I were having last time as well, because me and her ran into the exact same thing. So we spent ages trying to figure it out.
Okay, I was making sure it wasn't like just me. So okay,
Yeah.
guess that sound like
But you know what's
what's it called? Like validating?
Yeah, 100%. I don't know why though, because I didn't change anything about how I was making the rooms, but all of a sudden, 50% of the time, people just couldn't get in. So we just looked into it, and apparently it's just easier if you. Multiple people online reported like, yeah, just make your games public. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, no one's out here like the amount of people that have TTS and are searching for this game.
Exactly.
Not the crazy amount.
Right? Like I've had
And
two
you need
people,
to promote them and stuff.
Right? I've had two people just wander in, and it's like, oh, okay, there's strangers here. That's fine, because like they can't hear us. They don't know what's going on. So yeah. In any event, I spawned in all of the cards that you could potentially use. The Wandering subset runes, and the generic cards are all on this top row. And then since Wandering subset is synergy rating 6 with one card at 7, you could in theory go for an extra combo of like a 6-4 or a 7-3. So I just spawned in everything that was a potential option, but let me also promote you, so that if you want anything, you can get it.
I was about to ask for a promote.
There you go. I got you. Right? And I'm in the process of putting together vamped up gladiators. I'm really hoping that this time around it goes a bit better for them, because they really need this. I made a few changes to Provocator.
Okay.
That hope we'll see. Hopefully it just makes the deck a bit better. We'll see. Right? Yo, who that man? How you doing, bro? I'm vibing, got off of work. Ready to
I think the Honey Badger is probably the best looking like generic one, can't lie.
Honey Badger?
Yeah, he's just like such a cool looking guy.
Oh, I mean his actual art is being designed, but as for his ability, I think it's ass.
I mean, of course, I'm talking about none of these bozos are any good.
Well, I mean, no, hold on. Maxim
Except
Opus,
like Giant, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Maxim Opus and Queen Mother both have decent abilities. Okay, they're okay. These are my ones. Let me take this stack. This is my stack.
If you say so. Right. Yeah, but like the art form, this guy. Hopefully, the official one kind of looks a bit similar. But this guy is
that's what I've asked for. I've asked the artist, like, hey, give me something similar to this, because I do quite like it. Pretty good, just grinding the last day of another
Hey,
card
yo.
Game. Vibing. Wait, which card game? Last day? Which card game is on its last day? Okay, so Provocator definitely goes in the starting hand. Obviously, we solved
Maximum Opus looking kind of bad.
I have told the artist, like, hey, yo, we need some baddies in this game, okay? Like, I need you, like, don't go over the top. It's still family friendly, but like, I need you to just do it up, do a thing, right? We need waifus. Apparently, waifus are just a massive selling point with gachas, which I know myself anyway. So it's like, yeah. Oh, last day before reset. That makes sense. Right. It's the last day of the month, so the ranks are about to reset. Fair enough. Right. Did I ever make it to Diamond? I wasn't going for Diamond 1. I just wanted to touch Diamond. I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! A bit in my free time again. I've actually been considering streaming some Yu-Gi-Oh! Here and there, Neoshock. That's actually something I wanted to mention to you guys. I'm considering
I feel like
yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a pretty healthy place now compared to where it was a bit a while ago. Like,
okay, that makes sense. Right? Because it's like, if anything, what I kind of want to start doing is, and I haven't decided because I've got a lot of Summoners Nexus specific videos planned. I don't think I don't see myself ever going back to being a Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator like full time. But maybe every now and then do like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Video and have the very first 30 seconds be like, hey, I'm making a game. It's this. Because if you like Yu-Gi-Oh!, there's a chance you might like that. I'm considering different things, or if maybe I just do shorts based on Summoners Nexus. But yeah, that's a side thing. It's a fun little side thing that I've
I mean, I remember like a couple months ago when you're like streaming, like, cause for the sake of like streaming and stuff. So I feel like whenever you're doing that, probably streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, that does make sense. I think
one thing that's actually like, quite funny is because like I recently like watched a video that reminded me of Multiverses.
Multiverses kind of fell off hard. I'm Plat 1. Oh, right, yeah, we're friends. You'd be able to see that. That makes sense. I guess I must have stopped before I actually made it to Diamond. Nerd Saber, this is a TCG that I am creating. It's called Summoners Nexus. Full videos on like how it works and what it is are up on this channel. But a brief rundown is we make a deck of 15 to 20 cards with what you see on the field here. They move around, they do battle. It's a whole song and dance. And yeah, if you'd like to stick around, I'd be happy to show it to you. Neo, you were about to say something? Sorry.
It's fine. I was just gonna say like, yeah, I guess you making it to Plat 1 is pretty nice. What deck were you playing?
So I started playing again because of the Legend Anthology event. I was playing Dark Magicians because I saw that there was like they gave everyone a cool variant of Dark Magician. And honestly, the Legend Anthology event was fun. Like, I really enjoyed playing Dark Magician. There was no Ash Blossom, there was no Maxine, none of that stuff. And then I got all the rewards for it and I got bored, so I started playing Ladder. And I was doing primarily Sky Strikers with the new support that they got. It was a good time, but I did feel myself being out of my depth. There was this deck that kept coming up. Was it
Runic Sprite?
Yeah, sprites. They were these level 2 guys that just kept showing up and doing stuff. And to be honest, I still don't know what that deck does. I know that there's a card that has a spell negate, a card that has a monster negate, and I don't know what else it does. But yeah, that deck was annoying, but not awful to deal with.
Right? Yeah, that's kind of like what I was saying when I mentioned that it's in a pretty like good place compared to where it was.
Okay.
Like with Branded like being the best deck and like other more like Runic just like clapping people, like now is a bit more like we're back to the roots. We're comboing off, doing normal stuff now.
That makes sense.
It's kind of more, I guess.
I think I might see some combo potential here. Hold on. Hey yo. This is dirty a little. Oh, but it is dependent on you. Nah, but this could be fire still. This could be fire. Hi, sweetie. Don't worry. Just typing up now. Gonna be in the background. Okay, cool. Glad you weren't getting Ibly Scythe locked. I got Scythe locked once. I still won the game though. Because they put all the monsters in attack position, and I had Dark Ruler No More and Lightning Vortex or Lightning Storm or whatever it's called. So I just wiped their board. So we were both kind of stuck, and then cleaned up the next turn. All right, let's keep on building this, shall we? Who don't I mind discarding? Hey, this plays kind of some heat. Hold on. So I can have you. What does Tidus do? battles increase another. Okay. Okay. So we would go one. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, turn 1. No. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Then turn 2, 1. This is too many cards. I just realized that I have 6 cards in my hand. Okay, all right. That strategy just
Wait,
not work.
could you explain? Because like the coppers, yeah.
Yeah.
So they all have a continuous and mandatory effect,
Conditional
which
mandatory.
is okay.
Does that know what it says?
Yes, it does say conditional mandatory. But how does that work? I'm pretty sure there's an opposite.
So basically, what it means is, if one iron kappa, it works in a chain. So if you don't know the chain, you can't. I should have explained before I put it down. You've never played iron kappas before, have you?
Yeah, I know how like the concept works, or one activates, they all activate,
Right.
and then they do stuff like at that exact moment. So what is it? Conditional.
So
yeah, you explain it.
So how it goes is you would take either Garrick or you would take Mercury, right? And then you would use their second effect. So Golden Age says, when the wave starts, reveal one avatar in your hand. Your opponent cannot respond to Iron Kappa card effects in the same chain as this card. And then Mercury can do the same thing, but at wave end, and you reveal a rune, right? So those are conditional because they can only happen at wave start or at wave end. Now, what then happens is the other cards' effects kick in because a chain has been created with an Iron Kappa card effect, which means the next card activates Red Shell. When an Iron Kappa avatar activates its ability, increase the attack of every Iron Kappa card you control by 50, right? So that's the second Iron Kappa card that's now activated its ability. So there's 2 Iron Kappa cards in one chain, which then allows the chain would then carry back over to the conditional mandatory effects, Blue Shell and Spiny Shell. Because they're mandatory, they would still activate. Does that make sense? So you go either Golden Age or Silver Age into Red Shell into the other 3 abilities on the other cards.
Okay, so they have to be conditional mandatory to get 2 effects per turn.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why they had to be mandatory. Right? And then since 2 of them had to be mandatory, I just made the 3rd one mandatory. That way it's like, okay, everything happens all at once. Right? And that's it. But yeah, well, that sounds so dirty. It is. Seriously, that one took some balancing because they do some cool stuff, but then it's very weak because, well, it's not very weak, but it's very easy to disrupt. If you take Red Shell out of the equation, the deck doesn't work anymore. If you just take him out, because the chain has to start over here and then bounce back over and bounce to Red Shell, and then Red Shell bounces it back over to the other 3. So if your opponent deals with Red Shell at any point in time, this section of your deck just dies, even if you still have the other cards on the field. So that's the trick with them. So they have the potential to do some cool stuff, and it's a first set of effects where it's like, hey, your opponent can't respond to these, but at the same time, it's not that difficult to disrupt. Now, looking at the cards in my hand, I would say that the least important one for my prosperity and future growth is this one. So I'll take you out. And I'll also put you in the draw along with these 3. And that is my monster situation sorted. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. All right, so 1, 2. I think I've got a pretty solid strategy on how this deck can work. If anything, something here might be a little bit broken and in needing of a fix, honestly. Because, and it's not even the gladiators, it's to do with a different group of cards. Yo, JT, how you doing, friend? Yep, we out here working on Summoner's Nexus as per usual. I haven't shown a lot of other people the animation that we got done recently. We're in the process of getting a bunch of animations done. This is just the first one that will be used.
Wait, what does after you explain the animation, what does Mercury do?
Mercury, here, I'll show you in 1 second. This is the animation that we're going to use for, this will be used, oh no, that's not, I promise that's not the animation, that's my computer. That's my computer. It's actually a lot more fluid than that. Why isn't it playing properly? Okay, well, what you see on the screen, imagine it being more fluid, and that's the animation. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. My computer's basically on fire right now, so it's playing it chopped up. But in any event, that's going to go when abilities are used and also when something is done in the shop, so on and so forth. Now, you asked about Mercury.
Yeah.
So, which ability?
Spicy shell. Spicy spiky one.
Spiny shell. So when 2 iron copper cards activate their abilities in the same chain, this card can induct a card on the field into the iron copper subset. Oh, I buffed them. I forgot. Okay, so remember what I said about if you remove this guy from the equation, the deck falls apart.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to give them a little bit of staying power. So what this card does, you know how the gladiators can induct a card and that a card is treated as a gladiator monster?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Spiny can do that too. Spiny can induct cards into the Iron Copper subset, and so by the logic of the effects, if your opponent's card that is an Iron Copper monster now activates its effect, that can count as the first effect activation that your other cards can then respond to. So for example, if your opponent uses an effect at the start of the wave with the card that you inducted, and you follow that up with Golden Age, you could then potentially still get a chain with 2 iron copper effects to work. So if turn by turn you try and just induct the monsters that they have on the field, you might be able to make it so that even if your red shell gets dealt with, you are able to keep the iron coppers going for a little bit.
Oh, okay. So it's not that they specifically need to activate in the main phase. It's just that the lead only activates in the main phase, so
Yeah.
all of them have to.
Exactly.
But if you induct your opponent whenever you want, basically, whenever your opponent activates, you get to do your stuff.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right? So that's how it works. So the restriction is based on who these guys are. But if your opponent, but then that makes it creates this little dance with your opponent, because again, I'm trying to avoid negates, but this is more like a penalty. If your opponent uses that card's effect now, oh wait, hold on, my opponent might get a benefit off of that. So now it's a mind game. I kind of have to dance around the fact that they will benefit off of me using my effects, maybe re-strategize. So my effect isn't negated. I can still play the game, but I have to be smart about it. That's kind of the type of energy that I want to take into the game, right?
Yeah, it's also kind of interesting because if you activate Golden Age if you have both of them, you can like induct your opponent, basically like make it so they can't respond to their own effects.
Technically, yes. If you use Golden Age in the same chain as one of your opponent's effects, then yes, they cannot respond to their own chain, right? What's it called? Is there any?
It could be interesting, like
go ahead.
Seeing like how to cap a chain, basically, like your opponent's trying to do a combo and just like,
Iron Coppers might low key be some heat. Let me try it on a different player, like you suggested. Iron Coppers honestly might low key be some heat. It's a very short animation. It's only 6 seconds, which is why there's going to be a lot of them. Let's see if this is any better. No, this is worse. My computer's just. It's just cooking. I would show it to you on my phone, but I feel like that's not a great shout. Geared, how you doing? Zane, what's good, my boy? Yes, Geared, there was a request for you in the dev chat. I wanted to ask you, please. We're about to start the next batch of art being worked on, and I wanted to put your gears into that batch because we're going to be getting a couple files back relatively soon. So ideally, I'd like to put your gears in the next batch, which means that I need you to get like Google image links for what you would like to be the references for each card. That way the artist has something to look like. Okay, something like that effectively. So like, you don't need to give me the files, just like go on Google, look at something on Google, click images, look at what you want, click open image in new tab, and then give me the link for that new tab for each of them, and then we can sort that out for you. Collecting reference images. Oh, you already have reference images? Okay, in that case, yeah, you can send me files, and I can just put them on Google Drive, and I can send them to the artist that way, right? Perfect, thank you, right? Why am I on your side still? Let's go
I don't know.
back.
He just on the better side, I
Man,
guess.
shut up. Shut up. Shut up. All right, now, the way it's looking, I don't think I have space for anything generic in terms of my avatars, but that's okay. Delete, delete. I will absolutely be running all of these. Oh, wow, yeah, I think I've actually solved... Okay, I've said this before, but I mean it this time. I think I've actually solved the Gladiator turn 1, specifically because there's no space for anything else. Like, it wasn't difficult to do because there were literally no other options. This has to be in my hand, so there's no room to run anything generic. That is just it. I'm ready to go whenever... You are really piecing through it. Hold on. It might have been a mistake to spawn everything for you. Hold on.
I'm just trying to be different, you know.
Okay, I mean,
So
be different, I guess.
so last time we spoke about how to remove like the type specific stuff. So, but we
Yeah.
still have like the Rune of Recast Sword, which makes assault type. But now being a specific type doesn't have any ability, so
It doesn't, but there are still specific things. Like, for example, or I would like to have some effects where it's like, hey, target an assault type card, do X, Y, or Z. The Rune of Recast would make it so that cards are different types. So you could use that defensively to make it so that you're not an assault type anymore. Or you could use it offensively to make your opponent into an assault type and do X, Y, or Z to them, right?
so future combo piece. Okay.
Basically, yeah, it's a future combo piece. So you can ignore it for now. Let me save. I want to put this. Let me save this deck. What would I call this? Minos Gladiators deck.
Oh, you're mixing both of them. So when you said gladiators and minotaur, I thought you were gonna be like separate decks.
Nope. Put them together.
Guess we'll see. See what's shaking.
Right. And because I feel like I have it solved, I'm going to save it. The Minos Gladiator resource deck. Save. And I gotta group up the ID cards. And then we'll be done. Huh. Oh, so are you going to go with the Iron Kappas?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Another thing about them that sort of holds them back is by virtue of how they work, you need to have at least 3 of them on the field to do anything with them. So it effectively takes a turn away from your strategy, but that could be good, right? The Minos...
Yeah, I was thinking about like be aggressive because like I'm usually like or I'm just turn 1.
Okay, all right.
Honestly,
Right. Use them for Dungeons and Dragons. All right, yeah, you did say that this is an entire world you've created. It stands to reason that you would have all of that figured out already. Okay, bet. So yeah, whenever you're able to send me that, that'll be great. And we can get that sorted in the next order across to the artist. And now I just need to wait for Neoshock to be done so I can beat his ass real quick, and we'll keep it from there. Right. Because I've thought of a combo.
Do we still have Spear?
What does Spear do? Negate?
Is the sealed? Yeah.
Yep. You still have Spear. Right. The one that got taken away was, I don't even remember anymore. Cycle summoned from the graveyard.
Really?
Cycle just summoned something out of the graveyard. So okay. I'm so happy with how far this game has come, because remembering back to that, bro, I don't know what I was thinking. I
liked Soul Charge. That's a good card.
Wait, Soul Charge? Who is Soul Charge?
Yeah, it's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, like summons 5 cards from the grave.
No, let's not do that, please. Let's please not. While you do that, I'm gonna keep doing some subset stuff, and you just tell me when you're done. Actually, Zane, it's great that you're here. I wanted, and this depends on obviously your availability, but the what do they call it when you're ready to start beating ass? The belt is, no, not the belt is off. The knuckles, the something is off. Basically, the weight's something. I don't know. It is time. It is. Shut up. We're reaching a point where we are going hard on wide scale development, right? The dev team is moving on to their next milestone, which was initially going to be the shop. But dude, I did 50 pages of mathematics, and I'm not even joking. 50 pages of calculations to calculate the rates on the banners for every single card in the game, right? I'm not joking. Well, and that's just in the base game, not even new stuff, right? Like, there are 122 cards in the base game. Now, I had to calculate the rates for the featured banner, the standard banner, the featured card section, the subset packs, and I think that's it. But there are 5 different subsets that are getting subset packs. So it's like, okay, how much is that in reality? I'm just gonna load it for you real quick so you can see what I've been through as of recent, because each individual card needed to have a percentage done for it, right? So that's how the economy ended up working. So the economy is broken up into standard rarity cards, limited rarity cards, and then royal rarity cards, right? So that's all that you've seen over there, right? Cool. Now, this is the featured card section. Basically, every either day or week, random cards will come up from the entirety of what's in the game, and players will be able to just purchase them instead of having to gamble for them. It's just a way of trying to be a little bit more like, okay, you don't have to like gamble and spend a bunch of money. You can just wait and snipe a card that you really, really want, which hopefully still incentivizes people to spend money, because when a card you really want is like right there, maybe you spend the money to get it. But yeah, just a way to try to not be too predatory. So random cards will come up. So for the featured cards, there are 6 featured cards. Had to calculate the rates for the first and second card, the third and fourth card, and the fifth and sixth card. Now, based on these percentages, for first and second, there's a 75% chance that you get a standard rarity card, 25% chance that you get a limited rarity card, and then that's just broken up between all of the cards. No, not even all of the cards. This is broken up between just 30 of the cards in the game for standard, 20 for limited. You come over to third and fourth, same thing, right? Actually, no, not same thing. Now it's 75% standard, so 75% chance you get a standard. And so in any card that you pull for the second card has a 3.75% chance to be this guy, for example, is what that means, right? Limited 2.24%, royal 1%, right? And then going through and doing that for all of them, that is just the featured card section. Then you move on to the featured banner section, where it's different rates, but also there are featured cards to make it easier to get the cards from a specific subset that you want. However, the featured rates and the standard rates have to coexist to add up to the same values, right? So in this instance, this is the Reaper subset being featured, so the rates for them are higher. You have an 8% chance to get the Reaper's Ward, for example, on this pull, right? So you move on, same thing, Reaper subset, pull 2, pull number 5 and 6, blah, blah, blah. That's the Reaper subset. Awesome, cool. Those are just 2 graphs. This is now the standard banner, fresh set of calculations. Had to do everything from the ground up, except, no, that's not true. The standard banner was able to borrow from the featured card section, so I didn't have to do all of that fresh. Then we got to the subset packs. And the subset packs were the worst, because in addition to having featured cards, I want it to be a case where once a week or something like, I haven't decided on the ratios and the rates and everything yet, but you get a random subset pack where you get to see the 3 cards in the pack before you actually open it. That way you don't spend, you know what you're spending your money on before you spend it. And when I say money, I mean in-game currency, most likely, right? And so each individual subset gets boosted rates when you get a subset pack for that subset, which means that the remaining 4 major subsets had to all have graphs drawn for them. So what I did for the Reapers, that's all in each of these. And that is I don't know why I spent all that time explaining to you the economy. I just wanted to share my woes a little bit. I just wanted to share that pain with you a little bit. Anyway, moving on. We're also working on the story mode. Story mode's getting some additions made where it's like, okay, the lore for different subsets is being expanded on and explained. And so in the same vein with everything moving outward, I completely deviated from what I wanted to talk about, which is the fact that we're now getting back into designing new subsets and new mechanics and everything. Well, not new mechanics necessarily, just back into the design of subsets, as it were, because we're no longer bound by assets. So I've got a list down here. So everything in this list, some of these already have concepts. For example, Spectre subset I think is already made. World Eater's already made, as you know. Daemon subset, the new support is already made. The Cerberus subset is just the concept. The art has been, we've decided on what we're using for the art, but this is just a concept. The Safari subset, again, just a concept. Maidens, some of the work has been done, but still largely just a concept. So some of these come equipped with like, okay, this is what this deck is going to be about. Some of it is just new support for existing decks. And then down here, I'm just trying to think of, okay, so for example, I had a couple ideas and concepts for different decks, and I've been attributing them to the names or creating new names for them. Then it gets to the point of like actually making them work, actually making them into subsets, which I would love help with. I would love help with coming up with new ideas. And since you've already, like, your volunteer form is already sorted out, Zane, same with you, Neo, if you ever wanted to create anything. But yeah, so I've just sort of been in the business of trying to create new stuff, and I'm putting it at different power levels because some things are low in power, some things will be high in power, because it's no longer just a straight up like a year system. I know this says year 3, but that's no longer true. Like if you look up here, this is just the Art of Ascension. This is a group of cards that uses the Ascension mechanic. This is Combination Genesis. All of the cards in this section use the combination mechanic, or at least they're geared in that direction a little bit. That's not a hard rule, but you get what I mean. So anything can be put anywhere. It's a lot more flexible. So even if something weaker gets made, it can just be put earlier, and if something stronger gets made, it can be put way later. And that's just sort of where we at right now. So where was I? Now these are all examples that I made while I was at work. I just come up with, I get sticky notes and I draw something in my general surroundings, and it's like, okay, what ideas can I come up with based on that for a subset or something like that. This one I think was a bit too
I would
busted.
say I'm ready.
Oh, you ready? Okay, never mind. Well, I was about to get into that, but never mind. Neo's ruined the fun for everyone. Now,
Wow.
heads or tails?
I mean, if anyone wants to like hop on Discord, they can.
I'm playing with you. Heads or tails?
I'll take heads.
Alright. Oh, that didn't work. Let's go. Alright, have we played since the changes to life points were made?
Yeah, last time.
Okay, good. Excellent. So, you start at 1,200. And after turn 1, lowest life has turn priority automatically, so they decide who gets it. All right, I'm a little bit nervous to try this out, but I'm pretty damn sure that this is a solid like a really good strategy. I would be impressed. Yo, Zane, how you doing, man?
Decent.
Vibing. How's work been?
Easy, lately.
Okay, all right, vibes. To be honest, same. that's why I've had time to draw on all these sticky notes. So yeah. Man.
So you want me to work on some archetypes?
Yeah. So what I want to do is, like, if you're free and if you don't mind, I would like drop the Google Doc for an archetype, and it will just have the name and like a concept, right? And from there you could like design any number of cards that you wanted to. Like, it would be free form because we're not bound by assets anymore. So actually, let me take that back. Because while we're not bound by assets, we're still bound by funds of how much the artist can create. So maybe like no more than like 10 cards per subset as like the maximum. Maybe aim for like 4 to 6.
You mean 10 cards or 10 avatars?
10 avatars. When it comes to runes, honestly, runes are really cheap to make. It costs £4 to make a rune card. So like you can kind of go off on runes, but for avatars, I would say aim to be like 4 to 7 avatars.
The usual.
Yeah, maybe even 4 to 8. You can push it if it's like a really, really good concept. But yeah, okay. So since I have turn priority, Neo, I want you to reveal first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Ooh, and I come in at the best time.
Hey,
Hard
Gear,
shell.
how you doing?
Doing great, doing great.
Vibing.
How's
vibing.
everyone?
I'm dying
Pretty nice.
inside. No, I'm joking. I'm fine.
Provocateur. Okay.
Provocateur in the defensive zone. Alright, who you got? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you actually
Garrick?
doing it? Oh, you might have screwed me already. I reveal Amazonia in the that. Shoot! How has this happened so quickly?
I have a strategy. You're
My entire strategy has literally fallen apart. Why have you done this?
I mean, get better strategy, yes.
Oh, Iron Kappas. Okay, cool. And that's in the assault zone as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're coming.
In that case, I reveal... This doesn't really work so well anymore, unfortunately, but I reveal Renrir, Hand of Daedalus in the counter zone. Turn starts. Holy shoot. Wait a second.
It's the golden age.
Yeah, because you have turn priority. Oh my days. Okay, oh, also I have a rune.
Same.
Okay, so this is... I've just realized how bad it is. Okay, yeah, you go ahead. Do your whole chain.
So I'll target... There's no point targeting Provocateur because she's leaving, so... We'll target Amazonia, and we'll target Reynard.
You fool. You fool. I mean, hey, I'll take it. No, I'm joking. Sorry. I can't respond to you, remember? There's nothing I could do. If you targeted Provocateur, I would either have to bounce her or Renrir. Like, I wouldn't have a choice. I wouldn't be able to respond with her ability until this chain fully resolves, and by the time this chain resolves, the card will have been bounced.
That is true. So,
Right?
yeah.
No,
I
yeah.
guess Provocateur and... Because, like... Yeah, I guess... So, do you have the option to activate... I guess because I have priority, yeah.
Yeah, so,
I guess you do.
yeah,
You
exactly.
fuck
By,
yourself. It's over for you.
Yeah, by giving you priority, I screwed myself. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think
is
about
indeed
that.
over for you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you target Provocateur and
Reyna.
Reyna, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so tough. This is
And
so tough.
I'll give myself 50 plus attack and win 100 plus defense.
Right. So wait, okay, so let's just go through it step by step so I actually keep track of it. So you Golden Age, you reveal an avatar, cool. This guy boosts you by 50, cool. You bounce a card back to hand, but you also have to induct a card into your subset, so we don't forget.
Oh, is this the induct one? I thought this was the other one.
Oh, so I thought that was purple. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100% right. That was my fault.
Yeah, so this one is the one you can't respond with.
Yeah. All right, cool. In that case, no induction taking place. I choose to bounce. I actually hate you. I will return Provocateur to my hand.
We should probably do Nexus stuff before we
Oh,
forget.
I've already reduced my Nexus gauge, you cheater.
So that's 200.
Wow. Am I stupid?
Maybe.
Wait. That's not how Blue Shell works. It says when two Iron Kappas activate their abilities in the same chain, target a rank 1 and a rank 2 card your opponent controls. You can't target Provocateur and Renrir. They're both rank 2.
Oh, okay.
So you can do a bounce, but you have to target a rank 2 and a rank 1. I was thinking that would be so broken.
What do you mean? That's
That
like
would be so broken.
weirdly specific. So if you don't have any rank 1s or
It
any
doesn't
rank
work.
2s,
It doesn't
The
work.
heck?
Right? It only works with
Okay.
a rank 1 and a rank 2. Right? Because
Let me. I guess
literally-
I have to read now.
Yeah,
What
the
heck?
strategy would crumble to pieces. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do because I'm going to bounce the rank 1. You can read if you want to, but I'm going to bounce the rank 1. Right? That's part of why the cost was put onto rank 1s to make effects like that more meaningful. I still have to pay the 50 again, but you would just shit all over my strategy if you could just bounce either of my rank 2s. That would be insane.
Yeah, I guess I'll see what you're cooking. I guess we'll get the rank 1 then.
I bet that's all good by me. So that ends. You've got, so now you would be at 150 on Barthol, you would be at 50 on Garrick, and you would be at how much defense? You'd be at 200 defense. Okay.
Yeah, 200, 150. Is it in the 250?
No, part of the blue shell ability reduces cards attack to 0. But because the chain resolves backwards, it gets sent to 0, but then you still get that 50 boost after the fact.
I mean, if you just, what does the rank 1 even do? I say it's the induction one.
Yeah, she inducts.
Gladiator, you're already good. Yeah, I'm not even gonna activate. Oh, yeah, I don't need to activate because this is the one that requires. Actually, do
What are
I?
you trying to do? Oh wait, there's
Is
people
there-
joining. Why are they joining?
Yeah.
What's
I don't know.
happening?
Is there any point of even activating this?
Yes, because you've effectively made it so that I only have 2 summons this turn instead of the full 3. So if I want to get her back out, I have to give up one of the cards I would have summoned next turn. So I would say that therein lies the benefit. Because on this turn it doesn't do that much for you, but yeah. I would say that's
Wait.
a
So
better
let's
use.
see. What's this guy? So this isn't this the guy who makes it so I can't make it to you, right?
Yeah, he makes it so
This,
that you don't make it to me this turn.
So battle. So I don't lose any stats, right?
No, not the first. So the first time you swing, you lose no stats. You just get pushed back. Second time you swing, you would lose stats, but you don't get pushed back, and that's how that would work. Right?
And he dies.
Yes, in theory, yes.
Yeah, I will activate his effect.
Okay, all right, that's
I'm fine with, cause 200 is a lot to lose for just me to bounce out this conscriptor, which you're literally conscripting everyone anyway.
Fair enough. If you say so. Right. So the Iron Coppers stay in their lane for the time being.
So I get 50 and 100 defense only.
Wait, it's a conditional mandatory. If you activate 2 of them, you would be forced to also activate the last one.
Wow.
Right? So you
I
can't.
mean-
You can't get the boost without the bounce.
So I'm losing 200 to gain 100.
I mean, think of it like
You're not
eating,
coming.
Think of it like
You're not
eating 50
coming.
points out of my life, out of my Nexus gauge. Basically, you're basically just getting a free 50 damage by bouncing her. If you want to look at it like that, because I have to summon her again. But then yes, you do lose 200 attack, but then you go back up to 50. Hey, listen, it's your world. We're all just living in it. Make your choice. Live how you
Yeah.
want to live.
I'll do it. 'Cause,
All
like,
right.
It's still wouldn't like the effect, so it does a reset at the end of the turn. So I guess I'll just keep increasing my beefy.
That is true. Yep, you will just build up defense, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you just straight up increase by 100, so you would just make him bulkier. That's a good shout. All right, she goes back. I respond with the activation of Queen's Gambit. I tribute this card to the graveyard to induct every card currently on the field into the Gladiator subset. That's the wrong token. You can have this. Wrong place. You can have this. There's 2 of you, so I'm just going to stack 2 of this. And this. Alright, and lastly, I do nothing actually. Yeah, we'll leave it at that for the time being. That's my play.
Movement phase 1.
Yeah, movement phase 1, feel free, go ahead. So we all move up. Do you attack?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I activate the effect of Labyrinth Guard, pushing your first attacker back to your assault zone.
Wouldn't it be him because he's at 150 and he's at 50?
I was not looking at the right card. My apologies. My condolences, in fact. There you go. All right. Thank you kindly. Do you attack with the second card?
You said, yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Are
you sure?
We did this in the game.
Are you sure?
When you're trying to attack, you need to pop out. Are you sure?
Alright. Have you read the effects?
So it goes to the point of origin, right? I know my
So-
Yu-Gi-Oh player, but
The effect in question is Provocator's effect.
Voxter.
Queen's Gambit. If it is the first turn of the contest, destroy this card. Every card on the field is inducted into the Gladiator subset. Gladiator cards you control become fortified until the end of the turn.
Oh, you control. Okay.
Right. So, if you swing, I will not die. I'll just be here. Right? So, I feel
Yeah,
like
okay.
it's only fair to mention that because we're trying to get optimal plays out of you. Right? We're trying to get an optimal back and forth. But this is a combo that I was talking about where it's like, yeah, this is really honestly almost impossible to counteract or to stop someone from doing this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You be fortified. I don't know it was only you. What the heck?
Why would I fortify your cards? Why would I do that?
We're
for
the
you?
same team, bro.
No,
We're
why
the
would
same
I
team.
do that? Shut up! No.
We're all
Why would I-
gladiators up in here.
Why would I do that? Absolutely not. And if
Because we, yeah, like, what the heck?
no, shut up!
We have
No,
an unfair advantage in the arena.
that's the point. That's the point.
Yeah, like, I'm not fine with your way to next turn.
Sorry.
I'm not fine. Your way till next turn.
Are you sure?
Yes, sure.
Because another thing to consider is the fact that I just sent Provocator to the graveyard. And you remember her second ability says, if my opponent controls 3 gladiator monsters, she can summon a gladiator card from the graveyard. You currently have 3 monsters on the field that are in the gladiator subset. You could get rid of one of them. You could crash on purpose. You could die. Hey, I'm just here to read you your rights. I don't know what you're gonna do. I'm just throwing up suggestions. Right? I just know she's itching to come back is what I would say. Hey.
I
maybe.
mean, she coming back. Does she even do anything? Did you buff her to do something?
She herself? No, not her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with keeping Golden Age.
Okay, so you're not attacking.
No.
Okay, cool. I activate card exchange. I discard Hadrian to the graveyard to draw 1. He will
Okay.
come back. Ooh.
Ooh, guess we card exchanging.
Oh, look at you. Look, what? You gave up Journey's End? You gave up Journey's End? Oh my days. We play this deck so differently. You love card
The heck?
exchange.
Yeah,
would
and I don't need to
never.
be moving him. Like, what the heck?
If you
Wukong
say-
can stay where he is.
If you say so. If you say so. Bet. Alright, cool. Let's move on to the next turn then. That was turn 1. That was a solid turn 1. Turn 2 rolls around. Let's draw for turn. Nice! Let's go! Alright, so I'm gonna beat your ass real quick. Hold on. Let's see here. Did I break the game? Hold on. I have made an error. Okay, you know what? No, let's not assume that this is broken. Let me just do it because it might not even be as cool as it sounds in my head.
Oh, I was about to ask, like, is it card design error? Where's the error?
It just seems unfair. It seems really unfair. But I'll do it anyway. Because again, this might be nothing. This might be nothing, and if it is, then I'll feel silly. So, we'll take 1. We'll take 2 for sure. We'll take. I think so. Oh, and now I have to be careful about giving you turn priority, don't I?
Yeah.
That's another thing.
Actually, what's your? I have 1,000. How much do you have?
I'm at 950.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, that doesn't work. Oh, okay. I was so excited for a split second. I was so excited for
Yeah,
a
what the
split
heck?
second.
Like,
That would have
you're
been
quite
so,
happy
that,
with
that would have been so cool if it actually worked, but it doesn't. Yeah, I think I just go with this. This. And the last question is, which of the two of you do I go with? Okay, this could be kind of cool. This could be kind of nice. This could be kind of tasty. Alright, bet. Oh, but what if it's stupid? What if I'm being stupid? Okay, I'm gonna do it anyway. Alright. Very easy internal debate. What if I'm being stupid? I'll just do it anyway. Alright. Alright. I am ready to go whenever you are. I'm excited for this turn.
so battles is anything. You attacking to me, I attacking to you. Is all a battle.
Yes. Yes, it is. Why do you ask? Why are you asking?
The fear in his voice.
Why are you...
No reason.
Hey, relax, guy. Okay, 1, 2, 3, stop. That's enough. 4, stop.
Yeah, that's. enough.
Oh, okay. I thought you would have more. Okay, never mind. I have 5. Anyway.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter how many cards you summon, it's how you use them.
All right, now just to. Oh, I'm so annoyed. You know what? Having the Iron Coppers on the field is helping you because I would really like to give you turn priority, but if you do, then that means I will never get a chance to activate my rank 1's ability, and that would suck. Which is actually it's kind of clever. That's kind of nice. Thanks, Saul. What would I like to do? Because but I'm scared of your strategy. I don't want to go first. I don't want to give you.
So cards can be part of multiple arts. So that's kind of an interesting question. So
Yep.
if you inducted one of my cards,
Yes.
and let's say I induct the same card, is it like override the induction, or is it like Kappa Gladiator?
That is a good question. Let's look into it. I'm going to guess that the answer is yes. Oh, Zane, you said something?
Right? I mean, that would break a lot of things. If it,
Is it like, I was wondering, like, how is it? Cause like, is it a status condition kind of?
It is. Yeah, it is a status condition.
Because like some status condition can stack, some can't. So can the induction stack?
See, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure induction does stack, but then I've never considered if induction can stack on top of itself.
Incinerate can't stack on top of itself.
No, it can, right? If you incinerate something that's already incinerated, it just resets the turn count. So if it had 2 turns left of incinerate, it now has 3 again.
Same with isolate and other things, right?
This status effect cannot be overridden, but can stack with other status effects. So I think what that would mean then is that you wouldn't be able to induct a card that's already been inducted into a different subset. I don't think you can double induct. Because if it can't be overridden, but can stack, that means other status effects will stack on top of it, like Incinerate, like Ignite and all those other things, but you couldn't double induct something. So I guess, without meaning to, I put a precaution in that, because that is a very good question. I'd never actually thought of that.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Yeah, because I was gonna like uninduct Gladiator. Come back, bro. You've been called back to
That
Iron
would be
Campus,
cool.
bro.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
You ain't with it no more.
Right? I think I have to take turn priority. Oh, I hate this so much. Yeah, I'll take turn priority. I reveal Aquilea in the defense zone. I don't know how to pronounce her name, and I made it anyway.
Also, I was thinking more like Aquila.
That's what I've been thinking, but just because of the way where the H is, right? Like Aquila makes sense, but like it's Aquila with the EA at the end, so I was like Aquilea or Aquila. Let's go Aquila. We'll go with Aquila anyway.
Because it's Leah, and it's like Achilles.
Okay. Ooh, look at you. I bet. Yeah, Aquila. What you said. I like the reason that you gave. Ooh.
Senor Guardian.
Boss Guardian. I bet. I reveal Caligula in the assault zone. You're gonna hate this.
Wukong.
Okay. I reveal finally Amazonia, the Gladiator Princess, in the middle place.
Nexus, the name of the game.
Yeah.
And Senor Ryu.
I'm stupid. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm smart. Never mind. Wow, that's a
And
lot of
we
cards.
got a rune.
That is a lot of cards. Jesus. Okay, all right.
So 100, 250, 350.
Okay, and I just paid 100, 250, 250. Yeah, the life point changes were they were needed. I am at math. 950 minus 250 is 700. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm at 700. I am. I have turn priority. I activate
You do?
the effect of Amazonia. I use service. Target a card on the field for the rest of this turn. It is inducted into the Gladiator subset. I target your Boss Guardian. Okay, any response?
Golden Age.
Of course. All right, I'll see you at the end of your chain. you just go ahead. Who are you targeting?
Yeah. Wait, so who did you activate? Amazonia. Oh, so you already used the rank one.
That's why I took turn priority, because it's like you're gonna bounce my rank 1. I have to take turn priority if I want to use it. Which is still a good. I think that is actually some good, like, it's not. I don't know if the word is counterplay, but that mind game with the Iron Kappas, it's like, okay, if you want to use your effects before me, you have to take turn priority.
I mean, Caligula isn't really doing anything, is he? Like, you might as well like bounce him.
If you say so. If you say. Oh, I forgot to put my runes over here. Sorry. If you say so.
So,
Alright.
so target
Yep.
Amazonian Caligula. Wow, really?
What
she
do
was
you want
putting
from me?
work.
What do you want from me? She's already used her effect, right?
But she was putting work in the Nexus, bro.
You
Like, what the heck?
shut your mouth. Okay. So that means your red shell is now at 200 attack. Your blue guy is at 50 attack, and your other blue
Is
guy
that
is at
100?
It had to reduce its attack again to
yeah,
bounce. Yeah.
Heck?
And then this guy's at 300 defense, which is crazy. All right, cool. So your chain is done.
Yeah, it's only Iron Carpus then.
All right, now let me think. Don't be stupid, Saul. Be smart. You can do it. I believe.
Oh
in
yeah.
you.
Also, I activate Wukong, boosting the whole.
Damn.
So again, so since he actually goes to 100 because he's in the assault zone as well.
He's not in the assault zone currently, though. He's moved up to the checkpoint.
It's there. He's there.
Does
So I thought. So okay, yeah. So this is what I thought.
Okay.
Does it
This
say-
area here is the defensive zone, past the checkpoint. But before the checkpoint is the assault zone, right?
That's not how. So every time that I've used Wukong, it's the intention is for it to be the cards that you've summoned alongside itself, right? Because in that case, where does the checkpoint end and the assault zone begin? If it can be anywhere along the lane, you get what I mean? So if a card is in, this is the place where you summon the cards is the assault zone. This is the lane, and this is the checkpoint.
If I can,
yes.
Does it say it boosts cards in assault zone or cards that were summoned in the assault zone?
It says it boosts the cards in the assault zone.
Yeah, so in that zone.
Yeah.
Not all on the line.
Yeah.
If it was supposed to boost cards on the line, it will say cards that were summoned in the assault zone.
Right. So that would be a no-go. Okay. Although I like the train of thought, Neo. You're trying to steal some attack. I see you.
I'm just trying to get an extra 50, bro.
I bet.
You ain't trying to get him to 100, bro. Like, what the heck? I'm trying to get him there.
I activate the effect of.
I know his true potential. He can reach 100.
On the turn of this card, so I activate the effect of Deorsum. On the turn, that is her effect. On the turn that this card was summoned, the cards in your opponent's assault zone are inducted into the Gladiator subset. Gladiator cards you control gain 50 defense, which is only her right now, but hey, it's...
Damn, all of them.
Right?
Whoa, wait, what? Where did they get such a crazy conscription?
So, how it now works is, with the Gladiators, Provocator can inscript, but only on turn 1. She can inscript, but only on the turn that she's summoned. The only card that gives you consistent turn-by-turn conscription is her, and hers only lasts until the end of the turn, right? So turn 1 and 2 are the Gladiator subset's strongest turns now. Right?
And that's pretty good.
All right, so have I counted up everything over there? I think I have. Excellent. So everything on the field is a Gladiator. Welcome to the family. Hey! Hey! All right, and last but not least, with all our new Gladiator friends, I activate the effect of Provocator from the graveyard, Nightingale. If your opponent controls at least 3 Gladiator cards, which you clearly do, summon a Gladiator card from your graveyard. This ability can only be used once per contest. I summon Hadrian from the graveyard into the assault zone. I've never gotten this far before. I don't know what he does. I don't know what he does. Let me read his effects real quick.
So he's not even part of your crazy combo?
No, he is not. I didn't think I would make it this far, if I'm being completely honest with you. Whoo, that's nice. That's nice. What does this do? Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I am now ready to proceed to movement phase, I think. Probably.
Yeah, I'm just gonna read and make sure. See if I need to beef up my defenses.
No, I'm just saying.
So also a battle with a Gladiator.
While I'm here, not this one. I activate this one. Remove the inducted status from a card on the field. Draw 1 card. Boss Guardian doesn't need to be part of this family anymore, so we're taking that counter away. You're no longer a Gladiator. Yep. You were the one who suggested this card be made.
I mean, yeah, but no when I'm playing against you.
Because the biggest problem was the strategy takes so many monsters on the field at the exact same time. So what they need more than anything else is draw
card
power.
Exchange. I could be schmoozing with this and what's it called?
Gladiators?
The induction guy.
Well, to be fair, it's a synergy rating 6 deck, which means that you wouldn't be able to induct anything unless you have the Gladiator subset in full. So Gladiators and Wandering wouldn't work together.
No, I'm saying like so. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my days! Okay,
so this is not generic, my guy.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That needs to be fixed. That's only supposed to work with Gladiators. Much appreciated. This is what playtesting is all about. This is what I was saying. Like,
I should have had this. We should go back to the beginning.
This is what playtesting is all about. If you can, not even if you control a Gladiator card, remove the Gladiator. If a card is inducted into the Gladiator subset, remove the induction status.
I kind of want to do that though. Like, what the heck?
No.
Can we do this after I get my draw?
Draw card only lets you remove the gladiator.
Like I remember, like about like a month or a bit
Status.
ago, like
Okay.
we were like having like no card draw, and then like Boss Guardian was the goal because he was drawing like one card,
Yep.
and you were coping about card exchange.
This deck has.
See how far along we've come.
It has come a long way. We have come a long way.
With card exchange, we're actually activating Proto Greed.
I mean, in a sense of the word, but this deck I think is probably the best card exchange user so far because you can discard the Hadrian and then just summon him from the graveyard. And then you also have the draw off of the removal. So I think I would definitely say that gladiators have been made strong enough. What I want to now see is if in correcting them from being so weak from when we tested them, I've made them too strong. That's what I want to see now. So let's keep going. So movement phase 1, let us proceed. These 2 cards move up. Oops, sorry. And then you have a, but this is
so they're
this,
at the same place.
yeah, this is the most number of
really
cards.
pulling up.
This is the most number of cards we've ever seen pulling up in the Assault Zone at once. Make some Bujin cards. Technically speaking, Neoshock is playing the deck that I based off of the Bujins. Technically speaking. Geez, that is a lot of people you brought with you. Jesus.
And they're all. I was kind of worried about like losing my Golden Age, but no, he's gonna be deep in the ranks.
He's deep in there. So you've
with
got
his low ass 50.
So you've got 300, you've got 200, you've got 200 again, and then you've got 50, right? Okay, let's do it.
No, this is 250 because he boosted himself turn 1 to 150, boosted himself turn 2 to 250, and Wukong boosted him by 50. No, because he was actually in the Assault Zone.
Yep.
Now him, you gotta, bro. You gotta give him.
Wait, hold on. Was he in the Assault Zone though? Genuine question.
Yeah, because you pushed him to the point of origin.
So he got pushed to the point of origin, but did he stay there? Movement phase 1 last game, both of your cards moved up to the checkpoint. My card bounced back the first card. You chose not to attack with the second. Movement phase 2, the first card would move back up. So he's already in the
movement
checkpoint.
phase 2.
Wait, is there movement phase 2 if no cards battle?
Oh yeah, that is true.
There should be.
Because if none of them battle, wouldn't they be like isolated? Actually, because this card has to like, doesn't it declare attack to be what's it called? Move back, or how does that work?
What do you mean?
Because isn't his effect like was returned the first time this card would battle is moved back, so doesn't that count as his battle for turn?
Well, yeah, he's not. What do you mean? He can be. Hold on. You can declare an
No, I'm
attack
talking about
once.
Barthel.
Barthel. That is his battle for the turn. That was his battle for the
Yeah.
turn, but that doesn't stop him from moving, is what I'm trying to say.
I saw you get isolated after you battle and you can't move past the checkpoint.
Exactly. So you're the second attacker, Red Boy. Not who was it? Yeah, Blue Boy would have been isolated after choosing not to attack, but then that wouldn't stop Red Boy from moving from the Assault Zone to the checkpoint.
Okay, so he battles, moves back to checkpoint, and then he moves back, but he can't attack because he can't attack during battle phase 2 because he already declared an attack.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's how I understand the board would end up in that situation. Yeah.
No 50 for him, I guess. So 300, 200, 200, and 50.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So looking at this,
you're really stealing my 50 attacks.
I haven't done. I didn't do anything. If anything, you know what? Never mind. Anyway.
I'm still one thing.
Yep.
I wrote that no battle 2 player in battle phase. We're skipping.
So if you don't have battle phase, the movement phase is skipped. I remember something like that. I just don't remember if it was ever actually put into the rules.
I mean, technically, battle phase 1 did happen because I declared the attack and I was still moved back.
And
And I still
so the-
took my attack full turn.
so there
And I
would
still
still
had the
be
possibility
to
of
move,
attacking
yeah,
with him.
yeah.
And I chose to stop. So it would go to the end of the battle phase. At the end of the battle phase, he would be isolated, and movement phase would happen as normal.
Yeah, no, that is correct. That does make me want to go after this. I'll go into the rules and double check, because in a situation where there is no potential movement, does movement phase 2 still happen? Want to double check on that. But in this instance, that counts as potential movement since he can move from one point to the next. But in a situation where there is no potential movement, yes, I think movement phase 2 is skipped. But I need to double check. That's a good shout. Okay, so. Battle phase 1. Let me just hold on. Don't do anything before we. Okay. Yes. No. That's fine. All right. Don't look at that. Move your hand. Get away.
I was gonna read Hadrian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Gonna be sure battle gladiator, target gladiator, 100 attack and defense to enter the turn. When the way starts. Okay, so you can activate that. What's Caligula? What's this man's?
Caligula, he is over
Caligula.
here. Yeah.
When you declare an attack, oh, the card that will lose the battle is destroyed. Okay. When they will destroy a battle, one card. Whole ass put agreed, man. What the heck?
Hey, we just out here living.
So you have 250 and you have 200.
200.
So
Yep.
just both was attacking first. Okay.
Yep.
And you can boost them later.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, I have 300. So you're gonna have doing some work.
If you say so.
Yeah, I guess that's the plan.
Oh wait, hold on. I screwed up. Damn it.
What did you screw up?
I screwed up. I didn't read the whole card. I didn't read the whole card. I request an honorable do-over.
I'm guessing you want to take King's Gladius.
Yeah, I didn't. I just read it. I didn't realize that I had to do it at the start of the wave. I thought I could just do it. And so I would like to activate King's Gladius. I feel like that is the most optimal decision in this situation.
I mean, I'm not gonna be petty. You can
Okay,
have it.
Thank you.
It's not like it's gonna matter or anything.
Thank you very much. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How did I lose count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 50 is what?
Technically, it should be 10 because if you're doing anything the best way possible, you should have.
I would have waited for Boss Guardian. Yeah. Okay, so 10. Yeah. So 10 times 50 is 500. That is the biggest boost all at once we've ever seen. Okay, yeah, Hadrian is at 750 attack.
Hadrian, okay.
So I guess he's just a menace, I suppose.
I mean, why not Caligula? Because then wouldn't he clear my defenses, and Hadrian can attack directly.
No, he gets. So how King's Gladius works is this card gains 50 attack for every other gladiator card on the field. But other gladiator cards you control cannot attack this turn, so I can't attack you with Caligula.
Okay.
So this is just an easy way for me to get through your defenses, really.
So is this a minus or is this a what's the other one? Eater something entities?
This is neither, because from the looks of it, other cards you control cannot attack this turn. Nope, I just get the attack.
So it's an entitas.
What's an entitas?
The forest card, and so he gains 50 attack for every forest counter.
No, but that's so his is a continuous effect where it's like if you change the number of counters, the amount of attack changes. This is just a flat number. It's snapshots, right? It's snapshots.
Yeah, so
however
like
many-
entity snapshots as well, and minus is the
Oh
one that
yeah. Sorry,
per
I thought-
count. So that's what I meant.
Oh,
like,
okay, that's
is
what
it
you
a
meant.
snapshot or
That's
is
what
it
you meant. Sorry, my bad.
continuating?
Because entity resets at the end of the turn, whereas this guy just keeps it. So I thought you were asking if he
Huh?
resets.
Did you, it doesn't reset at the end of the turn.
Listen, I am still working on the deck, okay? I am
Dog,
still
dog, no
working
way.
on the deck, okay?
You cannot look at me with a straight face and say 750 forever is an
So,
Itros, bro.
technically, you have 300. No, you have 400 defense right now. I'll be at 350 by the end of this. I'll
It
be
took
at
me 2 turns to get to 400 there.
So I'm going
What
to
the heck?
change the card now. It's going to reset to its original attack at the end of the turn.
Reset. What? That could be potentially good to reset. Like, what the heck? It should go back to what it was before this effect was activated.
Well, but if that's the case, then that means after this effect is activated, you will always have 0 attack. That sucks. I'm trying to
Oh,
find.
what?
I'm trying to find a middle ground. Right?
Oh, so the middle ground between 750 attack is he's just
Hey,
like
listen.
Umbridge light.
I told
He's
you.
light
I
Umbridge.
told you not to. I told you, hey, maybe don't have that many gladiators on the field. Maybe get rid of one of the cards I inducted. But no, you decided that you
750, 700.
decided you made this decision. You did
Jeez.
this.
Well, I mean, 700 to 750. Like, I have 650. Well, what should I just eliminate all my gladiators? I
Okay,
mean,
so-
Umbridge Light is definitely not the shout. Like, I do not think
That-
this
so-
man should be Umbridge Light.
So here's what I think. I made a change to how his abilities worked. So before, this wouldn't necessarily be possible. Before, he would be forced to activate the effect that makes him immune to destruction with other gladiator cards in battle. So turn 1, he would always have to activate that. But that effect was changed. It's not mandatory, but if you use it, you die in 2 turns automatically, right? But because that's no longer mandatory, he can now do this on the first turn that he's summoned, which is pretty strong. He is effectively Umbridge Light, but then again, this is a major subset, not a minor one, right? He's supposed to be on par with the level of the Umbridges and the Ryus of the world. He's this deck's rank 3, right? I say let it reset and leave it at, because also none of your other cards can attack the turn that this is done. Maybe we just also make it so that he can't attack directly.
Oh yeah, I guess I wasn't seeing it that this guy was meant to be an Umbridge Light. So yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it's fine. Him,
Right?
if he's meant to be an Umbridge Light, I guess he can be an Umbridge Light.
Yeah.
I'm just used to it being like, oh well, this minor archetype is clapping up with this major one.
No.
But yeah, major on major action. I
Yeah,
guess it's fine.
gladiators are a major as well. They're the smallest major subset because they've only got 6 cards, but they're a major subset. They've got the runes and everything. Right? Okay, so battle phase. We finally got here. Strongest card on the field is Ryu. So, do you declare an attack on my little defenseless guy surrounded by all of you cretins and heathens?
Wait, so no, before the battle phase,
Oh, my days.
end of movement phase, Zodiac Spear.
Okay, the first card at battles becomes sealed until the end of the turn. That does nothing for me. Who are you sealing?
Target Ryu
Okay.
and seal this guy.
He doesn't have any effects that can hurt you.
Doesn't he send me back?
He can only
Was
do
it
that
only
on the
the turn
turn
of
he's
sun?
summoned.
Yeah, so the reason I asked if this guy was a minus or, so I was gonna see if that would work.
If
but
if you
since,
could spear it, yeah, no.
but since it doesn't work,
yeah,
I
spear
was gonna
isn't
see a
really
Ryu
helpful.
to stop him. What's boss rush, or that's the same thing that
Yeah,
I guess or target boss garden still.
All right, fair enough. That's fair enough. So we've got a little seal action going on there. It won't, because Hadrian's already used his effect, and the other guy can't attack. But you know, duly noted. Duly noted. Okay, cool. So battle phase 1, you attack with the Wandering Ryu.
Yeah.
Okay, I activate the rune Warhorse. When 2 gladiator cards battle, you can activate this rune. Your gladiator card becomes fortified. I refuse to die. Renrir. I fortify Renrir so he isn't destroyed by your battle. Ryu loses 50. Yeah. Yeah. It's setting in now, isn't it? I'm still in danger.
Okay.
The next strong. So if you have no response, then the next strongest card in question is, Wukong and Barthol.
Wait, so it's fortified that battle or all battles?
Just that battle. So I took no damage and I wasn't destroyed. But the next battle, I will take damage and I will be destroyed. That would be busted. That would be
okay.
busted.
I was kind of
yeah, that would be
kind of wondering about
yeah,
that.
No. Fortified. It's the status effect that where it lingers, but as soon as you battle once, you lose the fortified status.
Okay, no. I still lose stats, right?
You still lose the 50 attack. You still lose that attack.
Oh yeah, I forgot, because like when I clicked on it, he had a big booty, so I was like, sheesh, what the heck?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
losing one, but no, it's attack it.
That's the balance behind it, right? If he was too strong offensively, then you would lose like a lot in just getting over this one guy. So yeah, so Ryu uses his attack. Next strongest cards are Wukong and Turtle Guy. Who do you choose to attack with?
Turtle Guy, he stacks more easily, so
Okay.
we'll keep Wukong for a killer, and we
Okay.
use Turtle Guy now.
Alright, Renrir held down the goddamn house. He really tried his best. Okay. So, movement phase 2 happens. These cards move up.
Oh yeah, I remember us talking about how like maybe
I'm back.
not the carrying attack was even a
Right.
bad thing. I guess
Yeah.
this situation is kind of a bad thing.
I mean, it's not awful. I would say we're both in more than decent offensive positions right now. Hadrian is the strongest card on the field at 750. So
What
No,
the
you know,
fuck happened
hey.
when I was away?
yeah, we realized that I knew that he was effectively Umbrage Light, but Hadrian has finally found a purpose for his talents because of all the gladiators on the field, you see. So I attack with Hadrian.
I remember you dissing him, calling him like he's not even good enough to be my opening hand
Well, yeah,
last time.
No, but this
Jeez.
play would be impossible with how the deck was before. Because with how the deck was before, you would have 1, maybe 2 gladiators left over. Because I wasn't converting them fast enough. Right? So the boost just wouldn't have been meaningful enough. Now he's actually able to do what he does. So Hadrian attacks.
And the first effect was mandatory.
Yeah, exactly. So he wouldn't have been able to do this before.
Anyway,
so-
even if he comes back, he just doesn't die.
Yeah.
And he's I mean it's
Right? So Hadrian swings into the Iron Copper Turtle. We kill him. Chain of Momentum carries him into Boss Guardian. We kill him.
draw
and-
monster card.
Yep, you get to draw. That's all good. Look at that. We both drew 2 cards over the course of this game.
Pot of greed.
Right? And
What does it do?
and that's it for me. Hadrian's attack gets reset to 250, so he doesn't get to keep the bigger buy stats. He would be a bit higher than that, so he's down. And it is your turn to hurt me. I wish I had prepared more defenses.
So we use Wukong to beat Aquila's ass.
Thank you for that. Okay, cool. Wukong's
And
at
we'll
50.
hit you for 50.
Wow, 50 damage. Do you feel big? Do you feel strong? Congratulations. Congratulations.
Technically it's 150 because he bounced your rank 1 twice. So
Oh, actually, no,
who
wait,
feels
okay.
big now?
Well, that's only if I summon him Actually, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, that's a you make a good point.
Yeah.
Where did I pick
Who
this up
feels
from?
big now?
I don't remember where I picked this
I
up
know.
from. Anyway, we'll put that to the side. So yeah, I take 50 damage. I am at
Think
650.
the Iron Carpet that you totally murdered.
Oh, right.
He was just chilling in the defenses.
Nah,
He just
you
came
should,
in,
nah.
rocked his whole world.
To be honest, the Iron Coppas have been annoying this game. They've just added onto my life point cost for no reason. Alright, turn 3, draw. I like the fact that gladiators feel like they're keeping pace, but they're not outpacing. That's really, really good.
I mean, luckily they don't have some broken ass ability where they're like staying at 700 the whole game. I wonder who would come up with that.
Listen, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, okay?
Oh god, I was so scared. I was not.
You haven't done any. Hold on, let me think real quick. You haven't boosted. Okay, no, you haven't done any targeted boosting. That would have been crazy. Okay, never mind. Okay, so to be honest with you, now that we're at turn 3, I am basically out of tricks. I am that was my last real like surprise, and
I mean, I would hope so. It's kind of hefty. You're still gonna get like what, 200 extra, so you're gonna be at 550.
What?
You're basically clearing my defense zone again with your Umbridge Light.
Well, yeah, but if I were to do that, hold on, let me read this. Oh, that's nifty. Okay, yeah, I might do that.
So you need to establish.
Oh, why did I have to get you? You're the worst one. That wasn't the best top deck. That was not the best top deck I've ever gotten. Think so.
So I don't have a bounce. I don't have a. Yeah, I guess we'll just do these.
Oh, I think I might be an idiot. 1, 2.
You think so?
Hey. So you're at 650.
I'm just that's funny because like it's not even like yes you're an idiot. It's like questioning. Do you think so?
All right. You're at 650, yeah? 650 in the Nexus.
650 in the Nexus.
And you know what? As it should be, I think I am happy with the balance of the Gladiator subset. I'm 90% sure, 90% that I'm about to lose.
Yeah, I would hope so. Like, what the heck? If you don't lose, I'm gonna be kind of not happy.
No Maxi. No, we don't have Maxi in this game. Because yet.
We didn't think we'd had a pot of greed, and here we are.
Wait a second.
So
Hold on.
Pause.
1, 2. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Wait. Okay, you're good. I think.
What the heck? What's this?
Something that I've...
Did I get caught lacking?
I thought you cheated for a second, but you didn't. Because one of the biggest drawbacks of Iron Coppas is that of your 6 effect activations, they eat up 4 for their combo. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you activated Golden Age into Red Shell, into Blue Shell, into the last one, 4. You activated Wukong. And if I'm not mistaken, the only other thing you did... Wait, did you activate any runes last turn?
Yes,
You cheated! You used Boss Guardian! Guardian!
Yeah,
7!
The heck I was
You
not activated.
But to be honest, that's the first time it comes out.
Sorry.
Spear literally did nothing. So
Yeah. Just take spear out of it. No, that's fine. But yeah, judge.
no
call.
spear for me.
Yeah, it wouldn't have, it didn't make a difference anyway. So yeah. But yeah,
Judge,
Zane, you alright?
the game state was not made imperishable by my actions. I would like to proceed with a warning.
But
There
yeah,
you
no,
go.
this is
Minor.
this is the first time anyone's actually reached the 6 effect limit in a single turn. So it's only natural. Which, and I mean, that doesn't feel uncomfortable. This being the first time we've reached it, I've always been like on the fence about that rule. You got to do a lot in that turn with 6 effects, so I think that rule can stay the way it is. Because I've had my eye on that. Because like it's like
It's kind of nerfing though, because like it means if I'm playing Kappa, you basically can't play runes.
effectively, but then that's I don't know.
Literally, you can't. You
Kind of
can.
part of the trade-off.
You should value your resources.
Yeah, I feel like it makes players value their resources. You can't combo off on someone for Eternity 1, so you have to be smarter about the options that you choose to take.
I guess the Kappas do die.
Yeah, the Kappas die 1 and 2. I mean, you don't have to use them, and just them being on the field forced me to take turn priority, which gave you an advantage when it came to your strategy.
Oh, I still have this guy. I thought he died. Oh, shit.
Yeah, exactly. You can
nice.
do it again. Right?
I'm definitely living now. Like, what the heck? I thought, oh, it's the defensive one. So I have.
I'm just
Okay.
thinking. So, what do you have in your assault zone right now? In my defense zone right now, you've got Ryu at 300. You've got Wukong at 50.
Ryu at
Oh no,
yeah,
he's at
200. Yeah.
No, he would be at 250, wouldn't he? Because he got boosted by Wukong, then he lost 50, so he would be back at 250. Yeah.
I thought it was true damage, right?
What?
Isn't it true damage? So the damage from the battle gets applied to his stats,
Well, yeah, but
not the
but
boost.
Wukong's boost is a true boost. It's a permanent 50.
Oh, it doesn't go away at the end of the
Yeah,
turn.
doesn't go
Okay.
away. So you would be at 250.
I always assumed it went away.
It used
guess
to
when we used
when it was 100. It used to
to.
go away.
Okay,
But then
yeah.
We reduced it to 50 and made it permanent. So Wukong at 50. This dude at 50. This dude at freaking 200. No, wait, hold on. You did something with this.
150. Because he was the one who attacked.
Right.
the 50
right.
guy.
Right. Okay,
I mean,
cool.
he's
So-
gonna be 200. Just wait a minute.
So 50, 150, 50, and 250. Okay, yeah, this could very easily be the turn that I lose. Let's see if we can do something about that.
Yeah, I was just reading. Oh yeah, so wait, so you can't boost and use
no.
Colosseum, so that's nice at least.
To be honest, I
Um,
am very short on options here.
And so you can use
Like-
Caligula to clear my defenses and attack for 250. Okay. So I need to survive. I need
think Saul. Think
more than
think.
200. I need 2 guys. Okay.
So you're going to play defensively. That much I can guess.
Yeah, I mean, I do indeed need 2 cards.
I'm gonna,
Oh yeah, so the order is gonna be nice. I need to make sure I'm doing this
I'm gonna play this like
in
an
the
idiot.
appropriate way.
We'll take you. We'll take you and you. We'll take, I guess, you because it's a Hail Mary. And lastly, yeah, no, I feel like I might as well save you. Okay, yeah, alright, I'm ready. I think, I hope, maybe, probably not. Are we tied? Oh wait, no, actually we won't know until oh wait, no, we do know. Are we tied for life currently? 650 each?
Oh, do you have 650 as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Okay,
tie.
so you would have turn priority this turn. Do you want me to go first or are you going first?
I mean, you did sound like you're trying to go nice with it, so I'm gonna let you go first.
Alright.
Well, actually, no. I want. Give me priority. I need to bounce away your plebeians before they try to do something.
Alright, fine. You take turn priority. Go for it. Reveal your first cards, good sir. Phoenix!
Phoenix.
Okay. I reveal Rakor the minus bull in the assault zone.
Let's
Why
see.
did you throw him away?
I tried to... He's just going to your hand. I just did it preemptively, you know.
Okay, cool. If you say so.
Rakor, let's see what he's packing. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So, is boss rush continuous mandatory, or do you have to choose between them?
No, you choose between them.
Okay. So he had a bigger biases, or he pierces.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Alright, reveal your next card. What you looking around for, my guy? What you looking around for? Damn. Why you running?
Silver Age.
Why you running?
I'm the one who's running. Okay.
Alright, let's do this. I reveal Titus,
Can
this
you
guy.
summon 2 cards in defense in the same turn?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can. 2 assault, 2
It's
defense.
One Nexus, one counter.
Yep. Alright, your turn. Damn, I have been surrounded this whole game.
So yeah, I'm just trying to establish where I want this man. So let's read Titus. That's why I put him last, because I wanted to see your 2 cards. He's not in the assault zone yet, so don't. Okay, I literally just said wait, but I guess it's fine. So let's see what Titus does. Okay, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said that I'm not summoning into assault zone yet. I told you to wait.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's literally what I said.
Okay, well, yeah.
So wait. I was gonna read Titus, see if I need to where I need to go.
Okay. So just as a heads up, so you're not going to be
Okay.
using Golden Age, right?
Huh? Why would I? If you don't have any rank 1s, then I can't.
No, you can still use Golden Age, which would let you get the attack boost still. But then the blue shell ability wouldn't work. But then
It just wouldn't work. Okay.
yeah, it just wouldn't be able to resolve. Your other effect would resolve though, and so if you get the attack boost, you're dropping your defense to 0. So, that's fun.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well,
The attack boost drops defense?
Well, you don't have the card that boosts Purple's defense anymore. And just like with the blue guy, the purple guy drops his stats to 0 when he uses his primary effect.
Oh, spinny shell. Okay,
Yeah.
so was Mercury, yeah. So true activate effects, induct, and okay. So to induct I need to make 0.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's coming. So is 50 attack worth it? 50 attack. Yeah, I guess I'm not doing anything.
Alright, you're taking your damn sweet time.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I can kill you.
Alright.
I'm basically debating if I should summon Torsion and the assault to kill you, or counter to beef up Vince.
Okay, that makes sense.
So his ability is with a gladiator control. Increase, so it increases attack or increases defense.
You know what's crazy? Nothing about this game has felt broken yet, and that makes me really happy.
Yet.
Yet. Yet. You never used a Ryu ability, which might... Well, actually, no, you didn't really have space to use a Ryu ability, to be fair. But the fact that you still got a lot of options in your back pocket does mean that I am being outpaced quite significantly. That being said, that's more on the Wanderings than anything else. And we're not done with them yet anyway. I feel like the Gladiators, and that's what I wanted to test here.
Yeah, that's nice. That's
The
nice.
Gladiators felt good. They felt relatively balanced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're moving the right
Yeah.
steps.
I was scared that turn 1 and turn 2 play would be broken, where it's like, okay, in essence, you are physically unable to touch me on turn 1. Like, any aggro strat automatically gets shut down because you've got 2 cards in the assault zone, and it wastes the attacks of both of them before they even get to me. So it's physically impossible to actually deal damage turn 1. And then turn 2, there's also a solid defense in place. So I was like, okay, is that too much? But from how the game played out, I think that was actually fine. Because by turn 3,
Yeah,
I'm basically,
It's basically
out
like-
of steam.
turn
Right.
1, I have an iron wall, and turn 2, I have an iron sword, and it's basically it.
Right? And then from there, it's just you better pray. You better pray that your opponent doesn't have too many offenses. Because, yeah, this deck is quite defensively weak, but I think I like it that way. Right? I think I quite
Yeah,
like
it's
it
kind
that
of
way.
like, it's not weak like Reapers where they have a chance to let you get clapped up turn 1. It's weaker later on, so at least you play the game.
Is it? Because I would say because Reapers in total have 500 something points of defensive stats.
Now, I'm saying like Reapers
Oh, you mean
before,
OG
like,
Reapers? Yeah, exactly. Right, they were very
Yeah.
weak defensively. That makes sense.
now
Right.
Reapers kind of have a little sign.
Right?
They can
Um,
like gravity. They can turn 1, they like Destiny Bond, and they have a decent booty, and you
and
could
they have a pop.
use Umbrage to negate an attack if you get desperate.
Right. So I think, yeah, things looking good. So I'm still waiting. Oh, you already decided. Okay, yeah, my bad. I thought I was waiting.
he's
for you.
gonna be a counter away.
Okay, cool.
Because, like, you can boost, you can pop, you can do a little something. So I
Mhm.
need to make sure.
No, that makes sense.
And, yeah, I'm gonna be coming after you anyway. So.
All right. So my question for you is,
Wait, what does Nips do?
so do you have an effect to activate turn 1 or start of the wave? Because I'll just do it if that way we don't have to.
Yeah, I guess I won't have to read.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna Golden Age. 'cause
Okay,
I should-
cool. When this card is
lose it.
summoned, target a Minotaurus avatar in your graveyard, summon it in your assault zone. So I summon Renrir in assault.
Yeah, I guess it's good to put Torch in there.
Yep, indeed. Now, next question that I need to ask myself is, how afraid am I? The answer is very. I don't know why I felt the need to ask the question. The answer is very afraid. Hey, wait a second. Okay, I have a question for gameplay purposes. This could have been really cool.
Ask
The
away.
attack of a... Okay, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Never mind. What I was going
What
to
was
ask
the question?
was about the
Okay.
Phoenix, right? I thought
Mhm.
the Phoenix targeted for its boost, where it says target... I thought it said target a wandering avatar you control and double its attack. Well, one of the cards in play, it's not gonna matter, I don't think, in the long run. One of the cards I have in play says, if a card targets a gladiator card on the field, you can make it target a different gladiator avatar. So since you are a wandering and a gladiator, can I still reuse boost? But I don't think that would work because 1, it doesn't target, and 2, it specifically says wandering. So even if the most I think I could do in that situation is make it target a different wandering card on the field rather than
Yeah.
one of my cards. In a mirror match, that would be fire though.
Yeah.
Anyway, the only other thing to really consider here is, no, I don't think that matters. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna stay bulky. I'm gonna stay defensive. Keep myself on my toes. You get me?
So,
Yep.
are we ending without King's Gladiators?
See, here's the thing, and I hate that you've put me in the position where I have to choose.
Me, you put yourself in this position.
Shut your mouth. Anyway,
So when he forgets he's Pegasus.
I hate you. I don't use the effect of King's Gladius.
Okay.
I don't use King's Gladius in this situation. Wouldn't make sense.
So Remus, does he even do anything in the assault?
No, he does not. He may as well be vanilla.
So it's just a 50-150. I guess you can
Yep.
boost whenever you want.
No, he can. I have to. If I want to boost, I have to do it on summon.
Oh,
so
on
during
summon.
wave start. And I'm choosing not to.
So he's also vanilla.
He is also vanilla. I'm just coming at you with 150 attack. You putting Torsion on the field, I was going to do something different, but you putting Torsion on the field in the counter zone kind of screwed up that plan, so never mind.
Yeah, that's what I had to
Right.
read, because like, I was
Oh.
like,
And I also need to
Nice
reduce
of you.
my Nexus gauge by 1 to 300. So I'm at 350.
So I summon I 250.
Okay. Wait, you're at 250?
No, I reduced by 250. Like,
Oh,
what
I
the
was
heck?
about to say.
Like,
Man.
what?
All
If
right.
you got me to 250, then sheesh, you're doing
Bro,
something.
I'm telling you, I have to be cooking. I must be cooking. I think I'm about to get beaten down.
I'm
though.
at
Let's see.
400.
I'm
Where
at
you at?
350.
350.
Okay, so how this turn plays out is tragic, but let's just get to it. All right, so movement phase 1 takes place. These cards move up. These cards stay where they
Mhm.
are. Battle phase 1 takes place. You are at 250 on Ryu.
You're at.
I'm at 250, and I believe I have turn priority, or do you?
No, I did because I.
Okay, all right, cool. So
Because I said I was gonna bounce you guys, but you
But you
didn't end up
didn't.
summoning any rank ones.
right,
so
yeah,
I
that was
can't
a
bounce
little mind game I played. Yeah, that was on purpose. I like that. All right, cool.
Okay.
So yeah, you get to attack first then.
Yeah, so I'm not even gonna need this. So I'll do this.
What the hell is that?
Oh, wrong one. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
What are you doing? All right.
Yes. So let me just make sure of it. So it doubles and it can attack directly.
Oh, I'm in so much danger. I hate this.
So it's basically like, do I wanna? Oh, I can win if I. So you have 100, and this guy has 100. Oh, so I can't win. That's 400. So if I double this, 500. These guys attack directly. So this is at 150. Wukong is at 50. This is at 50.
You're doing a lot of
But
math.
this doesn't. This doesn't
You're
kill me.
doing a lot of math.
Yeah, it's not worth it. I was basically deciding if I should activate Phoenix to boost Ryu and clear your defenses and attack with the gang,
Yeah.
but it wasn't going to be lethal. It's going to be 200.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 150, 50.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's going to be 250.
250.
So yeah, you'd be at 100.
I bet.
So like 250 from Hadrian.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not worth me dealing 250 for you to deal me 250 when I'm in the winning position.
Alright, if you say so. In that case, so I'm assuming you just attack straight up with Ryu into who?
Can he target himself?
He can. But I would only be at 150 defense. So basically, if you swing, Ryu dies.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So these all die. He dies too. The next battle that takes place is Titus Sorry, no. Hadrian attacks into.
Oh wait, pause. Cause
Yep.
I just so if I boost him, I can kill one of these guys.
Hmm?
Cause Wukong stuff, right?
Yes. Wukong staff would be activatable.
Disintegrate this one. When the current attack, this card can target card in any other zone on the field.
Mhm.
Okay, nice.
First time Wukong staff has been usable in that way. Yes, that is 100% accurate.
So we'll tribute Phoenix to. Actually, no, he's only at 50. Oh yeah.
Yeah. He
50.
would die. He would die, but he would reduce the damage that you take here.
So let's see.
And I'm assuming the card you have set is Wandering Anim. Assuming. It looked like that one, but I wasn't sure. Is that the one that gets you a card back from grave?
It gets the card that tributes itself, yeah.
No, it doesn't get the card that tributed itself. It says, if you don't mind me, right?
Yeah.
God damn it, stop! If a Wandering Avatar was tributed and sent to the graveyard, so destroyed doesn't work. It has to be tributed. So you would have to use the Phoenix. Add a Wandering Avatar from your graveyard to your hand. So you could tribute it. That way Anim becomes activatable. But you would have to activate Anim immediately.
Oh, so it's tributed.
Yeah.
Then okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is it when?
Yep, it's a when.
It's if.
Wait,
So yeah.
Is it? Does it
So-
say if?
It says if.
Ooh, that's okay. You know what? Fair enough. That's stronger than I thought it was. Because with if, you don't have to do it immediately. With when you do, if it's if, then yeah, you can just tribute and do whatever you want. Then
So if means I can be activated during the battle phase, right?
no. If it was when, then it's activatable during the battle phase because the when would happen during the battle phase. If it's if, then that means it's not making you do it during the battle phase, and it's not battle related, so it wouldn't work.
Okay. I guess I can get him back at the end. Oh, so I can get, but can I afford Ryu? 300 is kind of hefty.
Yeah, but that means you would have to do the tribute now before I attack you.
Yeah. I'm just seeing what having a great. I guess I can bring my Kappa. Yeah, Kappa would be nice. I only have one card though.
Wait, it only lets you take. I'm pretty sure it only lets you get Wandering Avatars back. Yeah, it only lets you get Wandering Avatars.
Yeah, I'm making sure if I had anything other than Kappa and Ryu.
Right?
Yeah, so it's either Kappa or Ryu.
Okay, I mean, you could get Phoenix itself back if you wanted to.
I mean, yeah. So
You've got options. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think we're gonna be done relatively soon. Right? So I attack with Hadrian. Actually, well, yeah, no, I would still attack with Hadrian
Yeah.
because it's battle priority.
we'll Phoenix boost and then we'll do
Yep. So
Phoenix boost Wukong.
Hadrian takes
Oh,
out the turtle, destroying it. Hadrian has 50 attack left. God damn it. Okay. I would like to go back because I misplayed and I want to see this deck at full power, but I have misplayed here. I should still have a monster in the defense zone. I should have activated Legionnaire to reduce Ryu by 100 attack, which means that I would have still had 100 defense left over from that onslaught. But then that might change what you decide to Phoenix. So does that change your Phoenix decision?
Yeah, because I would Phoenix
Yeah,
Ryu.
exactly. So you would Phoenix Ryu in that situation. So Wukong is at 50 in this instance. And that is the only thing that changes here. Yeah, Wukong is at 50. Everything else is still dead. Except Ryu would be back on the field. Ryu isn't dead.
Yeah, because he wouldn't die.
Exactly. He wouldn't die. He would be ignited. 450 minus 250, he would be at 200.
You already passed him, yeah?
Yeah, he would be at 200, and he would be ignited. Okay, so that's there. So he attacks. He destroyed that thing. He's got 50 left. Next strongest card on the field is me, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm at 150.
All right, I attack you directly for 200. which isn't saying it's not doing much at this point. It's not giving, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm at 200.
All right, cool.
I attack with 150.
All right, bet. Ow.
I attack with 100.
Sorry.
I attack 100. Both of these guys have 50.
Oh, that's why I was confused. I was like, wait, what? Where's? I thought you meant each of them had 100. I was like, what? So that's
wait.
minus 250.
Oh yeah, because since Blue Shell doesn't activate, he actually would have been finally at 100.
But since you didn't,
would it have been lethal?
No, it would not have been. I would be left with 50.
Okay, I guess it's fine. And you don't have any. You only have rank 1s left, so you're doing.
Yeah, so that's fine. I attack into Tuition with both of these, killing them, but putting Tuition at 50 attack left over. And yeah, that's it. Turn 4, draw for turn, but I'm pretty sure we're about done here. Also, don't forget to Wandering Anim and get your card back.
Yeah.
Bro, you showed up a turn too late. You've got to be kidding me. Why was this card at the bottom of my deck?
I'll
Oh,
get
my
Boss
days.
Guardian.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you both used Pot of Greed.
Yeah, we drew as much as we possibly could in this game, and somehow this dude was still at the bottom of my deck. He's the second strongest Minotaur. He would have been able to take out Tuition in that situation. Damn it! It doesn't change much, but he would. So let me rephrase. He would have taken out Tuition and still had his full attack in that situation.
Ooh, okay.
So that means I would be pressing you with 250. No, I'd be pressing you with 200, 450. So even though I'm definitely dying here, I would have been in a position to KO you. Right? Because with these guys being tied at 200, this guy would guard break whatever you put in the defense zone, still attack you, get the guaranteed. Yeah, basically. So it might have been a draw if I had drawn this one turn sooner. Because I have nothing. We might as well stop here. I can't stop you.
Wait, so how would that work? So you have, instead of the other guy, you have this guy, yeah?
Yeah, so instead of top decking Rakor, because Rakor was who I top decked and he was basically useless in that situation, I would have top decked. I already had Niprix. I would have top decked Asterius. Rakor would still be in the draw. This guy.
So he goes to attack Tuition.
So what his ability says is, on the turn, let me find it. It's not him.
Rakor.
It is Asterius. So Matador. When this card is summoned in the assault zone, if there is a card in your opponent's counter zone, this card gains attack equal to that card's attack. It lets you charge through your opponent's counter, basically. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So he would have gained Tuition's 200, swung into Tuition at 400, gone back down to 200. This guy would still be behind him at 50 attack, which means that after your defenses were cleared, I would still be able to hit you for 50 more. Then I would have 250, 250 at your defense zone. Clear your defenses with this one so I can still pierce and attack you directly, and then hit you for another 300, which at your current life point range.
Yeah, so this card, so I attributed him, so you discard around 50, 200, 250. So you have 250s, 200s.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and you can choose which one attacks. So you choose
so they're both
him.
200 exactly. So in a situation where I top
since he has
him,
boss rush,
exactly. Right?
These cards attack in the defense zone and inflict a card guard break.
Exactly.
So guard break, what does that do again?
It makes it so that if I attack you, it's literally piercing damage. If I attack you, whatever excess attack I have goes directly to your life points, but I still lose the attack as if I had battled a monster to try and balance that out. So he would have attacked you if you put down a monster, because you got back Boss Guardian, so I'm assuming you have 100 defense, but it would cost you 50 to summon, and you're at 200 life points now, so you'd be at 150 life points. I attack into the Boss Guardian, dealing 100 damage to your life points, and then I've got 300 points of attack still ready to go if you've got anything else. So literally top decking this guy, obviously it's not like a salty kind of thing, it's just interesting to see that with better RNG, Gladiators could have actually tied. Gladiators could have actually tied with the Wandering subset. I'm just really, really happy about that. right? Oh, that's that makes me happy.
So yeah, so I had Boss Guardian and Ifrit.
Okay, I mean, not much changes. Boss Guard, we swing into the Boss Guardian. I mean, the only thing that would be different is Ifrit's ability, I think, works on any wandering. Yeah, when a wandering avatar you control would battle, tribute this card, I become void. So you would probably tribute Ifrit, make your avatar.
So my question is, so it says when, right? So this is one of the battle phase one. So
Yeah,
if
it
you
is.
attack into Ifrit and Ifrit tributes itself,
Yeah.
wouldn't that nullify the attack?
So yeah, that's what I'm. So let's go through it. So I would nullify the attack. Summoning both of these would cost you 100 life points. With you being at 200, you'd have 100 left.
Mhm.
He would swing. Ifrit tributes.
Oh, so you attack.
Yep.
So you attack into
Yeah,
Boss Guardian
I would,
first.
I would attack into. Well, actually, yeah. If I just chose to not attack into boss, I could just attack into Ifrit first, and not you wouldn't be able to activate the ability. But assuming that I
Oh,
didn't,
would I? That's what I'm saying. So if you attack into Ifrit, would I not be able to activate the ability?
no, because it's when a wandering avatar you control would battle tribute. Oh,
Yeah, so that's what I'm
that's
saying.
that's a
It's
weird
would
one.
battle, not is attack. So you can break chain of momentum with this.
Yeah. So
Ooh, okay.
So you attack into me, I break it momentum and I take your card.
No, he doesn't steal cards anymore. He makes them void.
Oh, void, yeah. So I would void your
Although,
other big guy.
but if you did that, you wouldn't be able to kill me. The second clause: you cannot attack directly for the rest of this turn.
Yes.
Yeah, that is
So
true.
if you chose to do that, yeah, you would stop one of my attacks. So you would tribute him. He's in the graveyard. He's made void. Cool. This one at 200 attacks into you, destroys you. I deal.
No, so that's what I'm saying. Like you attack.
So
If you attack into
so
Ifrit,
let me-
and
let me-
Ifrit tributes itself,
that's what I mean. So wait,
does that stop the attack?
I didn't think that it, so I never considered that for Ifrit. I don't think that it should, but let's assume that it does for argument's sake, right? Because I think in that situation, instead of being a draw, I would just outright win. Because you wouldn't be able to attack me directly. I would attack you for 200, you tribute Ifrit, that's cool. I'm now void, so I can't attack the rest of your cards with him. He's over to one side. I swing into Boss Guardian with you because you're at 200. Destroy the Boss Guardian. I've still got 50 and 50, which means I have exactly lethal. Meanwhile, you can no longer attack me directly. So instead of being a draw, it would be a win for Gladiators if you used Ifrit's effect.
Oh, okay.
All right. So
So-
Gladiators can draw this. That's good.
Yeah, I also have Zodiac Barrier.
Zodiac Barrier would have changed the outcome significantly. So
Yeah.
in a situation
So,
where you Zodiac Barrier,
I would void him so I wouldn't take the piercing.
Okay.
You attack into me with your 200. Zodiac Barrier protects me,
Yes, it does.
and I'm able to tank the others. Because they're both 50, I have 100, I'm tanking them. And then I would kill you.
Pause. Well, no, but remember, if you used Ifrit's ability, then you can't.
Oh
attack
yeah, I can't
directly.
attack directly.
So we would make it to the next turn. I would be forced to swing into Boss Guardian because he's been on the no. He would have just been summoned back from the graveyard, so he doesn't have to swing. But the other one, Caligula, would have to swing. The
Wait,
only
who
other
wouldn't-
thing,
Who wouldn't have to swing?
this guy, Renrir.
You summoned him last turn, right?
But remember, we're putting ourselves back into last turn, aren't we?
Oh no, yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Last turn he would make it, but this is this turn.
Oh shoot, yeah, I'm being stupid. My
Yeah.
bad. So yeah, he would be forced to attack. He would swing into Boss Guardian. He would swing into Boss Guardian. Everyone in the situation would die. I would survive to the next turn. He would be at 200. This would be in the graveyard. So 200, 100. And with Zodiac Barrier in play, if you choose to Ifrit, we draw. Without Zodiac Barrier in play, if you don't choose to Ifrit, then I pierce when I attack, and we still draw. So that's the change that makes, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm missing something else. Right? Because if Ifrit's on the field and I can pierce him with this,
Yeah, so if I
you don't
use
use it.
Zodiac Barrier on Ifrit, does that stop the piercing?
no, it just makes it so that Ifrit doesn't take the damage. But That's not how guard break works. Guard break doesn't care about about whether or not the monster is being destroyed. It's just saying that the excess attack goes in. Oh,
Yes,
wait.
so that's what I'm saying, because it's the excess attack damage that goes through. And if I don't take attack damage, then there's no excess to go
No,
through.
because it's not attack damage that goes through. So how the guard break status works? Let me read it because that's a very interesting question, right? How the guard break status is, or rather how it's intended to work, is that's a very good, because like for example, ooh, no, that's an interesting question. Let's take a look.
Because I remember you saying you're trying to make piercing, and the piercing's like the difference in
because the thing about Zodiac Barrier is it doesn't increase your defense. It just makes it so that the damage you would have taken is taken by a different card, but then your defense is still low. So with guard break, let's take a look. Sorry, it's still, the rulebook is still loading.
I mean, that's fine.
Okay, so when a card with the guard break status attacks a card, wait, hold on. Do I have that backwards? Isn't guard break a status that I give you? Okay, so I have it backwards. I have it written down backwards in the rulebook, but it's fine. Let's just assume it reads the way it's supposed to. Okay, no, yeah, it wouldn't have worked. If it successfully destroys that card by battle, it is considered to have broken that card's guard. So by not destroying Ifrit, I would not be breaking your guard. If I'm not mistaken. As a result, its chain of momentum will allow it to attack your opponent directly. Yeah, so no. That
Oh, so it attacks directly as well. So if you have something else there,
exactly,
then it can't attack directly and it can't pierce.
No. So how it works is, if you attack a card with the guard break status, then your chain of momentum, you know how after chain of momentum you choose a new attack target, attacking directly becomes one of those targets, right? That you can choose.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So it just adds the ability to target your opponent directly.
Exactly. So that's what that does. It breaks the guard. It breaks that defensive line and lets you get through. So in that situation, with Ifrit being on the field, if you Zodiac Barrier the Ifrit does not get destroyed by that battle, which means that guard break wouldn't work in that situation. I would have to attack with Caligula to destroy.
So if it's not destroyed, the chain of momentum would break as well, right?
Yes, it would. So in that situation, if you you Zodiac Barrier onto the Ifrit.
So
Ifrit is still on the field. I would then attack with Boss Guardian. I would then attack into Boss Guardian with Caligula. We would still have
should be Ifrit.
Sorry?
Oh no, because I won't tribute him, because then I'll be able to attack.
Then you won't be able to attack directly. So in that situation, we do still draw even with that, because Caligula wipes the Boss Guardian, and then the last two 50s would have attacked directly. So we still draw in that situation. I think
because
Caligula,
because he would 100 into Boss Guardian.
Exactly. So,
and then
we have two cards left over.
With and then because
right. So I think Gladiators just tie. I think Gladiators again, not outright. We needed the right top deck, right? But it's just interesting how much one card changes the potential of the battle, right? That was really, really good. Thank you for the game.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing how we balance Wandering a bit. Because if we didn't have this restriction, if Phoenix was an attack only, we've seen our work on the Wandering is
it's paying off. That's making me, to be honest, I do still think the Wanderings need more work. As hard as it is for me to nerf them, I do still feel like the fact that we're this late into the game and you still have so many options, it's okay, come on, at what point do we slow? Because again, you never use the switch ability.
I mean,
imagine if you because one thing that we didn't consider is, what if you gave up on trying to kill me and switched with Ifrit? What if you switched?
Not even switch. If I used
Dragon Dance,
because I have my whole defense.
Right, exactly. What if you use Dragon Dance in that situation? What if you use Dragon Dance? The only way I beat you is if I use Titus's effect, which means that Titus beats over it. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, pause. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I think that even if you Dragon Dance, we still win. Because the counter that I took off came off of Ryu. Ryu was inducted at a point, right?
He's still inducted, yeah.
Right, so in a situation, because Dragon Dance has to be used at the beginning of the turn, you would be in the defense zone with 350 defense. I would be in the assault zone with Homeboy over here. What's his face? This guy lost the 200 when he battled your tortoise, right? He'd be at 50 attack, but with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other. No, is that enough? I'm bad at math. What's 5 times 50?
5 times 50, 250.
250 plus 50. Damn it, I'd be short by. Well, no, actually, hold on. I'd be short by 50 because I can. That means he can boost up to 300. Homeboy over here. Where is he? Where's Homeboy? This guy. Renrir? No. Where's? Right. No, Caligula. Caligula would then be able to attack into Ryu for the rest of the damage. No, Caligula wouldn't be able to attack. No other gladiators can attack when that happens.
You
So
can't
that means
attack
I would-
with anything else.
Nope, it's
Oh, yeah, is it
specifically
only
gladiators.
gladiators?
It's specifically gladiators, which means that Renrir would be able to attack for the remaining 50. His chain would carry him into Boss Guardian, destroying the Boss Guardian for 100. He would have 50 attack left over, so we can attack you directly for that 50. And then we still have 50 over here from Boy. So that would still be enough for lethal.
Oh, so wait, so
Gladiators
Dragon Dance here,
Mm-hmm.
you boost to
300.
300. I have
And that's-
350.
And that's assuming, because I made the choice not to summon Amazonia, but then you would have bounced her back, so it wouldn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Um,
So you attack once you attack into Ryu, you couldn't activate. No, because I couldn't activate Zodiac Barrier on Ryu, I guess.
no, you couldn't. So the thing about Zodiac Barrier is the only person who can really soak up all that damage is Ryu himself. So if Ryu's the one being attacked, you can't Zodiac Barrier onto anyone else, because no one else has enough stats to actually take the damage that Ryu would be about to take there.
Oh, so I have to transfer it.
Yeah, that's
So
how.
no one else has 300
Yeah.
stats.
Yeah, that's how the barrier works. You have to be able to soak up the amount of damage that the card in question would have taken. That's why I always barrier onto Ryu, because he's the only one bulky enough for it. Before you could, but again, we nerfed it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So
Because before it was just an
Ryu.
infinite damage sponge.
you have 50, 50, and 200.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess you attack into Ryu,
Yep.
and then
Finish Ryu off with the Asterius.
so yeah. So for your second attack, you'd
Mhm.
have
200.
200. If I use Zodiac Barrier, then
Ooh. Yes.
because Ryu would lose 50, so I can transfer that 50.
Yes, that 50 can be transferred. That 50 can be transferred. So I would attack into you. That wouldn't work. And then I would attack Ryu again for just 50. Ryu would get destroyed. But all things being equal, that wouldn't be enough to get through. But with Ryu no longer on the offense, Wukong at 50, Garrick at 50, and Barthol at 100. Huh.
So Buffalo would attack, and I will attack 400. That's what you have.
Sorry.
No, that would still work. That would still work. So you would still have lethal. Wait, hold on. No, I would have Tidus. I would have. No, wait. I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, Tidus was there. Because
Okay.
Ryu attacked Tidus to destroy him.
Right. So I still wouldn't die in that situation. So without Ryu being on the offense, I don't die that turn. And with Ryu
Yeah, you
being
don't
on the
lose
defense-
Tidus.
Okay, so I mean, again, we're going back and forth on the theory. I do want us to get to the next game, but I think where I'm landing
yes.
is gladiators have a lot of options here, right?
I mean, yeah.
yes, this
So
is
I
my
feel like we established that, like, yeah, dragon dancing, protecting, because I feel like doesn't that clear your
it doesn't
defenses?
Yeah, it doesn't. You mean my offenses?
Yeah, because
No, I wouldn't die.
Hadrian wouldn't Hadrian die?
Nope, Hadrian would attack. Oh wait, no, yes. In a situation where Hadrian boosted himself up, Hadrian dies. He takes in that 300. The bull attacks for 50. That gets soaked up. Ryu is still at 50. The next guy would attack at 50. He would crash with. Actually, no. Well, actually, no. That wouldn't matter so much. Never mind. I was about to say maybe I don't attack into Ryu directly, but in that situation, I swing into anything really here at 50. Crash, probably kill Ryu and myself. And then Caligula can't attack in this situation because I've boosted up Hadrian. So I would have 150 plus 200. I would have 350 stats in my offensive zone.
And also, since Ryu isn't there, I'm not going to be able to kill you, so I can actually activate Ifrit because it says I can't attack directly, but I can still.
That makes sense. So
attack.
So Ryu would have.
So 300 voided.
300 voided. I would then
200 into 350 because they all have to attack. So you attack with Hadrian. Ifrit tributes to void Hadrian.
Okay.
You attack with Asterix.
Probably into Boss Guardian.
And we'll do Zodiac Barrier onto Boss Guardian.
Boss Guardian. So Ryu takes a difference. Ryu loses 100. And then
you attack with your
the
50.
Last guy into probably Boss Guardian again to put him at 50. Yeah.
And then I would have to attack with.
That would be the play.
I'll attack 100 into Titus because he's the attack booster.
That makes sense.
And then we'll also attack with these guys.
So what I'm seeing is if he's at 150, 50, 50, and I have 100 plus, this would be at
so
150.
we both have 200. I guess you can use Titus to boost to 150,
yeah,
and
Titus would be at 250. This would be 50.
So they
50,
all die, and
so
Nipsis will survive with 50.
Effectively, right? So I've got 50 in defense, which means that at the end of this turn, I mean, you could choose to.
That would die. He was voided.
Yeah, he was voided at 300.
This wouldn't die as well.
Yeah, he resets to 250. He's at 200.
He didn't attack.
And he would be at 100. So 100, 200, 250. All of this would be dead. So unless you Kieran back over, you still can't kill me on the next turn, on the turn 5. Which would leave your defenses exposed. But also on the turn you Kieran. I changed it. You can attack directly on the turn you Kieran, which means on the next turn you can Kieran, and we both die. So
so it's still a tie.
Yeah, it's still a tie. I think in any.
I guess I could. No, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any.
If I Kieran, I can't switch.
Yeah. I genuinely don't think there's any way that Wanderings get out of this without a tie, which is impressive on behalf of the Gladiators, honestly. The fact that they were able to, because I feel like Wanderings still aren't completely balanced, and the fact that they were still able to hold their own, impressive to me. Right?
I mean, there isn't like anything. I guess maybe it's because the Gladiators did so well, but like, is there anything specifically that you'd say maybe felt unfair that you should have changed? Or do you think this isn't an accurate depiction of where you want the level of the game to be?
I think, if I'm honest,
I guess we can like test Reapers and see how well they do against this, and then we'll see from there, I guess.
That makes sense. I think when it comes to the Wandering subset, there are a few. Some things are fundamental. Some things are core to the deck that I wouldn't change. Like, for example, Tuition coming back, right? Tuition, when he dies, coming back. So he's effectively 400 stats for 200 life points, right? I'm okay with that. It does feel strong, but at the same time, I feel like it's iconic to the deck at this stage. It's one of the things you can't do anything about.
Wait, 200? Oh yeah, because he comes back an extra 100.
Right? The Ifrit interaction where he tributes himself when he's attacked. It seems. I think I want to leave that alone. That's not something I ever intended on how it would work. I don't know if you remember, but originally
Efix is like other. So if it becomes a problem, you can just add when another wandering card
Yeah, so
you control would battle. So
because how all the rank ones were initially intended to work is, I don't know if you remember, but way back when they all said when a rank 2 or higher wandering avatar battles, activate X, Y, or Z. But I found that too restricting, and that the rank ones needed to be able to help each other. I never considered a situation where one could help itself because it tributes. That being said, I don't think it's broken because, yes, in this situation, I don't know, I feel like it does what it's supposed to, because if I attacked into a different card and Ifrit tributed itself, then that means it's done what it's supposed to do. Attacking into Ifrit when he's the only card in the defense zone, well, he just negates that attack, but that's the same thing as if you just attacked into the body.
The attack.
Yeah, that's the same as him just taking the attack. The only
it's
thing
just
that
like
gets in the way of is
this
like
specific
guard break.
thing.
Exactly.
Would be.
Exactly. It gets in the way of the guard break interaction, but I think that's okay. Right? It's not a power that I intended him to have, but I think it's not a bug, it's a feature. I think it's just good that it's a feature now.
Yeah.
That's absolutely fine. Right? Who else did we get to? A lot of people got to shine in this. Wukong did pretty good. Monkey King staff would have been difficult to deal with, but the sacrifice that he would have had to make in the process, I'm fine with that. I think I think I know who I'm not the happiest with right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Phoenix. The Phoenix is the one card that I felt like, because you never really needed to use Ryu's abilities to gain power. You could have, but like you never really needed to, and there were better effects to use.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like Phoenix with every card but Ryu, right? Because with Ryu, on the turn where he is boosted by
because like I could have, if you summon this guy, because this guy he was actually putting in work, like this too. So I could have like switched Ryu and Torsion and boosted him.
Right. So Ryu gives you way too many options.
Cause you gain my attack and then I boost my attack with
the Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
So I think Ryu by himself makes sense, but then,
but wasn't that your idea when envisioning Phoenix? Or he gets past any attack. He's the ultimate battle trick.
Yes, but I feel like the cost isn't significant enough, because, like, for example, let's say Ryu Kirin's boosts up to 350 attack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then on the same turn, you summon Wukong. Okay, well now he's at 400 attack. And then you Phoenix, and just like that, he's at 800 attack. Yes, he loses 50 off of the Ignite, so he's at 750. And then at the end of the turn, he loses 100 because of Kirin, so he's at 650. But that's still a monster just hanging out on the field at 650 attack, right? That can do other stuff. Like, yes, Umbridge...
Wait, Phoenix's boost permanent?
Yeah, the only downside to Phoenix is that he ignites you. Right?
Nice.
So when you do that with Tuertion, okay, 400 attack coming at me, that's not as scary, right? But and not even 400, it would be 350 because of the Ignite. Same with Wukong, 350 because of the Ignite. It doesn't feel as
I guess
bad.
the difference between this and the other rank freeze, that the other rank freeze, like their attacks reset.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryu, like, so you turn 1, you get to 750, and you're resetting your attack. Me, I get to 800, but I attributed Phoenix, so I can't get that crazy attack boost again. And I also need to use Wukong as well, which is only on summon. So it's like a big combo.
Wait, are you defending the Wandering subset right now? This man is defending the Wandering subset. I never thought I would see the day. I never thought I'd see the day. God damn.
It's just like
no, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Yeah.
The 750 big boosty guy. I was like,
yeah. No,
maybe
I
Umbridge like, cause like he's meant to be on that same level. So him reaching 800 by sacrificing, because both of them require setup. His setup is you need to like make everyone gladiators up, and then you like, and he goes back to his, and he resets his attack. So like, if your opponent doing anything like assault thief or like anything nasty with it, like swapping your attack and defense or anything, like you can just zoop back up.
That makes sense. I think.
Because you ignite him and like.
Yeah, I mean Ryu has the ability
From the
to cleanse
battle-
himself. If he dragon
but he has to
dances,
go
he
to
cleanses
the-
himself. Yeah, he loses a turn of offense, but then he would lose 50 attack and then nothing more than the 50 attack is what I'm saying. So he doesn't even suffer the full negative consequences. Well, actually, technically, he would lose 100 because at the start of the next turn, he loses 50 more. But he dodges part of the consequence from that even.
I mean, that's what 2 stacks. He only dodges 50 attack because ignite is a 3-turn thing.
I have a counter. I have a counter to the point that you just made. Yes, Ryu does in fact give you, so he has potential to give you what, 650, 700 attack. That's awesome. That's the kind of level that other cards are outputting, but he also gives you defense, which none of the others do, right? Umbridge has 0 defense. Hadrian can't use his effect defensively, right? But Ryu can give you 350 defense as well. I think either Ryu or the Phoenix needs a tap, right?
So, I would say maybe forcing you to use your defense then.
What do you mean?
Like it burns, like this Phoenix like burns your attack completely. Cause I feel like didn't it go to 0 before?
What do you mean?
So after you use Phoenix, your attack goes to 0.
Oh no, before you use Phoenix and the card that you used it on gets returned to the hand. But then that just means you get to summon it again.
Yeah. So I would say it makes sense for this to burn your attack completely. So he would be forced for even to become remotely
But
useful. He would be forced.
I don't understand. What do you mean by burn your attack completely?
So his attack would go to 0 at the end of the turn.
Okay, you double your stats, but you go to 0 at the end of the turn.
And then like next turn you'd be forced to use Dragonos to even have like Ryu be useful.
Oh, it hurts, but I think it makes sense. I think that might finally be enough to just push them in that little bit over the edge that they need for balance. Yeah.
Because like if it's like a crazy like the ultimate battle trick that you will win, but you will never win again.
Right?
A last resort. I'm winning this battle, but
Wait a second.
I'm retiring
Neo
after
Shock.
this.
Neo, how did you play all 4 Iron Kappas with the Wandering subset?
I got rid of the babies.
The babies? Who?
So I
mean,
play.
he's asking about snatch rating of Wandering. Did you use a
Yeah,
snatch
because
rating 7 Wandering card?
You used Ryu. Doesn't Ryu have a synergy rating? Yes, Ryu is synergy rating 7.
Yeah, so you
And
can activate its effect.
And
At
Garrick is
13.
synergy rating 4. I mean,
so Ryu was a 7. Okay.
yeah, I mean, to be fair, you never really used his effects, so I'm not mad about that. I'm
Yeah,
not
so
mad about
you
that.
You can't use his effect.
Which actually makes me feel a lot better about what just happened, because it's like, okay, it's not that you had options and you didn't use them. You just didn't have the option to use Ryu's effect. He was effectively just a body on the field, which I'm okay with. That makes it a lot better, actually.
And you know what's best?
What?
I can imagine players thinking that their opponent can use Ryu in this situation and playing around it. So it's just so
Yes! The mind games. Because you don't know your opponent's deck composition. You just see the card on the field. You're going to assume they can use it whenever they want to. Oh, what if you played a mind game on someone where you just didn't use Ryu for like 3 turns? And they're like, oh, they must not be able to activate the ability. And then on the 4th turn you did, just to mess with them? That would be crazy. Oh, that's a whole different level of mind games. Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah, because free, West is free, Mercury is free.
Yep.
and Garrick also.
Yep.
You have
Garrick
to
is
like,
4.
if you wanna use them together, you have to get rid of Garrick.
Exactly. So that changes up the entire strat, which I mean, again, because so
I
that
guess
means
the bounce did come in useful because I did like
Exactly.
150 with the bounces.
No, the bounce was 100% very useful in my opinion. If not for the bounces, I would still be at 250 life points. I would have more than you right now, I think, or at the very least be tied. So the bounces were 100% instrumental. That just means that the switch play that we talked about at the end wouldn't have been possible, which just
Yeah,
makes
I'll
it feel
just take
more
the
balanced.
tie, I guess.
Yeah, so it would just be that's really good. Oh, I would like to personally try this game because I'm a card game freak. Fell in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, Onyomi and others. I've never heard of Onyomi, but that sounds like a vibe. I would...
Zane probably has. I mean, he's also a
Right?
card gamer.
Thank you very much.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What's
Oh.
Onyon? What's it like?
Onion?
What did you just say?
The same thing you said.
Oh my day. Anyway, thank you very much. I'm glad that you've enjoyed just like the playtesting vibes. It's still in very early stages. I'm in the process of. It's time to shill my app. Has there been an update? Oh? No. Okay, cool. So this is the, let me bigabize it on the screen so you can see it. So rather than making it a physical card game that people can play, I'm in the process of creating a mobile app that will hopefully be available in about, I want to say, a year and a half's time. So right now we're doing the playtesting for the cards that will go into the game. Let me just sign in real quick. So you sign in, you've got the story mode option. Let me just make it so the screen focuses. The places where you would battle. Let me go to the deck editor because that's what we just finished working on. You enter the deck editor and you see the cards that we've been playing with all evening. Quite a few of them are already in the game. You've got like, I'm sorry, it's hard to do it like backwards. You've got like the Wandering. I'm messing it up. This is a terrible ad. Okay, I can't. This is so hard. Why is this so hard? I'm just gonna tap on it myself. Yeah, this is. So you would tap on the card. You would get to see its card data. The abilities are also there. These are the old abilities. Don't worry about that wall of text. I promise you, it's like 1/3 the size, if even. Because before we had we were putting down the effects without like considering comfortability of the players per se. We were just figuring things out. Now that the effects are figured out, it looks a lot nicer, so don't worry about that. So this is the game. And yeah, it's in development. It's what I spend all my time on, aside from like work itself, and I hope to be able to share it with you soon. And that's it. Whew. All right, sorry for the shill, boys. So let's go back over to the game. Right. So yeah, all things
I'm actually
considered,
surprised that I didn't accidentally cheat with Ryu.
that was good. That was good. I'm glad you didn't accidentally cheat. Right?
Get a deck plus check.
Right? I'm just thinking, right? Because I mean, with how I want to try gladiators against reapers now. So I'm just gonna reset.
I mean, I guess to be fair, you were right. You did indeed solve the mix.
Yeah, it took a lot of thinking, but I think this is definitely like the ideal way of going about it. So this is the Minos Gladiator. I don't need the ID cards. Here's the
To be fair,
resource
like
deck.
I actually did end up. I was like, it wasn't like instrumental because remember when I discarded Journey's End, like you got pressed. You're like, sheesh, I would never do that.
Yeah, I never. I can't believe you discarded Journey's End, bro. I can't believe that's still wild to me. I always use that card because you never know how turn 1 is going to go. What if you need to switch up your strategy? Like oh my days.
Just come up with a better strategy, I guess.
Wow. Okay.
Just
Yeah,
start
it's just
winning.
confident
What?
in his abilities.
Start winning.
Alright, if you say so. Let me just make sure that this is nope. So these are the wrong versions of the card because we haven't updated it on yours. So apparently you can't spawn the ones that I've got. So I'll spawn these for you. Reaper subset runes.
Yeah, it's loading and everything.
Who else do you want?
This is a hefty one, so just give me the generics for now.
Alright.
Also give me like the ancient beasts
Alright.
Ugh, cringe.
Umbridge is at SR7 though, so Umbridge can't work with Ancient Beasts anymore.
Yeah, I mean they're just booties.
Okay, alright, bet. Just have the
Umbridge is at
booties.
7. Why you do that?
Umbridge is at 7. Umbridge is at 7 now.
Oh yeah, cause he used to be a 6.
Yeah,
Oh,
he used to be
yeah.
6 before, like
Oh,
Ancient.
that's
Yeah,
right.
before,
Yeah.
yeah.
You killed me
Yeah.
before I even played.
Man, because Ancient Beast Reapers
made
was
a broken
actually
deck.
a vibe. Yeah,
Maybe.
man.
I mean,
Yeah.
imagine
Zane
having,
got hit on the ban list before the ban list even came out.
imagine having offensive pressure for first 2 turns before playing Reapers, and then you drop Umbridge.
Yeah,
but
that's part of why I made the
Consistent offensive
change.
pressure.
Yeah, that's why I made the change, because it's like, oh wait, hold on, that is insane that you can do. So I'm glad I actually caught something before Zane tried to break it. Like, you had already seen it, of course, but you hadn't had a chance to break it yet. So I'm glad that change got made, right? Because that was too crazy. The only difficulty was like, okay, rune management, but Umbridge doesn't really need runes to be insane. He just needs Call of the Immortal to protect him, and then he's chilling. Now, honestly speaking,
Yeah, I feel like you got the right deck, but I don't think your opening hand, because like that last guy who was golded, I don't think you can gamble on not drawing him. To be honest.
But see, here's the thing. This hand, and it's still the same problem that this deck had from before. It's too loaded. Like, realistically speaking, Sam Knight didn't do that much, but that's primarily because she kept on getting bounced.
I mean,
Although-
yeah, but you can gamble on drawing her because like
That's what I was about to
it's
say, yeah.
impactful, but it's not
meant-
impactful to like that
You
crazy.
make
'cause,
an
like, that guy
excellent point.
put in
No,
work.
you make an excellent
Like
point.
he was literally the win or lose.
Yeah,
I draw him.
top decking Kim was a win or lose kind of thing. I agree with you.
And you literally spent the whole game not doing anything, and like yeah, not playing Samurai
I
was
wouldn't
even
say-
helpful to.
I wouldn't not, but again, let's not go over it because it's the matchup. Remember, because
Yeah,
in
yeah, it's the matchup.
with Samurai getting bounced every turn, at a certain point, it's just losing 50 life points for the price of free, right? So
I mean, that's I
at a certain
appreciated it.
point, it's like, okay, maybe stop summoning the rank 1. She's not helping, right?
Yeah.
Right, but I don't think I think she'll have her use, but I agree. I think Asterius.
I'm actually like surprised how
important.
good Iron Carpers did, because like
Yeah.
I feel like you low-key sled them. You're like,
No,
Definitely,
I've
they
always no. To be honest, I've always
What
been
were they
scared.
doing?
I've always been scared of Iron Coppers. Like, before we even play tested them again, I touched them without saying anything to anyone, because it's like, this has the potential to be the most oppressive thing. Because before, you could just target anything. Before, how it worked was you targeted the highest
Yeah.
defense and the highest attack monster your opponent controlled, and they have to send one of them back every single turn, right? So if it's Ryu, if it's Umbridge, it doesn't matter. You're either destroying their offenses or you're destroying their defenses, one of the two. So that's... So, like, Iron Coppers have been goated, but no one ever gives them the time of day, right?
I just find it hilarious that you said with a straight face. I actually touched him without telling anyone. and
Shut-
he just
shut up.
kept rolling.
Shut up. We're not talking about it. Let me... The Minos Gladiator
Oh, that was actually so funny. Like,
resource deck. Save. Overwrite. And
So-
then... Yep.
I missed last week's stream, and you made changes to life points and costs, right?
Yes. So,
So it's 1200, and
yeah.
the costs are.
It's 1200 and rank 1's cost 50 now. Those are the only changes.
Rank 2's 100 and rank 3's 200.
Yep. All the rest is the same,
Mm.
right?
Hmm. I guess
yeah, I
I'm
definitely
going from,
felt that.
I'm going from building rank 1 only to rank 2 only.
Yeah, basically, right? It just changes the dynamic, because it was like rank 1's were kind of cheesy, where it's like, hey, just spam them out for the price of free. Just combine a bunch
Yes.
of good rank 1s. So
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
was,
what's
I
gonna
was
cost on it?
nice. You're like,
Yeah.
that literally was the reason. Like, you could have tied because like Ifrit was costing me.
Yeah.
Ifrit was costing me. Phoenix was costing me.
Exactly.
Like,
It made you make more decisions. I loved that. So yeah, it was an indirect nerf to the Wanderings as well. I am still. Oh, I've made a mistake somewhere. I sense I've made a mistake. What did I do wrong? Minos Gladi. Oh, I got the S wrong. Just delete this. Yeah. But yeah, no. The game has felt more balanced since that change was made. So I was nervous about it at first, but I think it ended up being for the best. What else? Yeah, that's basically it. So there are some decks that were worked on previously that will have to have their balance tuned just to bring them in line with some of the changes that have been made. But for the most part, things are looking good. You know.
So the only card that can trigger Umbrage is Hound, right?
Yes, but a change was made to Umbrage. Let me just double check to make sure I don't talk out of my ass. Okay, yeah, so you don't have to. Umbrage doesn't have to be destroyed by a card effect to pop anymore. That's
okay.
a change. So if he, let's say he gets destroyed by battle somehow and you haven't used his other effect, then he can still use his pop, right? But the only one who can force the pop is Hound. You are correct. Right? So that's it. I'm curious to see what you build. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick while you build, but yeah. Oh, yo, Mango Knight. I'm chilling. Sorry, I didn't see. It took me so long to check messages. We were going back and forth talking about game balance and everything. I've been good. I've been working on the game. You know, just putting my head down, feet under the water. That's not a saying, but anyway, I hope you've been good too, friend. And Reaper, I'm glad you're excited to play. I'm looking forward to letting everyone actually put their hands on it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Ugh. Okay.
Alright, time for playtesters to ruin the stream. Let's go.
So what's happening, guys? Where are we dropping?
I don't play Fortnite, so I don't know where the hell.
I mean, there's a bunch of games where you can drop now.
Yeah, guys. So subscribe to Neo. I'll subscribe to Sol. You know that.
Yeah. Hey guys, I wanted to announce my new project. I started an NFT collection. Support your boy.
No. You don't understand. This is gonna be the next Bitcoin. It's gonna be better than Ethereum.
It's the next Web3 project. Sheesh. What the buzzwords?
Yeah, how many buzzwords can we fit in?
Never before seen.
It's the next Zoom.
Oh,
Whoa.
Oh,
Wrong ears. I have returned.
Anything, don't worry.
Yeah, you don't need to look for it.
I don't know if I can guarantee them. Can I trust them? I feel like I can't trust them.
Can you trust me?
You asking that question made it so that I'm not sure. I thought I could. Right? Okay. All right. We're gonna pretend none of that happened. Whatever it was, it didn't happen. Let's move on. Neo, while you deck build, I'm gonna go back over. Zane, let me send you one of the subset prompts, right? Because I've got.
Oh yeah, because like, what's happening with like the cookie monster?
Doble. Doble got bumped up. I'm putting Doble in year 1.
Yeah, about Doble, because
that's what
you said you wanted it to be synergy rating 4.
Yes.
For it to be less splashable, but you need to. But it needs runes in the deck to work.
It does.
So it greatly reduces synergy rating of its deck already.
Ooh, it does.
That's why it was 2. Because
It
if it's 2 and
does.
you splash it with 6, you have only 2 runs in your deck. If you draw one of them, you have only 1 play with double, and otherwise it's just vanilla.
Okay, double A might.
That's why it was so low.
That makes sense. Okay, I might push for 3 then. I might meet you in the middle and push for 3. That makes a lot of sense. Play SR3. That you make an excellent point. Fairs. But yeah, I bumped them up because it's like they're interesting. They're not super strong to the point of being absurd, so I can realistically see them around the power level of what we've got going on in year 1. So they get put in year 1, and then some stronger stuff got pushed back, and that's kind of my mindset. It's like, okay, pace it. So even if something weak gets invented currently, so basically what I'm saying is don't try and power escalate. Just make things that sound interesting, and we'll place them in years according to where they make sense. If something is too strong, we will either nerf it or we just push it way back. It depends. We'll see. Right?
Problem for future soul.
Exactly. We make it future soul's problem because I don't want to deal with that shit.
By the way, yeah, the references and everything, I put them in a zip file for chat.
Perfect. Thank you very, very much. I'll pick that up after the stream. Now, there's a couple of
So,
different
Zane.
ones. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's say if random scenario, you're building reefers. I don't know. You're looking for an extra card to be nice with it. What are you saying?
Golgotha, Queen of the Giants. Easy. Boost
But you're
Umbridge by
trying to
another
be
100.
I'm a visual thinker. I need to look at stuff. I can't.
I'm trying to recruit in. He's got a mind of
Of a tiger, yeah.
2 Pegasus, you know.
What, cheating?
Okay, so what if Zane, could I give you this, the Fleshbound subset? So the prompt
I mean,
for this.
you can give me a bunch.
Okay. Oh, perfect. All right, excellent. So I'll get a couple that I want to try and see get fleshed out. They've all got the prompts written down on them, so I will make this anyone, and I'll just drop them in the game dev chat. So I'll grab this one, change to anyone, done. Fleshbounds are one.
I mean, you have my email, so you can just share.
What does Magnum
I'm
Opus
lazy.
do? What the heck?
You just need to, when you click share, click the box.
Well, yeah, but then if I want to share it with anyone else, I have to add them, and it's just and you see.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
that
why
way
it's
anyone,
weird.
but that way anyone that has link has addition purposes.
Oh right, yeah, you need to be able to add to it. God damn it. Okay, all right, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
yeah, that's why I'm just make me
Okay,
the editor, and
yeah.
then you think.
Okay, so I'll make you the editor on the ones that I share. Okay, cool. God, I was so excited to be lazy. You've ruined this for me.
I mean, yeah, I will still do the job.
Yeah, well, still, that's not the point. Okay, it's the principle. Are you good at science?
I'm math, physics, chemistry.
What kind of science are you talking about?
So I'm talking like chemical reactions kind of thing. So I had this idea for a subset where it's a combination is like the main focus of year 1, where different things are combining. So I had the idea for a card where it's like, okay, this is H2. This is O2, and then this card is H.
So
this card is
hydrogen.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
then you can
So
combine
the
them.
Aqua Dragons, basically. So if you know that, you know his concepts.
Okay, yeah, exactly, basically.
There's
Right.
that. Also the
Yeah, okay.
what
Sounds
was that
good.
Gemini chemist thing too.
I'm tutoring kids with math, physics, and chemistry, so yeah.
Perfect. So I'll add in.
I know about of the science.
All right, excellent. I'll add in the Forge of Creation subset. I will add in. I kind of want to do the Pantheon subset myself, but I feel like you'll also do a good job with it. They're gonna be waifus. I'm gonna do it myself. I'm gonna do it myself.
Oh, yourself, huh?
I'm gonna do it myself.
We
No, but
no waifus in this game.
the concept is so
Half-
cool.
half
No.
a year later.
Listen.
They're gonna be waifus.
Uh-huh.
Listen, you need waifus to sell, okay? Okay?
we
Not
all
arguing.
told you
Just
that-
saying, you want to keep them for yourself.
Yeah,
That's kind of the.
Listen.
No.
No,
Listen.
no one said it. Really?
Yeah, but the concept is gonna be really cool because it's like it's the pantheon of Greek gods, but only the female ones, and then their evolved forms, their ascended forms, are the male Greek gods like Zeus, Poseidon, all that kind of stuff, but they're waifus, right? It's gonna be great. It's
Yeah.
gonna be fun. All right, so I'm keeping that.
Yes.
It's mine. It's mine. You can't have
It gives
that one.
it gives me Dislight vibes.
Yes, exactly. Right. So what else
I'm
can I
currently
do?
playing Dislight, so yeah.
Oh, I've been. Is it fun? I've seen the ads. Like I saw the Zeus
It's
ad.
tons of fun. It's awesome.
Okay,
awesome
I
music,
might actually try that.
Awesome art. Yeah, it's gods, music, and street art, bro. And every character has like 3 albums with music made, and you can listen on Spotify, etc. It's fire.
I want to play now.
Free
Why have you
promotion
done
on
this?
stream.
Why have you done this?
So they just got reduced into what?
I already don't have
1% Master Duel, 5% Snap.
Why have you done? I don't even. I barely play Snap anymore. It's so annoying. Right?
Because you don't want to, or because you can't.
It's to be honest, it's
Because
a little bit of both.
there are more important things.
Yeah, basically, like if I had nothing else to do, like when I have nothing else to do, then I play Snap, right? Because like it's still fun, but like
Yeah.
it's not like a main thing I have going on. I'll give you the Silk Circuit subset because you know they're all dudes, so. So
Not
you-
interesting
With
enough.
contempt in your
No,
voice.
not interesting.
So much contempt.
When he says it's all dudes, watch me make auxiliary deck card that's a mummy and make it a reverse harem.
Ah.
So it's just like, I want that back now.
Ah.
Please, hand him over. I'm keeping that one again. Don't worry about it.
Um,
Want at least 1 bar.
You can have the plant. Here you go.
And then I'll give you one more to make 5.
Yes, the choking
These guys
vine will
are
be an
bookshelves.
attack.
These guys are bookshelves. You're not making them horny.
The Hecate subset
Bet.
is a subset. I mean, they could be waifus. There's waifu
mean,
potential.
You're underestimating my ability to make stuff horny.
Bookshelves horny.
I mean,
Okay.
honestly, like what my approach to it now is what I've realized is I was going about this the wrong way. With every subset that I make, I feel like every subset needs to have at least one waifu. Right? That's actually in the back of my mind as I've been making
I mean,
things
not
as a person.
really, because if someone wants dragons, they want dragon.
Oh no,
They
yeah,
won't
you
take
get
dragons.
dragons.
Are you
Dragons.
sure about
You get
that?
dragons, and then if you want, there's a waifu dragon, right? Like for example, wyverns. A waifu doesn't really make sense in wyverns, right? Like it wouldn't. But when wyverns get more support, when they get more support, maybe.
Waifu incoming.
No, I'm playing with you. You could do a
At
cool
least
subset that's like
one.
adding chains on hydrocarbons. What does that mean? You could do a cool subset that's like adding chains on hydrocarbons. They attach in different ways depending on the placement of the branches.
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
All right,
Why
let me
are you
translate
doing
that.
this?
That's some chemistry.
that's a
right
mix
there.
of
That's actual chemistry.
A line between chemistry and biology.
So,
Yeah, it's
so
a
you understood
long
what she
chain.
said.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
all
yeah, I
understood.
understood
So
Excellent. Okay, so you do it. You do it. I'm too stupid to make a deck like. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
He's an English teacher, guys. You can't
Exact-
judge him. English.
exact-
you can't expect too much,
Literally.
bro. It happens.
I'm not even going to deny it. Exactly. You're right. Right? Stop. Right? Okay, so I'll give Zane these 5, and that's gonna be Zane's little pocket of the universe. Oh wait, my screen hasn't okay, no, my screen has been on what I've been doing. Dude, you asked for science? Shut up. Shut up. I asked for someone else to do science, okay? There's a difference. There's a difference. Don't you disrespect me like that. No, I'm joking. Thank you. All right. Neo, are you still
I need
deck
rest.
building?
No, I'm done.
It
I was
doesn't
just
look
looking for
like it.
something, but it's fine. Yeah, I was like, because I was gonna ask you, like, how does Magnum Opus work?
Magnum
'Cause-
Opus?
So the same effect, it increases your Nexus gauge or
Apostle.
Yeah.
reduces your Nexus gauge. Why would you
Yes.
reduce your Nexus gauge?
Well,
I guess
there
to
are
gain
going-
priority.
It could be to give you priority. One, there are going to be decks that will potentially benefit from their life points being reduced in the future. So again, it just gives it potential future application. But most people would go with the first effect. Nothing makes you use the second one.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's pretty weak though.
Weak. If any, this has the potential to be busted. That's the one generic card that I'm the most worried about. Because, like, for example, imagine a situation where I use a card, get all the use out of it, then remove it from the game and get the life points back from it before it can get destroyed.
I mean, yeah, but that would I guess like a body.
Well, yeah. I mean, ideally, that's what you'd want to use it on. Right? But again,
Yeah, I guess like this might be nice. Wukong, like getting Wukong's
yeah.
crusty self off the field.
Right, so it's one of the few ways in the game for you to gain life points. There aren't many Nexus Gauge increase cards, and so that's what this is. Oh, by the way, so this is important. I lied. This card isn't as strong as it seems because the cost is a lot bigger than it seems on paper. There was a change made. One to the Ascension and Combination mechanic. Well, no, Combination is basically the same.
Okay.
Where you use a rune, you combine two cards. It's mostly done with runes. All of this is in the rulebook, by the way. Ascension is now different. Rather than having like a card effect that brings an ascended card out of the extra deck, it is now a case of if a card has an ascended form at the end of at the end phase of the turn, you just remove the card from the game and summon the ascended form of that card. Right? So at the
Is
end
it
phase, you
mandatory
to remove it from the game?
and rank up here?
Yes.
Oh,
Right,
okay.
so that's what an
Yeah.
ascension is. You remove it from the game, you ascend into its higher form.
Oh, as in like, is it
Awesome.
mandatory for you to ascend?
Oh
like,
no, you don't have to. It's a summoning mechanic,
Oh.
just like an XE summon.
Oh.
Right?
So at the end of the turn, you have like this option.
Exactly.
Ascend?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, no.
Exactly. Right? So if you have a card in your extra deck with the ascend option, you can ascend, remove from the game. However, when a card is removed from the game, it no longer counts towards your deck's active synergy. Right? So, that then makes you think about it. So, for example, Maxim Opus, she's removing cards from the game to increase your life points. Well, the card that you just removed no longer counts towards your active synergy. So it changes how you approach deck building, right? So you're going to get these really powerful effects for basically free, but you have the potential. Well, no, it won't let you deactivate your deck's active synergy, but you get what I mean. You're forced to build your deck in a way that allows you to reduce your active synergy by 1. So if you have a synergy rating 7 card and you've only put 7 of the cards from the subset in your deck, then you wouldn't be able to ascend. You would have to put in at least 8. That way the deck doesn't get deactivated by you doing that. So you're forced to make different deck building choices, sort of balancing out the power of Ascension with the other like generic things that you can splash in.
Okay.
Right, so Zane, since you're going to be working on decks, in case you were planning on having Ascension in any of them,
Bro.
Yes?
You've already destroyed like 3 of my decks. No worries.
Yeah, so I have to say, like, you just basically told saying that if he wants an ascension, he has to add an extra card per ascension
That's
in
the
the
point.
main deck.
That's the point.
I like the Ascension because Ascension could be different previously. Like
Yes.
how you ask on the card itself.
Yes. Okay, so you're really going to like the third option for summoning. Because there's a third one now. This is going to be the one that comes out last out of all of them, but what you're looking for is a contract summon. Right? So you have ascended avatars, hybrid avatars, and unbound avatars, right? They all go in the extra deck. They all go in the vault, right? That's what that's called. Right? Ascended
Wait,
avatars.
which one is which?
It's
So-
no longer auxiliary.
Yeah, no, that was too long. It's called the vault. It's called the
My
vault.
day.
It's called the vault, right?
It's a good
Wait,
choice.
which is which? Which is ascension? Which is combination?
So Ascension, you remove a card from the game at the end of the turn, ascend into a higher
No, no, no,
form. That's an
which,
ascended avatar.
which vault card, which type of vault card is used for ascending?
An ascended avatar, right? So an ascended avatar,
And for combination
is
is
that hybrid avatar for combination.
hybrid. Okay.
And then the last is contract summon. You get an unbound avatar. What a contract summon is basically the old version of Ascension, where a card can activate itself in effect to bring itself out of the vault, right? That's why it's called unbound. So rather than coming out by the regular mechanics, it's like, hey, I'll make a deal with you as a player, do X, Y, and Z to bring me out of the vault, right? So a lot of the decks that you might have made before, Zane, that might have involved Ascension in some way, would now fall under contract summons rather than being
Yeah,
Ascension.
I agree. That kind
Right?
of fits.
Exactly. So I just made more sense because everything started falling under Ascension and it started getting more and more vague and confusing. So it's like, let's just make a clean divide. So yeah, those are the primary differences you need to be aware of if you're going to be making anything.
I mean, yeah, summoning mechanics are like a like good way to like freshen up games. And it's like
Exactly.
every year, like we'll release an these guys
Yeah.
unbound.
Yeah, that's the plan. So year 1, we do hybrid avatars, combination summons. Year 2, Ascension. Year 3, the unbound avatars, and that is all I really have planned. I don't want to do too much feature creep before the game even comes out, so we're gonna leave it at that
Yeah.
for the time being.
It's already a lot, and we
6 years in advance.
can
So
always-
step 1, step 2. I watched Death Note one time. Now I know to plan 65 moves ahead.
Man, just thinking about the Minotaurs, you know how they can't use swords? Could their previous swords become cards, Curse Blade of? That would be amazing, sweetie. That's a great idea. If they ever get support and become a major subset, their old swords could be runes. So just write down the names as you're writing. If anyone is interested in writing for the lore for different subsets, because we're doing that now. I've hired someone to work on writing the lore for the cards for the story mode of the game. Nat's helping me work on some lore. I'm obviously working on some lore myself. But if anyone fancies himself a writer and would like to take a crack at, putting some pen to paper on some subset stuff, I would give you a prompt and then you come up with the story effectively. Or there's
you
certain
gotta
forms
hit
can be
me
the
with those
Minotaurs.
then.
Sorry?
You gotta hit me with those then. That's my specialty.
I bet. Love to see it. So I can hit you with the prompt, and we'll take it from there. So I need to send you a message, and I need to send Zane a message after stream, right?
I guess as the designated tester, I'm ready to start.
Excellent. Let's go. Yeah, if everyone's sort of falling into everything's sort of falling into place,
Exactly.
right? Or their ascended forms could be the Minotaurs reversed with the swords. That would be amazing. Nat had a really good idea for the lore for the Minotaurs. It actually came out pretty fire, and I think it's gonna just make people like the subset even more. But we'll get to that another time. Shuffle. Heads or tails?
I mean, heads.
Damn it. Okay, cool. You got turn priority. And I am going to start with... What deck are you playing? You're playing Reapers. Oh, you're scary. You're a scary guy, you know that?
I try to be.
I don't like the way you look
I
at
mean-
me.
I think it's the card artist fault. So scary.
Man. Remove... Nope, that's too soon. We don't want to do that. Ooh! Think so. Yes, this is perfect. My brain, it's so big. It's so big. Oh no.
But are you sure?
Wait, hold on. If this works, I'm insane. If this works, I'm the best at this game. I have turn priority. Yeah, you're gonna give it to me. I know you're gonna do that because you're petty. You're petty like that.
You're deprivating me, so we'll find out, I guess.
Alright. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try something. This could be absolutely god awful. This might be the stupidest thing I've ever done. But it could also be amazing, so we'll see how this goes. We'll do that. Not you. And that.
Oh yeah, ew! I realized why I don't play with that. What the heck?
Like I said, ew.
Disgusting. Is the Thanatos guy like the compose?
I mean, fair, I suppose. Oh, I hope this is the right way of going about this. This deck is still top deck reliant, but remembering how much draw power we have in the back pocket, three potential draw options. I feel confident. All right. Okay, so whenever you're ready, let me know. All right. All right, is that you good?
Yeah, that's me good.
All right, let's do it. I reveal Caligula, Gladiator of the Chariot in the Assault Zone.
So pop, and I guess I'd have to pop you as well. Okay.
Why are you talking like that, my guy? What's your issue?
Scythe.
Okay. I reveal Provocator, the Gladiator Queen in the Defense Zone.
Grimace.
Shoot. Renrir. And 2 runes. Oh, yay! Thank goodness! Oh, I was so scared! I was so scared that Renrir would go to waste here. Okay, good.
Umbridge, yeah.
Okay, wait, what did I put? Have I made him?
No, sorry.
Okay, no.
You're big brain.
No,
bro. You're
I've
big
got
brain.
this.
You're
I've
not
got this.
making
I've got this. Okay, so wave start. I have turn priority, and I choose. Sorry, I need to make sure I get this right. Okay, I activate card exchange. I discard Hadrian into the graveyard to draw 1. Do you have a response?
Are you sure?
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
Okay.
No response.
No response. Are you sure?
It goes back to the open game state, right?
Yes, it would go back to an open game state. However, I just need to double check something. Hold on. Who is this? Scythe? Where's Scythe? Okay. Okay, got it. And you do... Got it. Alright, cool, yeah. I'm choosing... So if you're choosing not to respond, yes?
No, this is on summon, so I do have to respond.
Oh, okay, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, who am I chaining myself to? So pop and pop. Yeah, I'll chain myself again.
Okay, in response, I activate this rune. Wait, why do you keep throwing my cards away?
I accidentally touched him and I was gonna see if he would tribute himself or something. Like,
in response, I activate CCC. When an effect is activated that targets a gladiator card, I get to, so that's the first part, then I get to choose another gladiator card. Do you have a response?
Ooh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, you see it, don't you? You see the vision. You see the vision.
Mm-hmm.
All right, do you have a response?
I guess I don't need to. I could just protect him.
Okay, I chain
Provocator. I guess it's
Provocator.
fine.
I chain Provocator, the Gladiator Queen, to the graveyard to put a gladiator to induct every card on the field into the Gladiator subset. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any response?
So does that destroy herself?
Yeah, she destroyed.
Yeah, destroyed this card.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll activate.
Oh wait, and did I draw
Scythe to protect him?
I never drew one. Sorry.
So you have 5 cards. Yeah, so you can draw.
Yeah. Activate Scythe to protect who? What?
Oh, actually, if I don't protect, then I die.
What do you mean?
Cause I'm bound to you. I'm guessing you bound me to Provocator.
No, why would I do that? No, I bound you to yourself. I'm binding you. I'm binding Grimace to Umbridge. Yeah, right? See? Big brain play! I told you! I told you! Right? I mean, if I didn't know you were playing Reapers, I probably wouldn't be able to plan for something like that, but come on! You gotta give me some props for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice.
Yeah! Alright, let's get a move on. So, movement phase 1. These cards. Why have you entered my space? Get out.
I mean, why
Alright.
not? I'm the Umbridge, king of the underworld.
Okay, well, if you're making the choice to declare an attack, I'm gonna send you back, king of the underworld. So do you declare an attack?
I mean, yeah.
Alright, cool. I activate Render's effect. Goodbye. Move this up. Wait, what is... Okay, yeah, that's fine. Battle phase 2, do you activate an effect?
Yeah, I activate
Yeah.
Scythe on Umbridge.
Yeah, that's a smart decision. Yeah. When Caligula declares an attack, actually... Ooh. I'm being greedy. Can I afford to be greedy here? Think so. Actually, yes. Yes, I can afford to be greedy. I swing into Grimace and activate the effect of Colosseum. Which says... Sorry, I need to find the card. I think I know what it says. Where are you? What? Titus? Caligula. When this card declares an attack on a gladiator avatar, the card that would have lost the battle is destroyed. Now, this... Oh, wait, hold on. I'm actually confused. Does that work? Okay, so new gameplay scenario. Think so. In a situation where we would both be destroyed by a battle, who is considered to have lost that battle?
The defender.
Okay.
Why?
So if you attack the defender, it's considered to be lost.
That makes sense. But what if it's in the... Okay, yeah, because even if it's a counter zone situation, the counter zone card is the one defending. If we're both destroyed, because I've attacked and I've successfully destroyed you, but I destroyed myself in the process, but you
sacrificed
Is that-
yourself, right? It was planned. You knew you would die. So
that
it's
makes
not
sense.
losing.
That
But
makes
did
sense.
he lose? He also achieved his goal. He's the defender. He defended the attack.
Ooh,
So did he
that-
lose?
Oh,
Yes, he did.
wait, no, but that makes sense. It's the same logic flipped back around.
Yeah, the
right?
heck? Like,
Because
what do
the-
you mean? That logic is not...
He flipped it. He
It's-
flipped it because, like, he's supposed to defend by destroying the attacker, and he destroyed the attacker. So did he really lose, or did he do his job? Right.
So it's obviously a tie. Like, they both achieved...
Ooh, that's interesting. I've never actually considered that. In that case, I won't declare an attack. That is a really cool. Yeah, no, that's just cool that that's never happened before, because this says the ability says the card that would have lost the battle is destroyed, rather than saying if. I feel like maybe the ability itself should be reworked. I'm not going to do that in real time now. To say that if this card, if the opponent would be destroyed by that battle, just destroy it now, because that's the intended effect. But the way it's currently written, it's like, hey, if I'm about to attack and I would lose the battle, destroy me, which is supposed to create some risk, I guess, for balance, where it's like, okay, if your opponent boosts their attack at the last minute, you could destroy yourself with your own effect, which I think is actually good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna leave it the way it is. Okay, cool. I don't declare an attack.
Yeah.
And that is,
Kinda
or actually,
Didn't want to
wait.
have...
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I mean, you can carry on, but kind of wishing you an attack right there. What the heck? I'm not trying to get you free guys.
That's. I mean, on the next turn, I can make it so I have 3 anyway. You're not doing too much for me, my guy.
So when does Nightingale trigger?
Nightingale triggers, I don't think it has a
Nightingale
set time, but if anything, why am I looking for the actual card? I should be looking for this. Oh no, so it is when the wave starts, so it's at the start of the wave.
Yeah.
It is at the start of the wave.
So when it says wave start, I guess it's throughout the entirety of wave start, so you can like conscript me during wave start. And
Actually, no, I
Yeah.
don't. No, I don't think that. I don't think that's how it would read because it doesn't say during wave start. It says when the wave starts, which means like. For
oh yeah, it
example-
says
yeah,
when.
Right,
Yeah.
like so an on summon effect has to be used in the first chain of the wave because it says when this card is summoned, so it needs to be the first chain
Yeah,
of
yeah.
wave start. Similarly, I think this reads as though it needs to be the first chain of wave start, so I couldn't quickly induct you and then use this, right? It would have to be the first thing.
The
I do.
first, yeah.
So with that in mind, no, I will not be declaring an attack. Thank you very much. I'm gonna leave that there. We move to the next turn. I need to get my life points sorted out.
No. Wait a bit, bro.
Oh,
have
okay. You got
runes.
something. You got something. Alright,
I'll
alright.
ignite you and I'll card exchange.
You ain't gotta do all that. You ain't gotta do all of that. Alright, cool. Caligula loses 50 and then 100 at the start of the next turn. And we move
Yeah,
to
so
turn
that's
2.
why I was like, because that's why I was like, should I activate this?
I mean, if I had attacked, you wouldn't have been able to activate the rune. You needed to activate that before the battle phase.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was like, I wanted to die. That's why I didn't activate
I
it.
see. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Alright, turn 2. Let's get started. Draw. I don't know if I like this top deck. I don't know how I feel about this.
You're big brain soul. Why are you worried so much?
Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So now, ooh, wait a second. No. I might actually have a galaxy brain here, because now,
We
think.
went from big to galaxy.
Pause.
Jeez.
Pause. I know what to do.
Oh, yeah, we didn't do the Nexus, did we?
I did mine. You snake. You
I mean, what do you
snake.
mean? We didn't do
Yeah.
the Nexus, did
Nah, I did mine. You better get
we?
yourself
So
sorted out.
200, 100, 350.
Remaining the correct game state.
Mhm, So,
Listen. All right, you
Really?
reduce that 350. Reduce that 350 immediately. Although that 50 might be a good thing for you because that means you get turn priority.
yeah.
Let me just think for a second because I don't.
Oh,
wanna
so
get this
I
wrong.
have the first action, well, but you can change. So even if I try to remove it from the field,
Yeah.
or can you? Does it tribute for cost? If it tribute for cost, then you definitely can't.
Who tributes for who specifically?
For example, Hound.
Let's take a look.
Depends on the world.
Does
So,
it destroy
Hound
for cost?
says destroy this card. Yep, it destroys itself for cost, but that wouldn't stop. you
It
from-
doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't destroy the other one for cost.
No, that's the effect.
Yeah, but if it was old Cronus, I'm pretty sure old Cronus tributed for cost.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, actually no, because like he destroy. Oh yeah, because he destroys. Then he stops the chain of momentum from being stopped. Yeah.
Yep.
So old Cronus would have been nice here.
Old Kronos was stupid.
He was nice. What are you
Old
talking about?
Kronos
He
was
was an
stupid.
upstanding citizen.
Old Kronos was dumb. Okay, was dumb.
He was an
Um,
upstanding citizen.
Okay, yeah, I think I know what I need to do for this turn. Take you. We'll take you. Oh, this could be the dumbest thing. No, like legitimately, this might be one of the dumber things I've attempted in life. But it could also be amazing. I don't have any follow-up if I do this. Think, Saul, is this actually worth it? Hold on.
I just find something that's actually hilarious because, like, since we have like the ID system,
Uh-huh.
or did we got how did the ID system work? Because like the ID system, now you just click on the card and it shows you, right? It shows you what it says.
In the actual game, yes.
So, because like in TTS, like you can like see what card your opponent has based on like what the ID cards they have.
yeah.
But in the actual game, like there's no ID system place anymore.
No.
Right?
Yeah, it'll be completely blind. I'm actually really looking forward to the game getting to a point where we can playtest in the game, like beta testing. But that won't be for a while because like first we need to add in each individual subset because at first it's only going to be Wandering and Forest Guard. So
yeah, so that's going to be a while.
Yeah, it's going to be a while. All right. So as for the rest of my turn.
Oh yeah, Cronus. Oh, I forgot that Cronus starts stacking now.
Yeah, you probably should have got Kronos out sooner.
Yeah. Missing out on 50 attack.
He starts at 50 now, yeah?
Exactly, that's a free attack.
No, I'm asking, does he start at 50 now? If I'm not mistaken? Like, what's his original attack?
No. 150.
What does Kronos' ability say?
It can exceed 300. It's here.
Okay. Okay, let's leave it for now. When I made that change, I had also attended to, because I remember we talked about reducing Kronos' original attack. That way he can build up.
Yeah, and then we established that 150 was the average level for stacking units.
But then I countered you by saying all of those stacking units are supposed to attack directly, or are supposed to clear out the defense before attacking directly, whereas Kronos' entire job is to hide behind Umbrage and then attack directly. So it's not fair for him to be on the same level as them, remember?
Yeah, and we said we'll test out and see what happens.
No, that's that part didn't happen. That part didn't happen.
I'm looking at
I
the
was
card,
supposed to reduce it.
150. I
I just made a mistake because I always update the ID cards, not the base cards. So I must have not updated his base card. He's not supposed to be at 150. you know he's not supposed to be at 150.
I mean, you can't not get him at least. I mean, honest mistake, you know, like.
I mean, it is.
I was meant to summon him. So
I was debating between 50 and 100 for his starting attack because. So Zane, and I'd like your input on this as well, right? And Gear Team, you as well, if you have any thoughts, because how he's supposed to work is. Kronos is the primary attacker. Kronos at 300 attack is supposed to clear through your opponent's defenses by taking out any card in the defense zone and then boosting back up to 300, taking out the entire defense. Kronos hides behind him, and every time Umbrage uses his ability, Kronos gains 50 attack. That way, Kronos is just a direct attacker, right? But if he starts at 150, that means from turn 1, you can deal 150 damage to your opponent every turn. Actually, 200 because he'll use his ability. So unless your opponent has some massive defense, from turn 1 they're taking massive damage, which I don't think makes sense. So I wanted to start Kronos out at either 0, 50, or 100. That way he has to build up to that role of being that secondary but direct attacker. I feel like that makes sense. Neoshock, for some reason, doesn't agree.
Okay.
Okay, so Kronos is rank 2, right?
Yes, he's a rank 2.
It's rank 2, and he starts at 150.
Currently he's at 150, so wants him to be 50-0.
50-0.
Yes.
I'm paying 200 life for a card that will give me 200 value.
100 life.
I'm paying 100 life. And
Yes.
wait one turn to be.
His effect only activates if Umbrage as well, so you have to commit turn 1, 300.
Well, that's if you decide to do both of them turn 1, right? You didn't do that in this instance. Maybe that wasn't necessarily the best play, but yes. So you commit to that, but by doing that, you're getting guaranteed direct damage on your opponent, right? Because no one is putting up. Sorry?
How is it guaranteed?
So imagine that turn 1, because again, we're blind turn 1s. Your opponent doesn't know what you've got going on. You put up Umbrage, let's say you take Sickle, so you can boost Umbrage to 400 if you need to, assuming your opponent gets something that crazy, but I doubt it. So you're probably better off taking Grimace for defense. So you take Grimace, Umbrage, and Chronos. Umbrage clears out the entire defensive line at 300 repeated. The chances of Chronos getting off that first 100 direct damage, it's very high, realistically speaking. And then every turn after that, Umbrage attacks first, Chronos follows up. By the next turn, he would be at 150. So if turn 1, he would attack for 100. Turn 2, he would attack for 150. Turn 3, he would attack for 200. Most decks don't start dealing direct damage until like turn 4. Right? But in this deck, because again, it's not based on him. It's not his own fault it's not his own power that I'm looking at. His role in the deck is to hide, because he can't get higher than 300 attack, because if he goes higher than 300 attack, he would have to attack before Umbrage. So his role is to always stay behind Umbrage, let Umbrage take out the defense and attack directly, which I feel like that's a lot of pressure to put on your opponent turn 1, especially from turn 1, especially because that's from turn 1 you've taken a rank 2 summon away from them, right? If the plan works. If it doesn't work, tough titties, right? That's how plans go, right? But if it does work, turn 1, your opponent loses a rank 2 avatar that they would have summoned this game, or 2 rank 1s that they would have summoned this game, right? When you think about it like that, that's a lot of value in my opinion.
I mean, so what I would say is like, so the way you just said, the plan is simple.
Yeah.
You attack. If it doesn't work, GG's. Like, top titties guy. Like, your plan didn't work.
I mean, you don't
like,
you don't
there's
auto
actually,
lose. You don't auto lose in
most
that situation.
defenders-
You don't have to attack turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Just saying like, you did 300 to plan, and then 300, and then you have to like put the other cards. So like 350 to 400. So you're already down hefty Nexus gauge.
But what you know, but if you're summoning Umbrage turn 1, which you just did, the only difference between what I just described and what you just did is 50 life points. You lost 350 this turn, right? That's just what it is to summon Umbrage turn 1, right? He's a 200 cost card. Nothing's gonna help that, right? So in terms of the life point differential, the only real difference is 50 life points. So I wouldn't count that as being too heavy.
I mean, we're talking about 50 attack as well.
What do you mean?
50 attack
The difference is 50 attack.
heavy.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
We're talking about a 50 attack difference. You're saying you could accept 100 or 50, and he's at 150 right now.
No. I'm talking about the life point cost. I was talking about the life point cost. You
Yeah.
paid
Yeah,
350.
And
we
his
compare
attack
it.
is 50.
We compared your life point cost to the
His attack.
value that
Oh,
the card
that's what
brings.
you meant. No, I didn't get what you meant. No, I still disagree personally with you guys, because one thing that we still haven't factored in is from the next turn, if you open like that, from next turn, you can play Sickle to then boost him up by an extra 100 each turn. Right? So as he currently is right now, from turn 2, he will be at 300 attack if you use Sickle, with Umbrage clearing out your opponent's defense. If your opponent is not able to deal with Umbrage at 400 at a potential 400 attack by turn 2, GG's effectively, because Chronos is just waiting there ready to strike. Come on.
So
Hmm.
you think pressing your opponent isn't like what? You're meant to be pressing your opponent. If your opponent doesn't deal with your cards, then it should be GG's. Like, if you, because you can
No,
use
but-
effects.
No,
to- you can,
I'm not saying so. One, your deck is Reapers is the only deck with actual destruction removal effects. That's the first thing. So they can't get rid of Umbrage that way. They would have to either reduce his attack somehow or do something else to get rid of him, costing them
Yeah.
resources. But then, if he is destroyed, he can still use his nuke ability to destroy a card in the defense zone, making it easier for Chronos to still attack directly. Yes, you'd have to figure something else out, but you have a rune to bring Umbrage back for the next turn. Like, it doesn't make sense. Come on. That is ridiculous.
okay, we can try it at 50.
Not
and see.
not to mention, we haven't even talked about Destiny Bond that you have hanging out in the back, 200 defense, linked to one of my monsters if I didn't do the gladiator play. So if I destroy you, I still lose a monster. Then you come back with another 200 attack in the counter zone. I have to deal with that while also dealing with 300 plus 150 in my assault zone, which just keeps on getting... You really made me think I was crazy for a second. I questioned myself. What do you mean?
Yeah, but do you?
Yeah, because like, you can use effects to stop it. You don't have to use your big booty.
But are you taking
Would
into
a-
consideration your own pressure,
I
your
would...
own advance?
That's a solid counterpoint. That's a genuinely solid counterpoint. The difference here, I would say, and this is me being 100% honest, is my biggest issue is that practical guarantee of, okay, either I have to play defensive or you win. Like, I have to invest my all into defense, or you just chip away at my life points from early in the game, just building and building and building. I feel like that's a lot. Letting you deal 100 damage on turn 1 if you get through, that's solid. If you don't get to deal that 100 damage, you can still build up over the course of the game. I feel like Umbridge is aggressive enough on his own. You don't need more crazy offense right behind him, right? Like his ability will still let him get to 100 attack from turn 1, and he doesn't lose that attack. That's his original attack now, right? So letting him build silently in the background, I feel like is a better role for him than him starting at 150, which means that from turn 1, if the strategy works, you deal 200 damage turn 1. That is a rank 3 that your opponent just never gets to summon. Whereas, yes, I have a lot of pressure, but even if you've got just, hey, a single card in the defense zone, or just some degree of a strategy, you can probably stop that, right? Also, with the deck this aggressive, the aim was always for them to be weighted more on offense and less on defense. Sort of like gladiators, to be fair, right? They've got access to destruction effects, which no one else has. They can get Umbridge back. Well, not if he uses the destruction effect, to be fair. You can't get him back in that situation, but still, right? I would say I'm still leaning more towards that 50, but we can try 100 for this game. Let's try 100 and see how that works.
Yeah, okay, we can meet in the middle.
Yeah, let's meet in the middle for now. I have a feeling in the back of my throat it'll probably still end up being 50, but let's see how well the strat works in practice, right? Because it's one thing to imagine it, it's another thing to see it in action. I'm just theorizing, like, having a bad Reapers just seem like a bad time. Like, I wouldn't want to play against Reapers. You guys are evil. You guys are actually evil. Like, if I hadn't done yeah,
you still would have, because like you got Provocateur making you foot, like your turn 1 absolute defense still protects you from that.
but in a situation where I don't know you're playing Reapers, and I don't bring along the rune that lets me target a different card when a Reaper avatar is targeted, my Caligula would be bound to your thing, right? Which means that not only do you have that defense, but if I choose to destroy you, I lose one of my primary attackers, right? It's again not the biggest change in the world, but it's worth weighing in on, right? Let's continue with the 100 stat change and just carry on from there, right? Is that the end of... Yeah, that's the end of turn 1. Turn 2, did we draw? Oh, yeah, I've put my cards... Yeah. I'm waiting for you! I put my cards down ages ago. I just remembered.
What the heck? I'm done too. I'm just having a nice conversation over here.
Yeah. No, it's fair. I hear what you guys are saying, though, because it's one thing to see how much pressure... I'm focusing on the pressure of Reapers, but what about the pressure of other decks? Like the pressure that I was able to build up last game, the pressure that you were able to put up last game. Honestly, I don't think Reapers would be able to stand up to that amount of pressure the way that Gladiators did. I mean, to be fair, they didn't really stand up to it, they drew, but the fact that, so they would have to meet that pressure with equal pressure, I guess. Which is, it's interesting to think about. All right, so okay, so you have turn priority because your thing is lower. Would you like to give it to me, or are you keeping it?
So you're summoning... Yeah, you can have...
I reveal... Oh, I forgot. I just remembered my plan. This is a stupid plan. This is such a stupid plan. Last turn's plan was big brain. This plan is... It is not my finest work. I will not tell a lie. Think so. Don't be dumb. How does that work?
Be smart.
Sorry, give me 2 seconds. You do... Okay. Think. Does that actually...
So Zane, are you working on the
50?
archetypes now, or are you just like chilling?
No,
I
I'm
haven't
chilling.
sent them yet.
I'm playing
Yeah,
this
wait
like
for that one.
Oh, you haven't
Okay.
even sent.
No.
So
Alright,
what did you say you were doing, Zane?
assault
I'm
zone,
chilling.
Yeah.
I'm playing this light. The new
Oh,
event
this
drop.
light.
Vibes. I
New-
summoned
new
Claire in the assault zone.
Okay.
No, also, Umbridge would be here.
Oh yeah, because moving phase 2.
And it's-
Weird draw.
Wait, what?
Gal.
Okay, cool. Why did you put it on my side? I summoned Amazonia.
Cause I'm claiming it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, on my side. Yorgo.
Okay. Cronus.
Kronos, that makes sense. Asterius the Nameless in the assault zone. And 2 runes.
2 runes.
Damn, we really matching each other blow for blow here.
Let me make sure I'm sourcing up.
I'm
So this. Oh, it's not.
worried
It's
about
not.
this.
It's not a rune. Yeah. Because I was like, huh, 2. Yeah. So it's a ward and 1 rune.
Wait, what?
Ward in the defense zone and 1 rune. I
Oh,
was
okay,
like,
okay. You confused me. For
I was like,
I bet.
There's
So,
some magic happening, so don't worry.
yeah. I just put the monster in the rune zone. Don't worry about it. It's a special
Um,
ability. You didn't get it.
see, now this is where I have concerns. I guess, and this is the deck you're playing on. Really, playing against really determines how useful this ability ends up being. I guess I use Deorsum to target the cards in your assault zone and turn them into gladiators. So I'll make him a gladiator. Any response?
No, you can have it.
Okay. I hate the risk that I have to take here.
Then
Don't
don't.
take it.
Exactly. Like, don't take it, bro.
I feel like I don't have a choice.
There's always a choice.
Think, Saul. Think. Focus. How would that actually work? Oh, I might have screwed it up already. I might have screwed it up already. Not even screwed it up. I already feel like I'm running low on options is the thing. Because the next obvious thing is to get the Hadrian out of the... You know what, I'll just explain the plays in my head. That way you guys can say what you think, because that's the point of playtesting. Now, right now, Umbridge is bound to Grimace. If Grimace is destroyed, Umbridge is destroyed, right? So my main priority is trying to force the activation of Reaper's Scythe so that Call of the Immortal gets triggered, right? Now, ideally, I would like to be able to destroy Umbridge twice, right? To be in a position where Umbridge would die twice over, but my deck doesn't have the capacity for that. Like, there's no way for me to put you in a position where twice over you would face death as Umbridge. So my best bet is to put myself in a position... Well, what I was going to do was send this card into the Nexus, force you to protect Umbridge by destroying this, and then destroy this card, right? Destroy the Scythe, so you don't have Call of the Immortal anymore over the course of the game, which makes it easier to destroy your other cards, because you've got that defensive wall no matter what I do. But that being said, if the card that you have set right there is a card that rescues cards out of the graveyard, I lose the game, because all of those resources just went to the graveyard for nothing at that point.
Yeah.
Now again,
Because she would die from the Nexus as well.
exactly. That's
Like, a bunch of stuff would happen.
right. So she would die
Grimace
in the
would
Nexus.
go.
Now the difference is with him only being at 100 attack. If in a world where I didn't explain this strategy to you, I would attack into this, get destroyed, come in here and attack. Now I think some players would defend the Scythe by protecting itself in that situation, and some players would have the foresight to be like, oh, let me protect one of these 2 cards that is susceptible.
I
to
mean, you'd
destruction.
have to tell me that you're going into the Nexus, so I would know. Or do you not have to tell me anymore?
During movement phase 2, you decide where to go, right?
So initially, when it comes to the game, when you put the input in your controller, you put where the card is going. The question then becomes, does your opponent get to know about that information? I feel like it adds a level of technical play if they don't know beforehand.
Yeah, I like that idea as well.
But wouldn't
Right.
that lead to like clarity issues if you're not declaring that?
Because I mean,
You know,
I mean,
like-
yeah. So it's like, because we've set like a pretty clear precedent from
If a
like
card enters the Nexus,
being as clear as
then
possible.
you
No.
still have a way to, like, at the end of movement phase, you can do stuff. You see it's already in the Nexus, and it will die at the end after being in the Nexus. So it's not like
exactly. It's
Your
not like you
opponent is
can.
gaining a lot of advantage. No, he's just
It's
trading
not like you
for
can
your
do a lot of
support
stuff.
card.
Because again, transparency is one thing, and I agree. I like the idea of transparency. Look, both players know what's going on, but at some point you're holding the player's hands too much. There should still be a skill gap somewhere. This seems like a relatively minor thing to not disclose, because again, you know all of the cards in the assault zone. I've declared it. That's the point of the declaration. You know what's in the assault zone. I see the argument on both sides, because again, that clarity, like, I might have played a different game if I had expected you to go into.
Yeah, because I could
The
actually
Nexus.
scythe like right now, like
Mhm.
during wave start or like at the start of movement phase, and like,
Right.
oh, you're in the Nexus. What the heck? Because
Exactly.
you don't
but-
get there till the end
okay.
of movement phase.
But counter argument. When you're declaring what road you would take with your card, your
Mhm.
opponent gets to play, and maybe you would want to choose where you go depending on your opponent's play. So by declaring it early, even if your opponent don't know it, you can't change it. So
True.
it's also a skill on your part.
Oh, so no, okay, yeah, no, I agree with saying, because that is very true. I would have to decide by the even if you don't know what I'm doing, I have to decide by the declaration phase if it's going into the Nexus or not, right? So I'm not allowed to change that line of play. If you do something that screws up that strategy, I'm stuck by it, right? I'm stuck with that. Because this is a mechanic that we rarely ever use, to be fair. This is the first time in a while someone has tried to send a card into the Nexus.
Yeah, because the cards in the Nexus are pretty
yeah,
weak
yeah,
right,
right,
now. But as the game progresses,
right. Yeah, no, I think I agree. It does add that level of like, okay, a degree of player skill. You have to anticipate, like, okay, if my opponent does this, I'll do this. But if they do this, I need to be prepared.
Yeah,
Those-
I guess
yeah.
I'm fine with it. Because I guess it kind of simplifies it in a way, because now you have like less things, and it like, so now you don't have to like keep telling your opponent. It's not something else you have to keep track of. You yourself are keeping track of that.
I agree, and you know, one thing, if this were staying a board game, I would say that you would have to tell your opponent during the declaration phase, because there's nothing to stop you in an IRL game from changing course, changing your strategy halfway through, and just being like, oh yeah, I had planned to do that, right? Because it's IRL, it's not tracked by anything. But since we're using the app can track for us, like, okay, the player intended to do this, we have to hold them to it, rather than an IRL situation. So yeah, while as a board game, it makes sense to declare, but yeah, no, for the actual game, you don't have to declare which way the assault card is going.
Oh yeah, wait. So I feel like we interpreted what Zane said differently. So the way I interpret it is like, in the declaration phase, you don't have to choose if it's like going to the Nexus or not. So you have the flexibility depending on what your opponent does. So like, you don't, or during the declaration phase, you don't choose to go to Nexus. You only choose to go to Nexus like after like the boards have been like set, for example,
Oh,
like
Zane,
during wave start.
Zane, is that what you were saying?
no.
Oh, okay. I
that
thought.
wasn't what it is.
Okay, for a second, I thought. 'Cause-
Yeah, you understood me correctly. I don't know what Neo is trying to do.
Wait,
Yo,
so
why are you doing this to me? I thought I was crazy.
so
for a
during
second.
declaration, you lock yourself into going to the Nexus.
Yes.
And even if I switch up, you're still going to the Nexus and dying.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
Right.
but
Okay.
you as an opponent don't know where.
Right. it makes it kind of exciting, you know? I feel like this
Okay.
is, because this doesn't feel as bad. Because, like, hey, if your opponent goes into the Nexus, they're losing that card anyway. So all that they're really doing is affecting your strategy. Your life points will be safe, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's fine.
why I think that it can be hidden, because you're trading 1 for 1.
Exactly, right? So back to what I was trying to explain. Basically, my strategy was to go into the Nexus and take out your Immortal. I don't think most people would try and protect until the last moment, but assuming you did try and protect, because you would see me go into the Nexus, so you would probably protect one of the two, that's fine. I would take out the Immortal. I'm basically out of defensive plays. Like, honestly, like, there is... Because the deck that I've combined with is the Minotaur subset, and what they're good at doing is, if there are multiple waves of attackers, because of that Renrir ability, we push them back. But in your case, you're just one attacker that sits in my defense zone, right? Like, I can't...
And keeps clapping.
Right, I don't really have an answer for that. So my options to bring a card back are either the Gladiator Queen at 200 defense, and then try and maybe reduce your attack for a crash, or I bring back Hadrian at 100 defense and use his ability where he can't be destroyed by a gladiator to stall for 2 turns and try and kill you. Those are quite genuinely my only options. And he sends himself to the graveyard after 2 turns. After that, I would have no options for defense. And honestly, I don't really know what to do. I feel like stalling is a better option. But then on top of that, my offenses aren't that good right now. I've got this guy at 100 attack. Cool. I've got her dying to take out your defender, so I've got him at 200 attack, which, yeah, he could pierce him, pop him, cool, awesome, and then take out the baby, cool, he's dead now too. And I have 1 card in hand and it's a rune. I don't, in the best case scenario, I don't know how I beat you. like, honestly.
How did things fall through so shambolically from game 1 to game 2?
No, because
what's happening? So
the Reaper strategy is honestly just that different because of that extra step of having to destroy this guy. If this wasn't a step, I wouldn't have to deal with this. I would just attack into this, Umbrage would die, and I'm chilling. But because I have to deal with this step in between before actually getting to take out Umbrage, I have to invest so many resources to get rid of this that by the time I do, Umbrage is ready to cook. Like, I've got a rune to fortify this card, so Umbrage is going to have a harder time getting through. There's going to be 1 more turn where I don't have to defend myself, but once I have to defend myself, I'm screwed. I can't deal with the pressure. Like, I don't think there's anything I can even top deck in this situation. My next card would be Titus. Titus boosted with boosted defense doesn't even get me up to 300 defense, right? I would have had to have gotten I would have had to have gotten Provocateur, and then she would be at 350 defense, but you can boost a 400 attack. So she doesn't work. So my literal only option is stall and hope I can kill you before you kill me.
I mean, I guess that's the strat.
I get, let's play it through, but honestly, it's just, and then when I finally manage to destroy Umbrage, he's going to pop a card I control. I mean,
but he is gone after he pops, so you don't have to worry about that right now.
All right, let's see if I make it that far. Let's put everything back. This was here. This was here. This is in the graveyard. It was just to give you like that perspective of like, okay, against this playstyle, like against Iron Kappa Wandering, it's like, okay, you know, Wandering was sending out a couple waves of enemies, you know, it's like, all right, cool, we take that out. But dealing with protection, the option of a pop, plus the continued pressure of Umbrage, I don't think this deck can take it. Right? Even if it was like the Valiant version, Damien blocks Umbrage's attack, and then Kronos kills Damien, and then from the next turn I'm screwed again. So both versions would be relatively screwed. Let's still see how it goes though, right? And again, I know I just told you all that for like, okay, we're game testing, but try and play as if you didn't know everything that I just explained.
I mean, low-key, I forgot like a good 50%.
All right, that's excellent. No, that's great. Well done. All right, so.
Excellent talent.
All right. In that case, let's go for movement phase 1. These 2 cards move up. Kronos moves up. Battle phase 1 would take place.
Umbridge attacks.
Umbridge attacks. I activate the rune Warhorse. When 2 gladiator cards battle, you can activate this rune. Your gladiator becomes fortified. Homeboy does not die. But I'm assuming Carnage is resetting Umbridge's attack.
No.
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 What do you mean no?
What do you mean?
It's only 50. I don't need this.
What are you stop. What are you doing? Hey, stop. Stop. Okay, I guess. The next card eligible to attack, but that means Kronos is still at 100. So the next card eligible to attack is Caligula. He's at 100 attack. He attacks into Homeboy over there, gets destroyed. I activate the effect of Symbol of Mars. When this card is destroyed by battle with the Gladiator card, draw 1. Draw. The next card eligible to attack is Kronos. Are you attacking with Kronos?
Nope.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It's fortified. It's fortified. Like, what the heck?
Damn it. Okay. All right. Fine.
Actually, wait. So what do you have up in there? So
Fine.
what runes do you have?
Left over, I've got.
Wait. So you're still at 50, right?
Oh wait, no, I made a mistake. Sorry. Another thing that needed to happen was the Hadrian summon. My bad. That it doesn't change anything that's happened yet, but meaningful. And do you know what else I've decided? Should I just go all out on offense and try to kill you? Because I don't feel like I can kill you without Hadrian being in the assault zone. He's one of the main attackers, right? If I'm stalling with Hadrian, that means my offenses are basically crippled. But if I don't do this, you will murder me. Okay, yeah. It's Hadrian in the defense zone, and I activate the effect of Helm of Spartacus. And I summoned a rank 2, a rank 2, and a rank 1. So I'm at minus 250. I never did that. Okay. Cool.
I did.
Thanks for that information. I appreciate it. Alright, so I'm at 650. That's all good. So yeah, he's over here. Helm of Spartacus can't be destroyed by a gladiator. We move on.
Actually, yeah, I do have to attack because I need Umbridge to fight Adrian. Yeah.
Oh. No, but Umbridge would have attacked already.
No, I'm attacking with Cronus because I need to clear him so Umbridge can keep stepping.
Okay, so...
Because if I don't kill him, then Umbridge would kill him, and then Cronus would be attacking into Adrian.
I see. Okay, cool. So Kronos
So I
loses
either
50.
kill him now and loses 50, or I kill him next turn and lose 100.
Excellent point. Okay, cool. So you lose 50. That is fine. Movement phase 2. We rock on up.
So we'll just write Cronus. Just write Cross. Cross is fine. That's a cool nickname.
Okay, now, so how this would play out is, yes, you would see that she has entered the Nexus before anything else happens. So my question for you is, who do you target to protect?
0 death.
Excuse me,
Mhm.
senor.
Yeah. I'm doing the calculations.
Alright. I need...
So one
help.
question I have.
Yes.
So boss rush, yes.
Yes.
How does it work with your chain of momentum being broken?
What do you mean?
So boss rush, yeah, you attack into me,
Yep.
and then you destroy me,
Yep.
and then you get carried into a direct attack.
Yes.
So the chain of momentum, it works like a different option, and attacking directly becomes one of those options.
Yeah. That is how it would work. Yes.
So, catastrophe, after a card on the field concludes this attack, you can break his chain of momentum.
Yep.
Mhm.
That would work here. Yes.
Yeah, so I'll use Scythe to protect himself.
To protect himself.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. I use this to attack into Kronos, destroying him. Not Kronos, into Dude, destroying him. And the Destiny Bond also destroys Umbridge the Reaper.
Does his effect activate? Because what does it?
He's been
What can I
he's been destroyed. He gets destroyed at the point at which this happens, and the chain of momentum happens after destruction.
That is indeed true.
Slight miscalculation.
So, do you want to go back, because I feel like that wasn't optimal. I'm gonna let you go back on that one. I'm gonna let you walk that one back. Your only real choice is to protect Umbridge here, I feel like.
I guess I have to protect Grimace,
Oh, right, no, yeah, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense.
because then I don't lose the attack. It doesn't pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Sage, I'll protect the Grimace.
Okay, cool. In that case, Boss Guardian attacks into the baby. Not Boss Guardian. It's because he's a bull. I got confused. Yeah, he attacks into the baby, destroys it, loses 100 attack. His chain of momentum would carry him into Grimace, which, yeah, that does happen still. He gets destroyed. Grimace gets to live, but still loses the attack, so he's at 0 defense. And battle phase, I would attack into this guy. Pow, pow, pow. Destroy him. Dead. Chain of momentum into this guy. Pow, pow, pow. Destroy him. Dead. These two cards would move up. Pow. Pow. I activate the effect of... What? What just happened? Neo, are you still there? What just happened?
I'm not sure.
I believe it was a connection issue.
No way.
I mean, he is still in the Discord, so...
Well, I heard him reconnect. I heard like the rejoin
The
sound.
bleep bleep, yeah. Me too, but he never left. I heard the sound that someone's leaving. I looked at this. Okay, 4 people still in here. What's going on?
Yeah, it says Steam P2P session failed with Heart of the Summoner. It kicked me out as well. Oh, that is somewhat frustrating. Okay, that's not great. I don't feel like it's gonna be easy to pick that up. Yeah, the lobby is just gone. Okay, fun times. I didn't mean to do that. All right. Well, with that having been done, it seems we cannot proceed because I can't start a fresh game. I have to.
Okay, so are you admitting defeat?
I guess that's not the point. But like,
I'm hearing a forfeit due to loss of connection.
but it wasn't my connection.
But it's you who got kicked?
We both got kicked.
No.
And look, Neo's connection is fully unraveled. Okay, he left and rejoined. That was clearly on him. Judge. I want to judge.
Democracy is free on one soul. It's 2 and a ghost on one.
Well, that's great. Okay. Anyway.
And I'm hearing Buff Reaper some more.
No. If anything, I'm scared of Reapers turning into the new Wanderings. Like after everything that we did to keep Wanderings in check, it was going to be interesting because I drew one. I'm just trying to remember where the game state was at, but honestly, there are so many variables, right? Because he was at 0 defense. I had an indestructible card for a turn, so he wasn't going to be able to kill me. I was going to draw 1 off of the rune that I had face down, so I would have summoned probably just 3 cards in the assault zone. Actually, wait a second. That amount of pressure might have actually been enough to take him out. Because on that turn, he wouldn't have been able to deal damage to me, and Reapers don't have defense points. The only cards with defense are Grimace, who is still alive at 0 defense, and the baby who at 100 defense, who I had already killed. So I would use 1 card to swing into Grimace, destroy it, which would then destroy Umbridge because they were destiny bonded. Oh, wait a second. I think I could have won that. I felt very hopeless at the time, but actually destroying that scythe with him not having a counter, that was a massive play, it looks like. Because with him not being able to protect Umbridge the second time around, when Grimace gets destroyed, Umbridge gets destroyed. Then another one of my cards gets destroyed because Destiny, that the whole Umbridge popping when he gets destroyed thing. But from there, his only attacker left is Chrono. So unless he put the rune down that lets him get Umbridge back out of the graveyard to then play him again on the next turn, I have a gladiator. I have a what's it called? There's a Minotaurus card that could revive Asterius. So that's 200 attack. Is Neo back?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you. What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So my phone died, so I was on.
So
Discord.
it was him.
Died,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
I'm
it
not
died,
sure
and
he's
I was like,
becoming
I
Arab
was
God.
joining.
the lobby crashed. When you got disconnected, the lobby crashed.
Oh,
Yeah. So we were just trying to see, like, I was going through the current state of the game. What rune did you have set? That's really, really important for what I'm thinking of right now.
oh, it was the
The what?
The
the one that
Rab
brings back a card that was destroyed.
That was destroyed. Oh,
Ooh.
okay, yeah, so it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So even with everything that I had done, because that rune is in play, the scythe that I literally just invested all of that to destroy, you would get it back the next
Yeah,
turn.
so that's why I
You
was
would
laughing.
summon it again.
I was laughing when you said that. 'Cause, like, that's
Okay.
actually what I was intending Umbridge to die. So my original plan was to use Umbridge, stop the attack, stop the piercing. That's why I didn't like use Carnage, so I could stop the chain, because I thought they had the same attack. So
Mhm.
you'd kill Scythe, and then you'd use the other guy to kill my defensive guy. So I'll just like
No.
surprise you, let it
Um,
die, and then
because
like, protect
because
with-
you had protected Grimace.
no,
So at the point we were at, you had protected Grimace. I mean,
yeah.
if anything, it's a little
I
it's,
still
it's
bring.
yeah, no, it's not. So what I was explaining was, so you had protected Grimace. I attacked into Grimace. He survived. He had 0 attack. You would be able to bring the card that protects your cards back from the graveyard,
Mhm.
and then summon it again next turn. At which point, we're basically in the exact same place, right? I can't get through.
Yeah.
Well, so the one change.
If anything, you're worse off because you lose all of your attackers. You have like just your rank 3.
No, so let me explain what I was explaining to the guys, right? So my last play
Okay.
was to draw 1. I would have returned, taking Grimace out of the Gladiator subset, drawn 1. In my hand, I had Tidus, I had whatever I was going to draw for the card because my draw deck is all monsters, and then my draw for next turn. Now, in my defense zone is Hadrian. Hadrian can't be destroyed for the rest of next turn. So I would have just summoned 3 attackers. Tidus or however you want to say his name being the first one at 150, who we know of. We don't know who the other 2 cards would be, but if one of them was a card that can revive Asterius from the graveyard, my offenses were looking all right. Defensively, though, I had a turn, maybe 2 at most to live. So I do still
Yeah.
think,
Oh yeah. Because
especially with
my
you having-
original plan was also to like, because you want because if everything worked out the way I wanted to, you'd like destroyed Grimace, like Umbridge would stop the attack, and then you attack into Hound. I would bring back the
Wait,
rune.
Hound?
I'll
What do you, what?
Ward.
Oh,
Not Hound, Ward.
I mean,
I'll draw back the rune. I was
wait,
nice. with
that
it,
that
but
wouldn't have been, how
it
would
didn't
that,
work out.
wait, how would that have been possible?
No, I'm not. It's not possible. I'm saying that
Oh.
was my plan.
I was
I
about to
had
say.
a nice.
Yeah.
my
Oh,
plan
you,
was
oh,
out,
you thought,
I'd have been
you thought they had the,
Gucci.
right? That's what you meant when you said you thought they had the same attack. So you would have used the rune first and then been able to bring it back off of the baby. I see what you mean. Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
Nice.
no, because Asterius was bigger, he attacked first, so that wouldn't have worked. But on the next turn, you would have had the baby is dead. Grimace is alive at 0 attack, so you don't get the counter boost yet. I would be able to swing into your defenses. Let's assume... Again, I don't want to assume that I top deck Niprix because I've got... Okay, let me think about it. It is turn 3 in that situation. I've already drawn 2. Wait, so does that mean I would have drawn my entire resource deck? Turn 2, I drew 1 for turn. Then I drew 1 off card exchange. Then I drew 1 off Caligula being destroyed. I would have drawn 1 off of the rune. And then I would have drawn for turn. So no, I would still have 1 card in my resource. No, the resource deck is 5 cards.
Yeah.
Okay, no, so yeah, I would have had all of the cards. I would have had all. So it's not a guess; it's a guarantee. I would have had Niprix in that situation because he would have been the last card in the deck then. Which means that I would be able to approach you with Titus, Niprix, Asterius, and Rakor. Although, and yeah, technically because Niprix summons from the graveyard, I would summon 2 of them in the assault, probably Niprix in the defense or something like that, and then summon Asterius from the graveyard. So I've got 3 attackers coming your way at 200, 150, and 100. The first time I swing into Grimace, he wouldn't be destroyed because you've got the Scythe protecting him. So Asterius' attack would go to waste. Unless you chose to protect Umbridge in that situation, but I have a feeling you would have let Umbridge get blown up to then destroy one of my cards, or am I wrong about that? I'm just theorizing.
I would, because otherwise I'll just be
Exactly.
losing attack on Grimace. Actually, no.
Yeah, because you kind of want Umbridge alive, don't you? Grimace hasn't built up that high. He was only at 100 at that point. Umbridge had never attacked and used the ability with him on the field. So in that instance, you would probably protect Umbridge, let Grimace die without the Destiny Bond killing Umbridge. Which means that I would be attacking you directly for 150 plus 100, 250. How many life points did you have left when the game ended, when we were where we were at?
650.
You were at 650, so I would deal 400 in that situation, assuming that you didn't summon anything else. You would have had to summon the rank 1 back onto the field at least. So you would be at... I'm bad at math. 650 minus 50, 600. Minus a 250, you would be at 350 maximum. And that's assuming you didn't summon anything else along with like Hound or something like that. That's assuming you don't summon anything else. You're at 350. So that means for the next turn, yes, Grimace would be back in the counter zone, but in your defense zone, I would have Asterius at 200, Titus at 150, and other guy at 50. I probably wouldn't have anything else to summon. Not probably, I definitely wouldn't have anything else to summon. I've used all my cards at that point. Hadrian goes to the graveyard at the end of the turn. But I should have lethal because none of the other cards in the Reaper subset have a defense value. So even though you've got the counter zone, that should be a pathway to lethal. That being said, does Hadrian die after 1 turn or 2? I think Hadrian dies...
2.
Is it? Let's take a look. Let me just double check real quick.
I guess I would be able to use Umbridge to protect from piercing attack.
Sorry?
If I protect Umbridge, I could stop a piercing.
What do you mean?
Carnage can chain of
So if I use
Oh,
so
yes. You would be able to
Grimace,
stop the pierce. Yes.
protect, yeah.
Yeah, you would be able to stop the pierce. That makes sense. This card gains. Send this card to the graveyard at the end of the next turn. So doesn't that mean?
Oh, it's next.
Yeah.
turn.
So that means
Okay.
Hadrian would have died at the end of the turn where I did that damage to you. So the only card in my defense zone would be Niprix. That being said, Niprix having, well, any defense value would be able to block a hit from Umbridge, so you wouldn't have lethal that turn. So yeah,
Hmm.
I think with everything being where it was, Gladiators did have a setup to win. This is all obviously speculation because we're just going based off of theory. We don't know what you would have top decked. The
Yeah.
only reason we know my hand is because I drew all my cards, which I'm glad the strat to draw all the cards worked, but you know, it's kind of hard to say. Fair
I
play
mean, yeah,
though.
it sounds like they're in a quite good position.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'll say
I was worried they were a
comparing
bit
them
overtuned, but it seems like
with
they did okay.
Wandering and Reapers. I feel like all of them are at a good level.
Yeah,
The only thing,
they honestly seem
is-
relative to each other.
the only thing is Forest God has it fallen behind now?
Um, Potentially, but if anything, I would rather bring Force because it was so difficult to achieve. This feels like a solid balance.
It's level, so
It was
yeah,
so I
it's
would
very
rather bring
easier.
Forest Guard up than to try and bring everything else down. So
I mean, yes, like trying to bring 3 different archetypes
yeah,
like
right.
way harder. But Forest God, like it just needs a little.
Yeah,
We
I
know,
am.
we just make Goblin broken, and you just got Forest God. Alright, good level.
Actually, no. Forest Guard did get a buff. Forest Guard did get a buff, although it wasn't an offensive buff. It was more of a field power buff, basically, where Lilith the Pixie and the Twig guy, Emerald Sprout, they both got buffed. Basically, where
Oh, the unplayables.
yeah, the two cards were because they were basically just seeing no play at all. So in the last, let's call it a patch, I buffed them both. Where Lilith now has the ability to prevent your runes from going to the graveyard at the end of the turn. Which again is more like it's like rather than attack power, it's more of a consistency thing. But Dryad, for every forest counter on this card, add a Forest Guard rune from the graveyard to your hand, then destroy this card. So before he could only get runes that were used on the turn where he had the counters. Now at any point where you summon Dryad, if you can get counters on him, no matter when the runes were used, you just get them back out of the graveyard. So every rune has a potential two-time use on it.
Yes, because like they were burning through runes.
Exactly.
So now
Exactly. So
like,
Dryad is now like actually good
you can
recovery
stop
for them.
them.
So honestly, I think they might be able to keep up with where they are right now. I don't
Yeah,
think
'cause
they
like
would
you can
struggle
like
too much to
set
keep up.
3 runes, boost Entis, and they stayed there.
Yeah, like if you decide to summon Emeralds, and I'm not saying this would be a good play, but assuming you decide to summon him turn 1, use 3 runes, put the counters on him, see what happens. There's a chance you get all 3 runes back in your hand by the end of the turn, plus whatever else you were able to do. Right?
Yeah.
The
It's
game
basically like infinite. So you have infinite rune collector, and you basically have infinite what's it called? The rune that places a rune.
It's Forest Guard startup. It's not infinite because he destroys himself after he does it. So he can only
Oh.
do it once, right? Because making it infinite would be too much, right? So he destroys himself after
Yeah,
doing
I mean,
it, but you
now
get to
that you
recycle
said
it.
it, like I don't know if they're keeping up. It might be a bit less of a
Right.
obliteration.
Because I'm thinking this guy. So what's his name? Entity gets weaker over the course of the game as both players use their runes because now there's less runes in circulation. Well, he fixes the Entity getting weaker problem because he can recycle 3 runes. That's an extra turn of Entity being at a potential like 400 attack. So that's where the power sort of comes from there. This is just more forest counters. They're definitely I was about to say they're definitely gonna need more. Maybe not, honestly. They might be okay.
I mean,
And I mean,
I guess we'll find out an attack negate. So
and even if they have it, so they have the
Something.
attack negator, they have the attack and defense swapper, so they have an inbuilt counter to Reapers. They have an inbuilt counter to Reapers. I don't really know how they would fare against something like Gladiators at the moment. And it still feels like Wandering might be too strong. I do think I am going to make the change where Phoenix puts your attack at 0 at the end of the turn for Wandering, and I think that will be the final thing that they need to be brought in line. with the options that they have, because their main thing is just having so many options, right? They've got the big attack, they've got Coercion coming back, they've got Switch, they've got Dragon Dance, they've got Kieran, they've got freaking Wukong boosting everything, they've got Mrigra boosting things and getting fortified. They've so even if they don't have as much offensive pressure, their defensive presence is fine. So they will be okay if Phoenix only gives them massive attack for one turn and then reduces them to 0, because at that point it's like, okay, you've gotten enough. You've been given enough. It feels like scolding one of my children. Right? I really
You have children?
Shut up. No, but you get what I really don't want Wanderings to be bad. Because they're like the premier deck. They're like they're on the cover and everything, all that stuff. But at the same time, I think they will be relatively balanced, and they're getting like the most support out of any deck. So even if they are bad, it will be relatively easy to fix. After talking to the developers, it will be very easy to change a card's stats. It'll be very easy to change like synergy rating or attack or defense. But changing abilities after the game's release will actually be quite difficult. It's possible, of course, in extreme situations. But once the abilities have been coded in, because of all of the interactions that every ability will individually be able to have, changing an ability means changing so much that it will be quite expensive to do. So ideally, I'd like to get us to a place where just stat changes will be enough to fix cards. And then if something isn't strong enough, either buff its stats or just give them more support, because it feels like it's a better expenditure of money to add more cards in than to just make an existing card different. You get what I mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
we do have synergy rating.
Exactly.
That's the thing that other card games don't have.
Right?
I doubt there will be a one card that's broken so much that we need to change its ability. But there might be a combination of from different archetypes.
Right?
And then we just switch the synergy rating so you can't play them together.
Synergy rating 10. There we go. Problem solved.
I mean, yeah, if you want to ban a card, you can put it at synergy rating like 11.
That just seems
yeah,
mean.
that's actually
Technically banned.
that's actually
no,
it's banned.
But with when relics get introduced, you can technically play at synergy rating 11, but that would mean that like your deck,
but that would mean like exactly. That would mean
right. But I want to try and avoid banning cards. I want to try as best as I can to avoid using bans. I'd like to use synergy ratings as the balancing mechanic of this game instead of ban lists. Not for any reason other than the fact it's like, okay, the player experience, like you've spent a bunch of money to get your favorite card and now you just can't use it anymore. Because like unlike Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they've got like thousands of cards, like literally this game has a lot less cards, so I feel like you're more connected to each individual one.
in time. Hearthstone for a lot of no bans, and then they had to introduce Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
it was for 2 cards. Then first jump, fourth.
That makes sense.
Less than 10. To this day, it's less than 10
Like,
cards there.
Kind of clout. Like you're so goated that you Hall of Fame.
Put it in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, okay, so a Hall of Fame sounds better than a ban list. So we might actually have a Hall of Fame at some point for a very, like, just the worst of the worst cards that nothing else will work for.
Yeah.
Umbridge may end up in the Hall of Fame. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
The first 2 cards that went to the Hall of Fame were like, okay, for the 4 expansions in a row, the wild meta is not changing because this one card exists. Everybody's playing.
Man.
So we couldn't fix it for the 4 expansion. Let's just remove this card from
that
wild.
makes sense. That makes
Let's
sense.
just move it away.
That makes sense. I think any cards, so the only cards that I would be against Hall of Faming are cards like Umbridge, Ryu, cards that are involved in the main story, because like if you
I mean, I doubt it will come to this.
Yeah, exactly.
I really doubt it will come to this. Because the card that was
this is like a year 4-5
the
situation.
first
where-
card that was broken was a 5 cost that make all your cards cost 5.
Damn. Okay.
And
so-
why is it broken? Because there were cards that cost 20 something when you have 10 mana max, but their cost gets reduced by in-game mechanics.
Who made
So-
that card?
Yeah, so and there are a bunch of those cards, and they were balanced, they were good. But when you played that at 5 cost, that make everything 5, your whole hand was a 0 card, a 0 cost boss monsters, and you just spam
Nice.
all of them in one
Nice.
turn.
Nice.
It's
Nice.
basically wave.
You know,
It's
yeah. Actually, I was
Wave and
about to say
Hearthstone.
wave in. Yeah. Although one
Yes,
thing that
sir.
I was about to say that I just realized, I had another. I just glanced back over at the thing, and guys, genuinely, I think if Forest Guard is okay, the only thing that I'm even mildly concerned about right now is Reapers. Minotaurs feel great. They felt so balanced. Kappas, I'm really glad you decided to play them. They were annoying to deal with, but again, fair. They were balanced, right? Harpies, they suck. We all know this. Gladiators feel balanced because after game 1 I was like, are they turning too many cards into gladiators? But then in game 2 it's like, okay, we've only got like 4 cards on the field being gladiators, and even when they do that, they don't have that much defense and their offense isn't insane. I think they're fine, right? I don't see anything in gladiators that I look at and I'm like, oh, that's broken. Hadrian, even though he's a big wall that can't be destroyed, he sends himself to the graveyard after 2 turns, so that's easy. There was nothing that felt insane. We have a 2-turn block that I thought would be broken because on turn 1 you can't do
Right.
damage. On turn 2, hard to deal damage. Turns out that's fine. The Daemons kind of suck, and that's okay. Everybody's got to suck sometimes. No one plays them because they take up 2 spaces in your opening hand and only give you 300 attack for 200 life points. No one's doing that. They now that I say it out loud, they might need a buff because what the hell. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, what about
what the heck?
that one archetype synergy rating 4 that I was playing with you 2 weeks ago?
Synergy rating.
Against you.
Synergy rating 4.
Yeah, I was playing against you.
Was it Valiants are a
What did they
3,
do?
Swamp Dwellers are a 3, Wyverns are a 5.
Say one of their effects.
Yeah, do
that
you
you
remember any of
remember.
their abilities?
The piercing damage.
Oh, that's Minotaurs. That's the one I was playing
yeah,
today.
that's Minotaurs. Okay.
Right? And I feel like we fixed them, honestly. Just those few changes to how piercing works and how Renmir works, because he's the one who did the pushback, made it a lot better. So he's
Okay.
good. Ancient Beasts, I feel like, are just that consistent, steady. They are fine. Like Ancient Beasts almost beat Wandering. I told you guys about it. Nat almost beat me when we were playing Ancient Beasts. In fact, I would say she did beat me because she just misplayed. She didn't know the game well enough. That's not on her. If she had played a perfect game, she would have won.
And they've gotten a bit of a nerf since then, so
No. They've been the same since then. They haven't gotten anything added or removed.
also in that game didn't you use like Phoenix or like Aether or
Oh, sorry. You mean the Wanderings? Yeah, Wanderings have been nerfed a little bit since then. Have they actually?
exactly so.
I mean, the increase to
That's what-
rank 1 cost.
I'm trying to
It's like
remember.
nerf.
Yeah, I think the only real change was that the rank 1 cost was added on. I think most of the
And we
nerfs
were
were still there.
discussing if Phoenix can, like, if a card can tribute itself to protect from attack, right?
Yeah,
If the one
yeah.
with Avatar's attack.
Yeah, I think we should let Ifrit be able to do that defensive maneuver. I think that's fine. But then making Phoenix reduce their attack to 0 after they've boosted it up, it's like, okay, yeah, that's a healthy change, I think. If it's too much, we can change it, but I think that's what's going to finally bring them in line. Asylums, I tested against Nat, and honestly, you guys, even right now, Asylums are pretty good. I did Asylum Ancient Beasts, and the only two Asylum cards really mattered: Cerberus and then the Asylum boss monster because she's a big body. With Cerberus on the field, the amount of disruption that just that one rank 1 card can cause, whereas like as long as I'm on the field, cards cannot be removed from the graveyard. He's like Necro Valley effectively, right? But a Necro Valley on legs that your opponent can try to kill, but the what's it called? The Asylum runes are very good at keeping him alive for a long period of time. So, for example, the Reaper strategy where you tried to get your card back out of the graveyard wouldn't have worked because he would have been able to do something about that.
Okay.
What else?
You have something to say about your rune activation?
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm just saying that he has something to say
Yeah.
about your rune access.
Yeah, just straight up. He's like, oh, because every deck, every major subset has a rune that brings cards out of the graveyard. He says no. He just shits on the gladiator turn 1 because you can't summon cards from the graveyard while he's on the field. Luckily, they don't have to do that on the first turn. They can hold the revive until after they've dealt with him. But when she and I played, I was able to keep him on the field for 4
I
turns.
thought it was like guaranteed turn 2. It's 90 gale activated past turn 2.
Yeah, no, it's activatable past turn 2. It's just if your opponent controls 3 gladiator monsters. So whenever in the game that happens,
okay, so usually
can do
is turn 2.
exactly, because after you use the first effect, you're probably gonna have it by turn 2.
Yeah, because it's the only start of wave, right? At the start of wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aria subset hasn't been played often, and that's because yes.
Is there a Return from Grave effect monster contest?
Yes, it is. Right, she can only do it once. Why? Do you think it should be more?
No.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Whoa,
Okay,
whoa,
good.
whoa, hey,
Okay,
yo.
good. I was about to say.
Afraid it could be more. So
Nope. It's hard locked to once per contest. Aria's.
Very good. You're not making your own game, bro.
I'm learning. I feel like I've learned so much about game development. I'm adding things in without breaking everything now. The Aria subset is the Aria subset is solid. They don't see much play because in order for the Aria strategy to work, you have to give up 3 cards in your opening hand, and I don't think there are any decks yet where it's like they can comfortably give up 3 cards in their opening hand plus 1 summon a turn for 3 turns on the Aria strategy.
3 turns, maybe no, but I did.
Aria
I
is
gave up.
what's synergy rating?
Aria is synergy rating 3.
So technically, it could work in
A pile deck?
multiple engine.
That's what I'm thinking,
synergy
right?
3, synergy 3, and synergy rating 4.
Exactly. Like,
for
I'm sort of
example.
thinking something along the lines of like, okay, maybe you put in the Minotaurs, that way Renrir can protect you turn 1 while you start up the plays. Then maybe, so that would be a 3 and a 4, so another 3. Maybe,
Even like to Aria, because like
maybe
you see
what?
like the draw engine, like glad because see the draw engine, their draw is pretty consistent.
True.
So you could
That is actually
get
really
away
true.
with playing like 2 and like raging to draw into the third one.
So if you don't draw into the third, that might actually be really good. But the problem with that is that would mean that gladiators lose that really strong turn 1 defense. But to be honest, the Aria subset could make up for that, because why Renrir is good is because he guarantees that you take no damage turn 1 by pushing 1 card back and then being fortified for the second hit. The Aria card turn 1 would still be fortified, so you could take 1 hit to the face, survive, then the second hit kills you.
Okay, but gladiators are synergy rating
6.
6, yeah, and minotaurs are synergy rating
4.
4.
Yeah.
They still can do similar thing.
So the deck is
summoning
full.
a guy in the counter.
So what I'm that's kind of what I'm thinking. So if you do like gladiators Aria, because what the Aria subset does is kind of cool.
Yeah, but I'm saying Minotaur's Aria give you more space.
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%. The same thing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to imagine what it would look
The
like.
difference is the gladiators have better drawing.
Exactly, like
so you wouldn't have to. You have more space,
right? Because
in your opening hand.
Because if you went like Minotaur's Aria, the only other synergy rating 3s, because that's 4, 3, so 7.
Kappas.
The only other 3s, but in order to do the bounce, Kappas have to be 4, right?
Yeah, but you don't need to do the bounce. You can just play.
I mean, you could, yeah, that's fair enough. I
or
feel
you can
like
just play 8 runes. Why not?
True, you could play 8 runes. You could try out the Daemon subset. You know, maybe they finally find a place.
If you wanna bounce, then why not use what's it called? The Grimmers, the Swamp Dwellers.
Swamp Dwellers are also interesting, right? There are definitely options.
How did their bounce work?
They don't have a bounce. They have a negate.
Oh.
They have a negate for rank 2 or lower cards, which I'm surprised no one ever uses. I mean, it's sort of tedious to get off, and they can only do it twice per contest.
On the other hand, at that early game stage, there are no There's
cards worth
not
negating.
an effect that I would want to negate so badly that I would play a negate.
That makes sense. That is
If the
valid.
meta revolves about
That is
one,
valid.
one effect bringing
Yeah.
like a ton of value, then you would play a
Right.
negate for that. one effect.
Plus, he can only use the negate on rank 1 and 2 cards. He can't negate rank 3s. So
Does it target? Or is it like
Uh,
battle? Like how does it work? Just read out the effect, I guess.
When this card is summoned by a Swamp Dweller card effect, you can target a rank 1 or rank 2 avatar on the field. That target becomes sealed until the end of the turn.
Yeah.
So
So
he can.
it's a when effect.
What's the
If you
stats?
cannot bring during battle play,
But yeah, and the thing about the when is the Swamp Dweller cards all summon at the start of the battle phase. So
yeah.
basically, at the start of the battle phase, you can negate something on the field. Excuse me, sorry, I coughed. It has 0 attack, 100 defense. And yeah,
It'd be kind of nice of like
it's interesting. It is
if you have the conscription, guy. So,
Yeah.
but I actually. So what is? Oh yeah, because at the end, actually, no.
Yeah, it's
'Cause,
weird, right?
You have to like you can't really time it when you conscript him into like. So I was thinking, oh, it'd be kind of cool to get like a
To steal
negate
his
that your opponent
effect.
can't interact with.
That could be cool potentially. That could be cool potentially.
But
Future
it's only
support.
at the start or the end of the phase that you can start
Yeah.
and disillusion the battles.
So
So
yeah,
like,
no, this doesn't
they
work.
literally,
What I'm
Negate at any moment would be wild.
Yeah, that's
Negate
yeah, that
at
makes
a certain point
Yeah.
is depends on what your opponent's playing.
field in that first chain, then you can wait for her to activate her effect because she doesn't tribute for cost, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. Because if she doesn't tribute for cost, you can just sort of just ruin the gladiator strategy as a whole.
Wait, but isn't a negate also a when effect? So
Uh,
technically, you need to have battle priority to negate it before your opponent can respond.
Let's
yeah.
take a look.
Because
I
the
deleted
negate
it.
is a when effect, so you can't chain it to something to start such a right.
It's okay, so it says
Yes, that's
when
a
this
chain.
card is summoned. True.
Yeah, so
When
that's
this card
why
is
it's
summoned.
balanced.
Yep, you're 100% right. So when this card is summoned, I still want to leave it to the battle phase, but if it needs to be buffed later on, that makes sense. But
No,
yeah,
it's good for now. It's good.
yeah.
For
So
now.
I
those are
mean-
good.
It's good for now.
Valiants are 100%
I guess
good.
all we have to do is like create a combination of some of those a Kappa combination. Neos Kappa. I
Neos
activate it during the battle phase and then we Gucci.
I see that beautiful frog with shining silver armor. So proud of himself.
Man, I think
Neos during the phase.
it's been a while since anyone
your
played Wyverns.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I mean,
Going
so
to
if
the start it isn't like as good anymore.
So
as a bounce.
you mentioned that there's 125 cards, right?
122
The-
currently.
122. So are they like locked, decided?
Yep, the first 122 are decided. Everything that's in the
Do
122 is here.
Do you have a list of those to share with us?
Yeah, sure. With the abilities or just the cards themselves.
I mean, the names are good enough. We can look through the other documents
Yeah.
for abilities, etc., and see what to test, what we.
You know what? I'll because so you know the avatar doc and the rune doc from the
Yeah.
game dev set. Everything on that. So those are all the avatars in that doc are in the first 122. All the runes in
so
that doc are in the
wait.
first 122.
Yeah, so avatars. Those are the two dogs that are pinned to the dev channel.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Right.
Oh,
So
and they're full. Are you sure that there's 122 cards?
Yeah, I was about to ask. What the heck?
unless my math is slightly off, yes, that should be.
I mean, because I looked at Avatar. The last time I looked at Avatars was like 2 weeks ago. And
Yes.
it was some. I thought some stuff is missing. Maybe I'm wrong.
Let
Ancient
me.
Beast, Reapers, Iron Kappas, Valiant, Wyvern, okay, Arya, Demon, Swamp Dweller, Minotaur, Harpies, Xylem, Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, it's full. It's full.
Okay, yeah. I mean, unless something's
Yeah.
missing, because it should be 78 avatars and 44 runes. Um,
Oh, so I thought you meant 125 avatars.
no,
Oh,
no, no,
that,
no,
that's
no,
that.
no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
I feel like
that got me off
confusing.
guard too.
yeah. No, sorry. So I should
I was
explain.
like-
Yeah, it's all together. All of the cards make up the 122.
I said avatars and runes combined. Like,
Yeah,
I used the word combined.
Yeah,
Isn't it
so-
weird, guys?
Nah.
yeah. So 122 total, everything together is what we're at right now. And honestly, the only thing, because Asylums
Does that
seemed
include
fine.
Doey? Because I remember you saying that that's gonna be like year one.
Include who?
Well, I guess. Wait. So the 125 is launch, right?
Yeah, 125 is launch.
And like year one. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, year one is different from launch. So all of the launch cards are tested, and to be honest with you guys, I'm so excited to say it feels like all of the launch cards.
I counted 68 avatars,
Balance.
but maybe I miscounted.
68. Was I
Oh,
off?
we need to add one more then.
Was I off by 10? Oh no.
No, you said 71, and I counted 68.
No, I said
Well, maybe
70. I said 78.
Yeah. I was about to say he said 78.
Maybe I was off by 10.
I hope so.
I mean, if you both count, then you'll be able to confirm, no?
It's 8 at the end for sure.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the one thing that we know. All right. Because looking at everything, there's nothing here that looks broken. The only scary thing is Reapers. Reapers still scare me, but in terms of like being mind-numbingly broken, I feel such a sense of overwhelming satisfaction looking at these cards. Nothing here jumps out to me as like, oh, Saul, you broke the game again.
I mean, I don't know why Reapers scare you. Like, basically lost. I have to like play like pretty nice and like
I
to
mean,
not lose with that.
I mean, you would, but the only reason
Yeah.
the game went so
78.
70. Okay, perfect. I would say the only reason the game went so well for me was because I knew you were playing Reapers, because the Destiny bond onto Umbridge really put me ahead. Like that play, I would say, because that is what forced you to protect. You had to use all of your protects on Umbridge rather than being able to protect your other cards and make more aggressive plays. Right? So if I hadn't done
That is true.
all of your protects would have gone somewhere else, making it even harder to kill you. So that took a lot of force. Not even just foresight. I basically just had to know what you were playing before the game started. Or I think
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of like if Reapers become like decent or like good, which they are, cause like like drop because CCC
yeah.
is pretty non-committal, cause like during the Wonder game, like you didn't even use CCC.
Wait, what'd you say?
So CCC the rune,
Yeah.
so like it's pretty non-committal, cause
What do you mean by non-committal?
during the Wonder game it didn't really like come up.
Well, exactly, but then all the more reason why most players wouldn't play it turn one. Which means that in a Reaper...
So what I'm trying to say is like,
Mhm.
if you play it turn one and it doesn't work out, you don't lose like a massive rune.
But if it is... So, take for example, let's say I'm up against Iron Cop. Oh, wait, no. I wouldn't be able to respond to Iron Coppers anyway. Let's say I'm up against... What else targets? Think Saul? Let's say I'm up against Ancient Beasts, right? With Leonidas on the field, they have the ability to use Voyage to bounce a card back to my hand. But I've set that card on the field turn one to try and anticipate Reapers. Well, I can no longer try and predict the Voyage over the course of the game, right? So there are other targeted effects that I feel like it is meaningful to be able to dance around. So I don't think the average player would have put it on the field turn one if it was a blind matchup, which means that Reapers have an inherent advantage because they Grimace turn one basically every game, because that's their primary form of defense. So either you play around Reapers and lose a good counter for other matchups, or you don't play around Reapers and you get Destiny bonded turn one. Which, yeah, it's not crazy. Again, when I talk about Reapers, if I were to tap Reapers, it would be a light tap. it wouldn't be like, oh,
Yeah.
they don't work the same anymore, right? Because I think we've gotten to a point where all of the decks work the way that they should. It's just how well they're doing what they do. Like, for example, what I'm currently thinking of is changing the activated effect of Scythe. Is it the Call of the Immortal? Changing it from an activated effect to a when effect. When a Reaper would be destroyed, it's not destroyed. That way you can't pick and choose. It's like, okay, when a card would be destroyed, you can prevent that destruction from taking place in the moment. Which also, it's a buff and a nerf at the same time, because your opponent might swing into something thinking that you'll protect it, and you choose not to, right? It increases that mind game to it. And then maybe, I don't know, just one or two other tweaks. But I think Kronos' ability is where it's going to stay. It's a good ability. As we saw, him being able to build power in the background against gladiators never mattered, because gladiators just kind of kept themselves fortified. Against other decks, I could still see it being, so we'll keep an eye on that for now.
Okay, for the lag boost, you're starting at 50.
Yes. Turn 1.
And you're gaining 50 every turn.
Yes.
So turn you're at 50. If Umbridge uses what? Any effect or certain?
It's any
Battle
effect, if I'm not mistaken.
Wait, I thought it was battle.
Oh wait, I think Neo was right, because if it was any effect, you would have been able to use it over the course of that game, but you never got a chance to. So I think it is specifically battle. Let me just double check that.
So another Reaper avatar battles, you can increase attack by 50.
It's ranked
specifically.
3, so
Yeah, it's
literally
locked to
Umbridge.
Umbridge, right?
Umbridge
yeah.
doesn't battle,
Umbridge
he doesn't gain
declares
attack.
an attack. You can
Basically.
gain 50.
Wait, technically, no, Neo, you should have been able to gain attack, because even though the attacks got negated, Umbridge still attacked.
I never said I didn't
Is
gain.
it when Umbridge
I was
declares
gaining
attack
attack,
or
it just
when
didn't
Umbridge
matter.
battles, or
Oh, okay,
what's
yeah.
the wording?
Yeah, when I deleted it, but yeah, when a rank 3 avatar battles, increases card's attack by 50. This card cannot have more than 300 attack for the rest of the contest. That
Yeah,
way it
so
doesn't.
It did not
yeah.
battle. It declares an attack, but the attack
Oh,
was negated.
yeah.
negated,
You're
so
right.
The
You're
battle
right.
did not happen.
You're right. Okay, never mind.
Yes, so if they battle, so I'm paying 100 to get nothing to get. No, 100 turn 1. If Umbridge battle. 150 turn 2. If Umbridge battle. And I'm forced to attack with that 150
Mm-hmm.
and maybe die. So
Mhm.
best case scenario,
But why would he die?
if I attack into something bigger than me,
But ideally, Umbridge is clearing out the entire defense.
ideally.
Okay, noted.
Yeah. The perfect place, yeah, okay, I'm assuming you're protecting against Umbridge destroying the defense in some way, in one way or another, because there's a lot of. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you make a
Let's
very good
assume
point.
The
Yeah.
Umbridge attacks turn 1, even though it might not be the optimal play. Let's assume it attacked turn 1, so I have 100 attack. I'm not attacking because I will crash. Turn 2, Umbridge forced to attack, and I'm at 150, and I'm forced to attack with my 150. So I paid 100 Nexus Gauge for 150 attack that I can use as soon as turn 2. If I committed 2 cards in Assault Zone on turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
That feels like garbage to me.
Nah, I disagree. Because again, take it from the perspective of you don't know what you're up against, right? I don't feel like most decks prepare for Umbridge turn 1, right? At least I know I don't. Like, my standard Wandering play is Tuertian, Boss Guardian, and the Phoenix, right? As just like, okay, you're prepared on multiple fronts, right? In a situation like that where they've only put 1 card in the defense zone and they don't have the fortified ability ready to go, turn 1, if you're at 100, if Kronos has 100 attack naturally, turn 1, Umbridge would attack, destroy the cards that I have in the defense zone, and then, because of the boost, Kronos would attack for 150, right? Because I feel like turn one is when you're most likely to get that attack through, unless your opponent knows what deck you're playing, which in a real game situation that wouldn't be the case, right? And I doubt everyone would. Yeah.
You somewhat know, because there will be 2 or 3 decks in the meta.
I mean, that is fair, but again, it's impossible to not have a meta in that sense. So you are right. Like, there will be decks in the meta, but you won't know what you're up against. Like, if you open prepared for Reapers, you might screw yourself because something else ended up coming up, right? So I get what you mean, but at the same time, it is still a blind turn one situation. So if you're not perfectly prepared to deal with Umbridge being able to attack multiple times, and certain like for example, the ancient beasts can fortify themselves, but they can only do that once because they use a rune to do it. So if you put that rune down turn one, expecting an Umbridge, and that doesn't happen, well, if an Umbridge comes out later, you can't deal with it. So I think most players would wait to see what they're up against before investing those resources.
But if I play Umbridge later, I'm skipping another turn of value.
I mean, you're not wrong.
The other card.
Yeah,
That's the point. I'm summoning a card that I have a super low value compared to other cards.
Okay, let me rephrase.
After 2 turns.
Let me rephrase, because the point that I was trying to make is, if I've prepared for, so as the opponent, if I've prepared for Reapers by putting a fortified rune down turn one, and I'm not playing Reapers, I shouldn't have said if Umbridge comes out later. If it turns out that it's not Reapers, I've just wasted my fortified rune, and if I need it later for this matchup, because my brain is just on Reapers, I'm not now prepared for whatever other matchup I'm in.
I mean, do you really waste it? That you still block an opponent that out you still like it's not a waste.
But you haven't played as optimally as you might have.
Value.
But what I'm saying is, at that point, Reapers are controlling how everyone plays. And I get it. You have a best deck in the format, but this early on, I don't want it to be like that clear cut. Like, okay, yeah, just Reapers control.
Yeah, we don't. Okay,
turn one.
I agree that we don't want it to be a clear cut, but even if it's not Reapers, something will be controlled.
You are right there. You are right there. I don't disagree. But then back to what I was saying about Reapers.
Regardless of what is controlling the format and your play, if I want to play Reapers and I see a card that I pay 100 to summon it, and probably not attack the turn one with it because it's too weak. Be forced to attack with it on turn two with only 150 attack. And yeah,
the thing is,
50% of the time Umbridge will steal and it will kind of work, and 50% of the time it won't work. Wouldn't it be better for me to summon just a stronger card? Or just a rank 2 with 200 attack with no effect?
But you can't. If it doesn't have an effect, you can't have it in your opening hand.
Exactly. So
and now that Reaper's Umbridge is a free. Is a 7, I mean. Is a Century 7. You have to play basically every card.
Right? Not even basically. There are only 7 cards right now, so you have to play every card.
I mean, yeah, you have to play every card. And so you have to play Cronus either in your hand or in your deck. If you play it in your deck, he's even more useless. Exactly. So you have to play Cronus in your hand.
Right? Like, honestly.
So it's basically locking Reapers into this.
Okay, I got you.
Umbridge, Cronus.
Yeah, this is
guaranteed. That's
so you have to do this, or you're just losing.
Forced to play if I'm playing.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like,
I don't
kind of.
But guys,
make Reapers like.
I don't
have to do this line.
But I don't understand, because like my perspective on it, right? It's like this what's it called? So Kronos is there building attack little by little, right? Back to the point that I was trying to make, I think that in a general sense, either Reapers control the format and everyone plays their turn one around Reapers, or people don't prepare for Reapers as a blind turn one, assuming that there's multiple decks at a similar power in the format, in which case, if you do come out swinging with Reapers, and you're able to get through your opponent's defenses just in a blind turn one situation, which I think will be relatively likely, from turn two, your opponent will probably adjust their strategy and prepare more for what you've got going on. But that's a guaranteed 100 damage to your opponent's Nexus Gauge turn one. So in terms of resources, Cronus' summon might as well have been free, because turn one he's dealing 100.
How is it guaranteed? If I play defense and counter,
you just need to play like more
But
than
if
one. You can put like
Defense
Forest
and counter
Guard
means
minus
Umbridge strikes
minus
my
Telenet
counter,
stops
cool.
it.
but
Then
my
you're not attacking my
but if you
face.
play so
Then I can
defensively, then that means as a Reaper player, what damage am I taking? I can just steadily build up resources in that case. If you play exclusively defensively, because you can stop
I
Umbridge
mean,
at the
not playing
counter zone for
exclusively
one turn.
defensively.
Okay.
Like normal.
Huh?
My
You're
usual
gaining
play
resources,
is
but we're also
assault,
gaining
counter,
resources.
defense.
So if you go assault, counter, defense, turn one, you are correct. Yes, Umbridge would be stopped by the battle that he has to
Yeah,
do turn
playing
one
to assault.
in the counter
You're
zone.
playing to assault.
That being
One
said,
defense, so my assault, it puts pressure on you.
so I'm 2 assault, 1 defense, but remember my defense is destiny locked to another card on the field. So if you destroy my defense as a Reaper player, you're probably also destroying your own defense, right? So in a
Or
situation,
you destroy my defense and you kill yourself.
yeah, it depends on what I've chosen to destiny bond onto, right? So
Yeah.
there's also
So,
that to
yeah,
factor
so
into.
you have to destiny bond to the either the defensive zone or the assault zone,
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm
wait,
saying. So it's one of the two, right? So it depends on what I choose to destiny bond onto. If I choose to destiny bond onto the defense, well, Umbridge would have attacked already, which means that whatever you're attacking with is bigger. If you choose to kill me, Chrono still gets his 100 attack in for
actually,
free.
to be fair, you have to destiny bond to the assault zone, because if you destiny bond to the counter or to the defense, because Umbridge 300 is usually going to be the highest.
Mm-hmm.
So if you destiny bond to the counter,
Umbridge will kill it
either
before
Umbridge
I.
kills it turn one, and you keep stepping, or
Mhm.
Umbridge doesn't kill it turn.
No, again, so that's why I say it
So-
depends on what you choose, because it's you decide what you destiny bond onto based on the state of the board, right? Because it's after the declaration phase,
Yes.
you see everything on the
Yeah.
field. So if you see that there's a card in the counter, probably don't bond onto that card because Umbridge is going to kill it.
Yeah.
If there's a card in the assault, maybe bond onto the card in the defense or the card in the assault, whatever. But what I'm saying is there's a destiny bond situation going on, and if you're a smart player, you can use that to your advantage. I do concede.
what we're trying to say is that
Oh,
you
yeah.
also like you kind of taking it into like a simplified game state, like where like
Yeah.
there's a card in defense, but like there's a bunch of like effects. Like we even saw like
Yeah.
shit.
It lagged, but it lagged. I didn't hear that perfectly, Neo. Can you say that again?
Stopping your opponent through sheer defense isn't really a viable, like isn't really like smart idea to begin with. Like
Neo is
negating
saying,
attack.
Neo is saying your opponent also has
Stopping
effects,
more
like to
effective.
play around the Destiny Bond.
That
I
is
would say-
fair.
But I would say, how many effects to play around Destiny Bond will you have if you don't know what you're facing? I assume the Destiny Bond will hit what it's supposed to hit.
Yeah.
But I can decide not to attack if I don't want my defense
Yeah, I guess
to go
so.
down,
That is
and
true.
that's no problem. And bounding with anything else makes you not deal 100 direct damage 100%.
That is true, but then I feel like it
So
puts
yeah,
it
so
more in
turn
the
one
player's
is
court.
not
And if you do not attack with ambush, it's the same thing.
So again, the first thing we were talking about was a situation where there was a card in the counter zone. Umbridge attacks a card in the counter zone. Kronos gets a boost. He's at 100 now instead of 50.
Yeah.
They both move along. No attack happens into the defense. You've bonded onto your opponent's attack or their defense or something. They don't attack you because, well, if they attack you, then Kronos gets to attack directly. So the turn would end in that situation. The next turn around, yeah, Umbridge would attack first. Kronos would be at 150. Umbridge could clear the defense potentially, with Kronos being at 150, and that is also under the assumption that you haven't summoned Scythe or Sickle. Nah, hold on. Wait a second. Wait. Because a lot of the conversation around this has been around. Hold on, wait. Let me finish this up. Because a lot of the conversation has been around. Okay, this card could get destroyed or this or that. But Sickle and Scythe can either boost it or protect it from destruction in any given situation.
But
don't.
Did you saw that your turn one play revolves around your opponent not using any effects?
I don't think that's the case.
You proceeded with that, like the best. I mean, best case scenario, you would hit me, and I still think that 150 on turn 2 for rank 2 pretty bad deal. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying you need to change it. I'm not saying it's game breaking. I'm not saying it's so bad. This card can be weak. Maybe this card is not weak. It's just my feeling about it.
That
It's
is
in my
fair.
opinion.
That is fair. I appreciate that. That does make sense. I think I am going to go with the 50 for the primary reason, and I mean, again, like we've talked about, stats are easy to change. If the only
Yeah,
issue is the
that's
stats, we can bring it up. The reason why I want to start at 50 is because I agree with you. If it doesn't work, this card is not great. If Umbridge gets dealt with in some way, this card is not great. The only my main thing is I get that it can go wrong. There's effects to worry about. There's abilities, there's this, there's that. But if it works the way it's intended to, I feel like it's very punishing for unprepared players, right? Because remember, this is in like the base set of the game, right? We've got almost a year plus's worth experience of testing. So we know like, okay, if we're up against this or that, and plus we always know what we're up against. Whereas from a player perspective in the first year of the game, Reaper's just coming at you like, oh, hey, 100 damage turn 1, and in a situation, well, no one's going to be stupid enough to not play Grimace turn 1 with that as well. But then from turn 2, they can start boosting, they can start protecting. Like, it is very annoying, I feel like, to deal with Reapers already, because like we saw, I had to go into the Nexus, destroy the card, plan around the whole Destiny Bond thing so I wasn't affected by it, and you were still able to get the defensive card back. Yes, I pulled out a win, but with me knowing what your deck was beforehand, like not just looking at Kronos right now, I'm looking at the deck as a whole. It is a lot. I have to keep my head around the destruction effects. I have to keep my head around, okay, when is Kronos, when is Umbridge gonna get destroyed? What is Grimace Destiny bonded to? I have to make sure I can destroy you twice if I want to destroy you once. They can boost by 100 every single turn, so on and so forth. Like, it seems like a lot. I'd like to rein them in. Like, out of everything right now, with Wanderings now having been changed for the final time, I think Reapers are the ones where I'm like, okay, they now seem like they can be just a smidge too high.
I think Wanderings still have a lot more.
You think?
I mean, options.
I'll say
the
Wandering is definitely a
combinations.
lot higher than Reapers,
Ugh.
especially in options. Like,
Options, yeah.
Well,
Options.
options
Yeah,
and
the-
but options and
what-
effectiveness are two different things, right? Like, for example, they can so Umbridge has a consistent 300 attack over and over and over again. They have more attackers. I'm just thinking through it out loud to try and be fair. They have more attackers. They have 2 boosts, after which they sort of have to just rely on their own stats. Where would you say the biggest discrepancy is? Honestly,
say-
like, if you had to point at something in Wandering, because that's what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to figure out where that line is. If you have something that you see that I don't, please do tell me.
so what's the question? So I said Wandering. You said the Reapers have the most options. I say Wandering definitely have.
No, I say Reapers don't have that many options. I just think their options are quite good.
Yeah, so I'm saying like Wandering has best options.
I'm not saying
Because most
they're
have
more.
better options.
More
Diverse.
options just to be better, but whatever.
What-
The Reapers have strong options,
Mm-hmm.
and as I said twice already,
Yeah, the Reapers. I
one
feel like
card
they're very
being-
vulnerable.
one card being slightly under the line isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the other options are good. So you're starting at 0 attack even might be sufficient. I would just be sad that I have to play this card. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Sometimes you need to play garbage to do stuff.
All right, fair enough. I hear you. I think
Yeah.
so.
If you want to balance out all the cards in Reaper subset, you would need to look at why Reapers have a bunch of options and most of them are good. Why is it that most of them are good and not just okay, for example, or just half of them are good and the rest is decent?
I
I
feel
would
like
look at it that way.
I feel like it's hard to change certain things about the Reaper subset.
Yeah,
Without
because it's
taking-
iconic. Same like
No,
Tertian Jump and Swap
not even
Material.
because of its because in reality the only iconic card for the Reapers from the story is Umbrage. Everything else is malleable. Because
I mean, I can see Umbridge and Destiny Bond being like your core. And the way you want to
Umbridge and the
play.
Destiny Bond. Yeah, actually, the Destiny Bond as well. But when I say it's harder to change them, I more so mean like there are certain effects where it feels like if you change them, the deck would just feel sort of wrong. Like, for example, if I had to point to the effect that I personally find the most annoying, it's Call of the Immortal, 100%, right? Because it's effectively fortified every single turn for a card on the field, which no other deck really has, right? The only reason they have that though is because they don't have as much of a defensive presence on as other decks do. They've only got 2 cards with anything to speak of for their defenses, but then the trade-off for that was to give them a card where it's just like, hey, once per turn you are fortified, which, and I mean, you're protected from destruction by effects as well. No one else really has that. This is the only deck that has that. So I think them having that alongside them having the offense and alongside them having the destruction options is what to me is sort of putting them a step above. Like, Chronos is something to keep an eye on, but if I'm honest, he's not what gets me the most worried about this deck. It's the resources that you have to invest to deal with their options that kind of gets me worried about them. Right?
What I would say, you're investing resources to win the game. If you deal with him, you win the game.
Not necessarily, because I have to invest resources to deal with the card that protects you before I even get a chance to hit you. And assuming that you've got the card to get that card back, the resources that I invested, what is this person doing? Why is he just touching my things? Excuse me, sir. He's just counting chips. You know what? I'm just gonna let him keep going. Anyway, that resource investment would be more so to. I lost my train of thought. That resource investment would be more so to get past that defensive layer. Like, I have to send a card to the graveyard, and then I get the chance not to break your defenses, but to have the opportunity to break your defenses if I still have enough resources, right? Because Sickle goes in the graveyard. Sickle goes in the Nexus, which isn't something I would change. I think he should be a support type avatar because he's supporting the deck, so I wouldn't change that about him. It's just kind of tough because, like, do you remove the destruction protection? I don't think that makes sense. Do you make the destruction protection once only? Well, then it's basically useless, so I wouldn't do that either. Yeah, it's just sort of tough to figure out how to fix it. And then when it comes to Sickle, the one that boosts your attack every single turn by 100, that is another one where it's like, okay, it's in the Nexus. You have to invest a card, and if you invest the one card to destroy them both, great. But if you don't have the card to invest to destroy them both and also lose that card, then every turn, I mean, if you summon, no one summons Sickle turn 1, but from turn 2, if you use its effect every turn, it gives you 500 stats over the course of the game for a rank 1, right? I think Sickle and Scythe are the things that annoy me the most about this deck.
Yeah.
Oh my, thank you for talking that out with me. I know that it took us a while to get here, but yeah, Chronos isn't the problem. Sickle and Scythe are the problem. They're so cheap and they do so much heavy lifting. Why have I never noticed this before? They were free before.
They're meant to.
Like,
They're literally carrying the deck to
literally,
be like among the good cards. Like, without them, they'll be this trash.
When you were defending
Actual garbage.
What's the name of the card that buffs himself?
Moves himself? Ryu?
No, buffs. Like the against attack when Umbridge.
Oh, Chronos. Chronos,
yeah. Chronos. And then and your logic was, okay, and then turn 2, I summoned Sickle and I summoned this, and they protect.
Yeah, like, you should mention them while we were talking about him. Like, okay. He's done at 50.
Yeah, he's balanced at 50 because I have 2 supers.
Okay, yeah. I see it. All right, so if anything, the first thing that comes to mind is to cut the boost that Sickle gives. I wouldn't want to take it away completely. The aim is to have something to nudge Umbridge just a little bit over the edge, but being able to do that every single turn, that can add up. I mean, Wukong boosts once, maybe he gives you 150 and he's a rank 2, right? So this thing being a rank 1, shoot, maybe we make it a rank 2. Hold on. Make it a little bit
Yeah,
more expensive.
I'm much more inclined to
I mean,
make him a rank.
Sickle,
get rid of it,
what's the
because-
sickle effect?
Wukong
Can we
is
score
fine.
that?
Sickle says, let me grab the card real quick. Sickle says, that is Umbridge. No, that's the baby. No. Okay, so
How many Umbridges?
Sickle says, target a Reaper avatar on the field and increase its attack by 100 until the end of the turn.
Till the end of every turn until the end of the turn.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, I think it's better making him a rank 2 than making it 50 because
Even
The
if it's a rank
reason
2, I would still
Wukong-
make it 50. Even as a rank 2. Because
Huh?
comparing...
because like what I would say, Wukong.
Make it so that you can't attack directly with the card that's buffed.
I feel
You
like
can't
they
attack
need it. It's like
directly.
if all of the other decks like
Makes sense.
have like so much attack boost, like without it, it'd be,
I
they'll
mean,
be
at this
struggling out here.
at this stage of the game, the attack and defense value matters, and it is a value game. And buffs are fun, and every deck should have at least one attack defense boost. That's okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying every deck has like 2 or 3.
Good for them.
No, but when because again, yes, but also in theory, Reapers have the most attack defense restoration because of Umbridge. Take Umbridge down to 50 attack, well, boom, 250 boost. Take him down to 100 attack, boom, 200 boost. Right, with just for free.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like we can't look at cards in
Restoration and
isolation.
boost is like
I get what you mean,
very
right?
different.
Because it's like, okay, with a boost, you can go over a certain limit, whereas restoration, you keep yourself topped up. And I get what you mean. In dire situations, there is the rune that you can pay life points to boost your attack. Again, probably don't want to use that because, life points are important.
things are hefty at
But-
the moment.
But if you really need that added power, then there's that thing with the cost to do that. 350 on Umbridge. I mean, when Ryu is boosted by Dragon Dance at his max, he'll be at 350, right? Obviously, Ryu can boost higher than that, but also Ryu doesn't get his attack stat back. And also, Ryu isn't protected from destruction once per turn. And also, you get what I mean? And also, there's no Destiny Bond, and also there's no
Yeah, but
destruction effect.
Ryu can double his attack. Ryu can.
But
If
now,
we're bringing
when he
one-
doubles his attack, it goes down to 0. What's Umbridge's penalty? Right? It's very free. I'll just say it. The Reaper deck
dies,
is
I guess.
the Reaper deck. No, he doesn't. He restores himself, and even if he's about to die,
No.
you can protect him once, right? Just every single turn. It's such a safe deck to play. If Umbridge is about to die, let's say you misplay, let's say you do something wrong, just protect him from destruction. Boom, Umbridge doesn't die. You get to try again next turn, reset his attack again. Oh, maybe you want Umbridge to die? All right, well, you have the option to let him die and then pop your opponent's card anyway, right? Like, it's a very safe deck right now. And I mean, again, we still need to put more effort into
I would
making
say
the Wandering subset less safe, but that doesn't make
safe
this
isn't
good.
because like I don't think like Reapers. I don't think all of our testing. I'm pretty sure like I don't think they've won a game apart from like the one game like at the very beginning against
Reapers have won twice,
Forest.
and they've only
but
been
apart from the first guard.
they've only been played like 5 times, and they've won twice. No, maybe 5 to 6 times.
What other decks did they beat?
Reapers have beaten. To be fair, it would have been a while ago. It would have been a
Yeah,
while
because like
ago.
the first deck they beat was like Forest Guard,
They
Eva
just-
Selectus. I remember
They've
that.
destroyed Forest Guard before. They've destroyed. I think they outpaced Wanderings in a duel at some point, but that
I would disagree.
they were
'Cause, like,
basically a
the
different
Wandering-
deck back then.
Always had like the negate. They had the attack. I don't think Reapers have ever beat Wandering.
I'm trying to remember. I know Reapers have beat someone else. It was either Wandering or Ancient Beasts. Well, Reapers have definitely won more than one contest.
It's more likely that they've beat Ancient Beast
Yeah, it was
'Cause
one of the two.
pretty hard for them
Right.
to like, because the Ancient Beast doesn't really have anyone to like beat over and like get a token and
That
start
makes
bouncing.
sense. It probably was Ancient Beast
So
then,
it's
but
probably
still,
was Ancient Beast.
still. With
But
that
even
being
now, like
said,
new Ancient Beast, I don't think like, I feel like if you make it 50, you might kill the deck. To be honest,
I think that's a bit dramatic. I think that's a bit
I mean,
dramatic.
we can test out, but I'm pretty sure like if you make it 50, you might actually kill the deck.
I'm thinking. How? Because the only thing that can stop
woof.
Umbridge is reducing his what's it called? Is reducing his original attack. You have to reduce his original attack. If you just reduce his attack minimally, he can attack, protect himself with the scythe or whatever the hell it is, not die, and then get the boost back up to 300 because he didn't die from that battle. Currently, there is Assault Thief, and there is Forest Guards have an inbuilt counter to Umbridge, but only if you time the attack correctly. If you don't Kalpa Banyan when Umbridge is coming up the lane, then too bad, you missed, right? So unless you're reducing his original attack, how do you stop him? Like, most games that end isn't because, like, Umbridge died. In fact, how many times has Umbridge died without it being voluntary?
A lot. Before
A lot.
remember, like before literally like when Umbridge died, like we literally didn't even use the pop for like
No,
the longest time.
I remember the
Like-
last game. I remember the last game that we played. Umbridge did die. We didn't know about the pop. Ryu was still on the field. Umbridge died. But before that, I feel like it was more common. Oh, Gear said it out. Gear, have a good one. Take care, bro. Right? Take care. Before that,
Oh.
because
I would also say like
because what's
you're
killing Umbridge?
you're acting like what's killing Umbridge is that the protection effect is being used like elsewhere during the turn. It's not like
But then that's
your
but that's
the
a
protection
choice
effect's
that
like
you are
locked.
making, right? No other deck can just protect
Because-
a card once per turn.
I'm
While
not
also
saying like
being
the
able to
protection
boost
isn't good.
once per turn.
I'm saying that
While also being able to
if
reset
you-
your attack every single time you attack. While also Destiny
So-
bonding to one of your opponent's cards.
so the difference is that they have good effects,
Mm-hmm.
but other decks are also have good effects and they're also applying pressure. If you let's say Destiny Bond turn 1, you're protecting your defenses because
Mm-hmm.
your opponent won't probably kill you, and then he'll wait for you to like kill your opponent, your defenses, because you probably have Umbridge and he has the most attack.
Mm-hmm.
So and you're gonna probably use your protection effect to protect your card, so Umbridge doesn't kill your own card. And from that point, you have like you can use different effects. You can also negate Umbridge. You can also just apply pressure. Just because Umbridge is applying pressure to your camp, doesn't mean that you're not also applying pressure to your opponent. So you as the Reaper player have to use your protection, use your pops, use your boost to basically play double duty. And without the ability to protect yourself and without the ability to boost, so you can just like defend yourself. So Umbridge by himself, like attacking,
Wait, why don't they have
boosting
the
back up.
why don't they have the ability to defend themselves? That's one thing you just kind of said. I never agreed with you on that. Why can't they protect themselves?
I'm saying that they're using their boost and their destruction protection.
So protect yourselves in
More
other ways.
And
You've got a synergy rating of 7. Play Valiance.
Play Valiant.
I don't
yeah, so you're acting like playing Valiance is like sheesh, that shit is free. So already established that basically if you're playing Reapers, you have to play Umbridge, you have to play Cronus. Either he's a dead card in the draw
So
deck.
Umbridge. So turn 1 is
Or you
Umbridge,
play him.
Kronos, and Grimace. Agreed. Turn 2,
Yeah.
do something else.
And your other two cards in your hands are what? Your 2 Sequence Scythe.
Why do you have to have both of them in hand?
So you don't
And
want
also,
to
why
have
can't you play
Sickle
card
and Scythe in
exchange?
your opening hand. Yes, okay. So that's what I'm saying. So
Discard a rune,
so
draw a
step
card.
1. So yeah, so that's what we're saying, yeah. So we're playing. So do you agree with Sequence Scythe in hand? Yes or no? We'll start with that, I guess.
Well, again, if you're saying that the problem is defense, then no, I personally don't think that there's a massive problem with defense. But again, you said that they can't protect themselves, which is why I'm recommending play something else to support you so that you don't have that problem. Personally, I would put Sickle and Scythe in the opening hand because I think Grimace in the defense zone is enough. If you feel like defense is a problem, then you fix the problem.
Defense should be the problem, I think.
I mean, like, so okay. So we're trying to, from my perspective,
Mm-hmm.
they need this, and you're saying they don't need it, and you're saying that Grimace is enough. So I'm saying, like,
Mm-hmm.
so you would have Sickle and Scythe in your opening hand. If you don't have Sickle and Scythe in your open hand, then
Yeah.
Sickle and Scythe are not the problem.
Wait, what?
So if you're saying that for the Reapers I'm saying the Reapers have a defensive problem, and so I would not play Sickle and Scythe because I need to patch that problem,
Okay.
and I can only do that from turn 2. So that means that Sickle and Scythe is not a problem. But if we go from your side and say,
that's one being true doesn't automatically make the other true. A card not being in the opening can doesn't mean it's not broken. There are times where you don't play Ryu in the opening can back when he was insane, right? I don't play Migra in my opening can when he was really, really good, right? A card not being in the
when
opening
was
can
Migra good?
Migra had a pretty good strat. Zane figured it out. I changed it afterwards because it was a little bit wild where he could just keep things isolated on the field. It was stupid. Anyway, that being aside, sorry,
I was it's a type. I would say we got to change more because it was like thought and like
I heard like 25% of what you just said. Please go again.
I'll say like isolating was more stall than like, and not healthy for the game. Not that was broken or anything.
Well, it not being healthy for the game is what made it broken. Do you mean broken in terms of it being too powerful? I would still say that being able to just isolate things turn by turn makes it so that your opponent can't push an offensive, and that's one card. So you push an offensive with your cards while your opponent can't do the same thing. I would say that's a bit too strong. While also having a 250 defensive body, while also boosting its defense by 100 when it's summoned onto the field, so a 350 body, while also having Ryu to come supported in the defense, it was too strong. Anyway, it's changed now, doesn't matter. The point that I'm making is a card not being in the opening hand doesn't mean it's not good, it doesn't mean it's not a problem. Right? I feel like that's
okay.
I feel like that's a logical fallacy. The one thing being true doesn't automatically make the other true. That aside, defensively right now, I struggle to see, at least in the games that we've played, I'm struggling to see how the Reapers can be struggling so much, right? Especially after some of the recent changes that have been made, because realistically speaking, it just seems like there are a lot of things that would struggle to get through. Grimace is a 400 defensive body, 200 in the defense, 200 in the counter. They've got the baby now, and each turn they can fortify either of those options if they need to. Right? Like, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just not seeing how you could have 500 defensive stats in your subset, a card that says once per turn you are not destroyed, and somehow your defense is still the problem. Right? Like, Migra now can fortify itself once. There are other cards that can be used to support it, but all of those things can only happen once. Whereas this deck is just like every single turn you can do this, whereas a synergy rating's 7, which means that if you find a way to fit other cards into this strategy or more runes or whatever you want to fit into the strategy, you can still do that. So I'm not saying Valiants are the right answer, but assuming someone thought they are, they can do that. Assuming someone thought that, I don't know, freaking what's it called, Daemons. I think Daemons aren't the right answer, obviously, but assuming someone thought that they were, they could do that. Assuming someone thought it was Swamp Dwellers, they've got the space to also do that. While also, because I think the only out of Sickle and Scythe, Scythe is the one protecting you from destruction, so I would say that is essential. I don't think Sickle is essential. I think it's beneficial to a ridiculous degree, to be honest, because gaining 100 per turn is pretty crazy. I would be hard pressed to give up that level of offense, but this is an aggro deck.
And technically, you can just play your count. So like your assault attacker deals 100 less to it, so it survived. And the next turn, another attacker deals another 100 less to it. So yeah, so your defense can be pretty bulky. If
to be honest, what if you used Umbrage? What does Umbrage say?
After it destroys a card by battle.
If it is after it destroys a card by battle, you could just make Umbrage the ultimate defender if you want to.
Yeah, technically.
Like I mean,
yeah, it will stall for one turn, and then your opponent will need to play around it, like to attack it, be mindful of it, resetting it back 300, and then attacking with 2 other cards to take it out.
I mean, that makes sense, but if you make that sort of the crux of your strategy, like for example, let's say you have a card like Golgotha that can boost Umbrage by 100 up to 400, and then you've also got, so imagine you have Sickle and Scythe in play with Umbrage in the counter zone. How do you get past that?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you act like
how do you get to Nexus?
Like genuinely, no joke. How do you get past that? That is it. As it currently is, that is a potential 400 body that resets every turn, and once per turn, even if you manage to destroy it, it won't be destroyed. Those 3 cards by themselves, I think, could actually break the game, because none of us have ever thought to do it because we're not degenerate. But well, Zane's kind of degenerate, but he's not that degenerate, right? But if
So
a player,
my question is, if Umbrage is in the counter zone, can you get to the Nexus?
what do you mean?
No, you can't. You need to move past Umbrage.
So he's a checkpoint to the Nexus, right?
Yep, he's at the checkpoint.
Yeah, I guess so. He's protecting him. So I guess you have
he's
to.
not getting. You're not getting in there, right?
So I guess you have to use Assault Thief then.
But if you're not playing Assault Thief, what do you do? I haven't played Assault Thief once today. I didn't play Assault Thief last game either. Are we saying that every single player has to play Assault Thief just in case they run into this? Like that's not good game balance in my opinion. I don't think that a combo like this should be possible. We've been arguing this whole time, and I didn't even realize that was possible. With that being possible, bro, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I also did not realize it. I mean, I just thought about using the attack buff defensively, and then you bring out, let's put the Umbrage as a fucking wall.
Yeah, like there is. Honestly,
I mean, to be fair, that's quite a hefty Nexus gauge cost.
Show Umbrage effect.
I want to look for it so I can read it specifically, because if Umbrage actually reads like that, I should take back my statement about being good at game design, because what the hell? Oh my god, after each battle this card takes place in this wave, reset its attack value to its original attack. Yeah, it works. It works. It works.
Oh,
so I guess the counter would be to because you have to
battle?
So 300. So I guess you just
Why is it
stall.
After each battle? Because after the first battle.
Because when that's the whole point of Umbrage. He's supposed to clear the entire defensive zone, right? He's supposed to be able to take on anything. But with this, yeah, I do get what you mean. It's like, okay, that is a lot to deal with. Even if it is just the first battle, you still have to deal with 300, then 300 again, then it not being destroyed, so you're not getting past, and then the next turn still not getting destroyed, assuming that they don't find a way to buff it, and then if you do destroy it, they use the rune that brings it back from the graveyard, and they do the whole setup again. I just feel
what I would say is
also,
that
if you do
it's hefty on the Nexus.
Sorry?
It's because Umbrage, sickle scythe.
That is
So
300
one
points.
of them, yes. So one of them has to be in the Nexus. The other one, I guess, defense, and the other one.
I mean, hell, no,
Both can be technically in the next.
No, because you can only put one card in the Nexus per turn. So assuming you did this turn 1,
Yeah.
you'd only have one in the Nexus. But I mean,
Yeah, but if you do this turn 1, your opponent's not prepared for Umbrage in the counter and can't do shit about it.
I mean, that's also very true. So your opponent might not be able to get over Umbrage in the first place. And I mean, my second counter to that is not only is your opponent never getting to your Nexus, they're never getting to your defense zone. The only card they can get past that is Tuition. So that's the one matchup where it's like, okay, cool, he can get past. But every other deck is just stuck sitting at the checkpoint.
What I would say is maybe like, because you don't really, because how many decks? Most decks on hefty like 300. If your opponent's being a degenerate and umbraging like, because that means that the only other like offensive card, I guess they could be playing other offensive
Yeah,
cards.
it's a
but
synergy rating
you
7
probably,
deck.
like-
If it's synergy rating 7 and they've completely stopped your offenses, what synergy rating 3s could they play? I mean, you probably wouldn't play the Aria subset, to be fair. That would be a stretch.
You can play three generics with high attack.
Yeah, you can play 3 generics with high attack if you want to. You can play the Damien
Most of them have
subset,
like what 200.
currently, but I mean, more
Damien can get up
generics.
to 300.
More generics will come.
And
One,
actually, so
yes.
technically, you can play one support in the Nexus, another support in the defense, Umbrage in the counter, and then don't play for the 5 turns.
Oh my
To deal with
goodness!
red.
Your opponent will summon more cards. You'll win off life. You'll just win.
Exactly.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You don't
If
even
you-
have to play the
I
game. You
mean,
don't
if
have
you've
to
been a
attack
degen.
them. You don't.
Yeah.
Right?
So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, if you see your opponent being a DJ in turn 1, you have to like just stop.
Just stop playing the game. No, but see, here's like when we run into things like that in Master Duel or Duel Links, who do we blame? Konami, because it's bad game design. Right? That is just
Do we
abysmal.
blame
Actually, yeah, to
Konami?
be fair, that's literally wrong on him. Like, you just
Right? You just have to
Wrong with
sit there and watch. So I think the very first change that needs to be made is Umbrage only works from the assault zone. Right? Obvious.
Yeah.
Obvious fix.
That's balance.
but like
I like-
isn't because your assault zone, your opponent's defensive zone, they're different places, right?
It only works if
So
it was
it should
summoned
be
in the assault
when
zone.
him-
That's
when
what I
he
mean. Yeah,
attacks.
no, that's what I mean. Oh, well, I guess you could do when he attacks.
Why not
but-
just he attacked? Because like it makes more sense, to be honest. Because like him increasing his attack just because you were summoned there, you could like move him. You could summon him in the assault and like move him
Wait,
because
what's the
Reapers actually do
condition?
have a card that
No,
moves.
you make a good point.
I mean, one question: what's the condition of activation? Could it be at any point of the duel, or
It's at any point in the duel. Most people just choose to do it in the battle phase.
yes? So maybe let it only activate when Umbrage declares an attack.
Yeah, I'm putting
that's
it
what I was
down
saying.
now.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the activation requirement.
Okay, so that fixes Umbrage. That was a problem we didn't even know existed until 10 minutes ago. But crisis averted, I guess. Let me see. I mean, honestly, if anything, this has just convinced me that some significant changes need to happen with this deck. I don't, my aim isn't to kill it, but again, that was all without even considering the fact that if your opponent finally does make it past Umbrage, he gets to pop one of their cards. We never factored in Grimace. We never needed to factor in anything. Obviously, that doesn't work anymore because he has to be the one declaring an attack. It's just, this deck's, it seems like it can be a lot. Like that constant
But it's
protection.
losing. So I guess we need, cause like, yeah, I guess we need to establish why it's losing.
Okay, let's take a step back. You, in my opinion, only lost to the game that we just played because I knew that you were playing Reapers. Genuinely. If Reapers had been a surprise in that matchup, your Destiny Bond would have gone off. You would have had the option to kill me at any point in time. I would have had to double down on the ability to kill Umbrage. With how many resources I invested just to get rid of your sickle / scythe, anything else would have been too much for me to deal with. Like I barely went. I thought I was going to lose the entire time. So if you had even one more advantage at your disposal, I would have lost.
Okay, so let's say Destiny Bond on Caligula,
Mm-hmm.
Grimace, and the correct play would be Cronus. So Umbridge Cronus.
Mm-hmm.
So Umbridge attacks, he gets bounced back,
Mm-hmm.
and Cronus doesn't attack because the guy is fortified.
Yep.
So Cronus is at 100, Umbridge is all the way back, and
He moves back up to the
Caligula
checkpoint.
can attack because
Caligula can
he
attack,
take
but he probably wouldn't because he would be killing him. Actually, no. Scratch that.
yeah. They'll take
You
them
know what's
each other
crazy?
out.
You know what's crazy?
Actually,
They wouldn't take each other out because. Oh wait, no. Yes, no. Caligula would attack in the situation, but do you have any runes set? Is my question.
I would have card exchange, yeah, and incinerate.
Incinerate. If you activate Incinerate before Caligula attacks, Caligula either can't attack, or he attacks and he dies. So in that situation, I doubt you would
And
let
I
the
die.
Incinerate. Why would you die? If I'm incinerated,
Because
I'm at
we're
150.
Destiny bonded.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. So
Yeah,
you would
that's
kill yourself
simple.
in that situation. All right, fair enough. I think in that situation, it probably would be best for me to crash because you don't have the scythe to protect you.
Hmm.
Question: why did you choose the Destiny Bond into Caligula?
Because it was Caligula, woman like queen,
And Renrir?
or yeah.
Why wouldn't you Destiny Bond the Renrir?
Okay, so I Destiny bond Renrir, and when Umbridge has to attack, because Umbridge movement phase 2 moves back up. Umbridge has 300 attack, which is bigger than almost anything you have. And then
Mhm.
at the start, the first person attacking would be Umbridge,
Yeah,
and I would kill Renrir and kill myself.
that's on the next turn,
Opening,
right?
yeah.
Okay, but the next turn you have Scythe. Protect yourself.
So I would use my protection on him, on Grimace.
Yeah, sure. Protect Grimace. Grimace doesn't die off of the Destiny Bond. Renrir's out of the way. And that's assuming that all things being equal, I didn't choose to swing into you to get rid of you, and you took out. I took out Renrir myself. That's assuming I didn't do that, and we just stood there looking at each other. In which case, I'm no longer even strong enough to take you out because you incinerated me. Right? So in either situation, I'm on the back foot. Either I swing into you, my Renrir dies turn 1, and I also die, even though you've died as well. But that means there's no one in the way of Umbridge and Kronos to do anything to you next turn. Not only that, you would only have 2 gladiators left on the field because Grimace would be dead, so I wouldn't be able to summon Caligula or whatever Hadrian from the graveyard. I'd be screwed.
So yeah, so you wouldn't attack them. So if I Destiny Bond to Grimace, you would not attack.
You mean if you Destiny Bond into Renrir?
Yeah, Renrir.
Yeah, okay, cool. So in that situation, I wouldn't attack. Grimace is still on the field. Renrir is still on the field. The next turn comes around. You have Scythe in play now. I'm able to summon from the graveyard if I so choose. I have Hadrian in grave, but just like last time, Hadrian is my only defensive play. So I'm in the same situation where I have to wait until the next turn to then be able to mount that big offense that I talked about with the... for when I draw my cards, because I didn't draw the last card until the end of turn 2, right? If I try and destroy you, remember I'm ignited now, so I'm not even big enough to beat over you, but I'm forced to attack anyway, so I swing into you, I die.
So you'd have
actually,
that.
wait, pause. That's not how that would happen. You know, yes, it is, because you
100. You have like that 200 guy, and you'd have your 100. So you summon 2 cards.
What do you mean?
So you'd have the. Actually, yeah, because you have what's it called?
I would have Asterius.
You have CCC. So when I target Sickle to protect you can switch the protection to someone else.
Why would, assuming I played CCC on that turn?
So turn 2, you play CCC because I have Grimace and your Nexus card and your counter card Destiny bonded. So I would have to protect Grimace with Sickle. Otherwise, I'm killing I'm killing Grimace myself. So you played
Okay.
CCC, and you could swap the Scythe target to someone else
Size
because they're
says
all gladiators.
target brought on the field. The first time would be destroyed by battle
Technically
card
true.
effect. Yep, that is correct. Wait, hold on. Target a Reaper avatar on the field. The first time it would be destroyed by battle card effect. It is not destroyed. Gladiator. Sorry, yeah.
Technically incorrect, right? Because you need to change target to a valid target, and the only valid target is Reaper avatar. So it needs to be
Yeah,
both Reaper
there's
and Gladiator.
So
yeah,
in that situation,
they're all Reapers and Gladiators because they're
Yeah, so-
all of them
So
were summoned during the
technically
same
still
turn.
valid because you just protect something else and destroy.
yeah,
the
something.
target, right?
No, but
Yeah, you
the
could
point
target
that,
like
yeah,
Cronus or something.
yeah, the point that Neo is making is, I mean, if anything, turn 2 summon Baby, summon Sickle, and I guess if you want to summon Scythe, target the Baby
Yeah.
in the defense zone instead, so the Baby can't be destroyed.
Why would you target the baby? Target Cronus.
Why target Kronos? Why do I care about Kronos being destroyed?
Well, you're not destroying Cronus. You're stopping Cronus from being destroyed.
No, I know. So that's
I
what
guess.
I'm saying. Why is he under threat?
So
Yeah,
you're target.
exactly.
So
Kronos
I'm
isn't in
talking
danger.
about So I'm talking about like is when because Grimace is destiny bonded to Remus. So you have to target Sickle to protect Remus, otherwise Umbridge is gonna clear your own defense. The Destiny Bond effect doesn't like target something else to be destroyed, but the Sickle or whichever one protects, that's the thing that's targeting.
Yeah, I know. So
So you-
why am I targeting Kronos? I still don't understand.
I mean, Cronus was just an example because if you target the baby, then something else won't be destroyed. But you're not going to be destroying Cronus this turn, so you don't care if Cronus is protected this turn.
I feel like that made a degree of sense. So let's assume I protect Kronos then. I think I understand what you're trying to say. So we protect Kronos. That's fine.
So, and then Umbridge clears his own, kills Remus and Grimace.
What?
I mean, Umbridge kills Remus and Grimace.
You said the same thing again. You mean
'Cause you said what?
Renrir. You mean Renrir. Okay.
Renrir.
Okay. God, I've been like, what? Okay, yes, I'm with you. So Umbridge kills Renrir, Umbridge kills, and in doing so also kills Grimace, agreed. The next battle of the turn takes place.
So Cronus gains another 50, so Cronus 150. And
Yeah.
Caligula, since the battle was done before,
Mm-hmm.
and you have 100, Caligula would attack into the baby.
Okay.
And since Caligula's at 100, both the baby and the
Caligula.
baby die, and you draw a card. And since I don't have a rune, I don't gain anything.
Okay.
You already
that makes
used Sickle, and if you want, you can use Scythe to boost something else, which like won't do anything
sense. Yeah,
because you already
really
have
help us
like
in that
an
situation.
indestructible.
I mean,
And so
yeah,
my defense is cleared,
Mhm.
and you coming up. So you could have chosen to either send your 100 guy to the Nexus to clap up my boys, or you could have sent 300 directly to my face that turn.
Okay. In that situation, you have the rune that recovers from the graveyard. I have Asterius and I have
was the only thing I
Akalea
said.
advancing down the assault zone. 50 to 100.
So I don't see a way out of that, to be honest.
Hold on, give me a second.
Hmm.
What are the last 3 cards in your deck?
It should be
What did you put in to fill
War.
out those
It should
last
be
3
Hound.
spaces? No, as in
It
like
should be
your
Hound.
no, your synergy rating 7. What did you put in to fill out those 3 spaces?
Oh, I put in the 2 ancient beast card and put the rune. I put card exchange and incinerate. I put
But weren't those in your opening hand? I'm talking about your resource deck.
yeah, so that's what I'm trying to figure out what's in there. So I know
okay.
Hound is in there. Yeah. I mean, it's on the live. Like,
There are cards
go back a bit, I
there,
guess.
so why are you drilling the top?
No,
I mean,
we don't
that's what I'm
have the
saying, like-
board state from where it was before, right? Like this is because we got kicked out, so I don't know what was. I can't see what was in his thing. But in any
So
event, we'll
yeah,
put that
my
to-
question is, why does it matter? So you can like
So
coordinate whatever you want to coordinate. It's fine.
we'll put that to one side for the time being, focusing on the duel. With Hadrian in the
Mhm.
defense, you can't deal with him until the end of the turn. I've got Asterius, I've got Achillea. In a situation where I chose not to attack into your Nexus. If I chose to attack your Nexus like I did before, which all things considered I probably do, you get back your Scythe to keep on protecting cards with the rune. Then you have the Defender at 200 defense. In pause, when Grimace was destroyed this turn or last turn?
Grimace this turn.
Grimace was destroyed this turn.
Is this turn 2? So Grimace dies turn 2, yes.
Okay, so Grimace dies turn 2. Bring that out. Okay, so Grimace comes back in the end phase. So yeah, you do take 200 damage to the face this turn. That is correct.
Mhm.
Meanwhile,
And Grimace comes out during the
end phase.
assault counter zone.
Yeah,
so
Grimace comes
yeah,
out
he
in the
comes to the
counter
counter zone. So Grimace doesn't stop you from hitting me 200 in the face again.
Yeah, no, I know that. What I'm now thinking about is the next cards that I am going to summon in this duel are. So Hadrian goes to the graveyard at the
You
end
have your
of
whole deck at this
the
point,
next
right?
turn.
So
you
can be
incorrect.
everything you want.
Caligula's dead. Asterius dies. No, Asterius is a card.
No, I
in
said
your
like
assault
from your
zone.
draw deck.
Did you draw
You have
all
every
your
card
cards?
from your draw deck at this point.
Oh yeah. This is the point in which I have all the cards from my draw deck. So I have
So you could
Niprix.
cook
I
with
have.
chefing up.
Hold on. Wait. I have Niprix. I have. What's it called? Rakor. So 50, 100. I have the ability to revive Homeboy if he dies, but he's still alive in this timeline. He didn't die like he did last time, so I've got no one really to revive off of that effect. And I've got Titus. Those are the 3 cards in my hand. Right? The 4th card was because Asterius had died, and so I summoned him off out of the graveyard when I summoned Niprix. Niprix can only summon from the graveyard when he himself is summoned, so that doesn't work. With the 4 cards that I've got, at the end of this turn, my boss monster's going to the graveyard, right? What's his name? Hadrian dies at the end of this turn. He's my only defensive wall. He can't be destroyed. Fair enough. He's at 0 defense, so we sort of just chill in there. I'm either going to put Titus in defense to buy some time, but Umbridge will just kill him, so that's probably not a great idea. The plan is probably going to be to go offensive and take you out before I die myself. I try and swing into your...
You also have Titus and the fortification rune, which can buy you an extra turn.
I
So
use
you're basically
I use a
guaranteed
fortification rune. Wait, did I not use a fortification rune in this duel?
No, because this is an example where you didn't know that I was
I know,
Reapers,
no,
so
but I
you didn't
usually use the
turn
fortification rune turn 2.
You didn't need to use the fortification rune turn 2.
I
But
wouldn't
it would
know
be
that.
set.
Yeah, I would set it.
You-
I've always set it turn 2. It's part of the combo. It's a 2-turn wall that I always talk about, right? You fortify turn 1 with the queen, fortify turn 2 with the rune. Again, it would
What I'm
end up
saying
not
is that
mattering.
you'd have perfect information turn 2
Why? What?
because you see you see Umbridge, you see Grimace, you see Cronus. You know that I have to summon the protection, because if I don't, then Umbridge will kill Grimace. So
You
you
know,
see my whole field.
you know that there's a rune that can move a Reaper card from one place on the field to a different place on the field, right? There's a situation where Umbridge doesn't kill the card at that point in the duel. Why would
Okay,
there's no such thing as perfect knowledge in that situation. You could play anything. I don't know what your deck is made up of.
Okay,
Right.
so
Wait, there's
you
a card that moves a Reaper.
Yeah, you
Once
pay life points, and you're able to move a Reaper card from one point on the field to a different point on the field, which is why Neo's suggestion about making it when Umbridge attacks makes a lot of sense, because he could just move to the counter zone later on and it would still be a problem. But he can do that. And then the baby can tribute itself, get that rune back, put Umbridge back in the assault. A lot of life points, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. My point is just that there's no such thing as perfect knowledge. Hell, if I wanted to activate the rune and just put Umbridge in the assault zone, actually no, that doesn't work, because after movement phase 1, he would still end up in the same place. So that doesn't work. But you get what I'm trying to say.
So you'd have to move him to the counter zone.
Exactly, it would have to be the
Which
counter
would
zone.
probably
in
be
that
even more
situation.
detrimental. It's like, and you still be tying because
How?
you have 100.
How would it
because
be more
Cronus
detrimental?
Of course, not as detrimental as Grim saying. Like, it's mental in the sense that you lose Umbridge basically.
I have a card that, so not I, because you're the one playing it. There's a card that can get Umbridge back if he gets destroyed. He's a 300 body in the counter zone. You can protect him from destruction, and if you manage to destroy him, he can activate his ability to destroy a card on the field that would have been part of your offense, if anything. And every time he's battling, because Kronos still gains the attack when a card you control battles, Kronos is still getting stronger. Right? Once he eventually gets destroyed, if you choose not to use the pop, you get Umbridge back. I would see that as being a viable option. So again, it's not a guarantee which way you would go in that situation. I probably wouldn't play it like that because that takes too much brain power, but honestly speaking, that doesn't sound like an awful play.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but you would assume that you'd be able to use Sickle to protect your Grimace. This would be like...
Not if I know that we're destined...
This would be...
But it would be a counter play. I know, or rather the Reaper player knows, that at the start of the turn, Umbridge will be forced to attack into Renrir, thereby killing Renrir. So their opponent would then know, okay, Renrir is safe. Or Renrir is about to die, so I will be able to get a clean shot. The counterplay to that is to move Umbridge. Your opponent thinks that they're safe, but in reality, they're forced to attack into your card first, potentially destroying it, making it possible for Kronos to move freely. Right? It's a mind game. Right? Like I'm sorry, but it's not perfect knowledge. So I would still put down the fortification rune. I know myself, right? I've put it down turn 2 every game. Right? So I don't think I would have it at this stage. And also I've forgotten where we are.
I mean, so we're at turn 3.
Okay, so we're turn 3. Kronos and Umbridge are in the assault zone. We're at turn 3.
They're in the defensive zone because they're
sorry, that's what I mean. They're in their opponent's defensive zone. Asterius is in your defensive zone at 200 attack. There are 2 cards coming up my lane at 150 and 100 attack, but you've got Grimace ready to meet them at 200 attack, so he can take both of them out. Titus, realistically speaking, is probably going to be in the assault zone as well. Because I don't see a world in which that... I just don't see it working. Having enough defense to... Yeah, Umbridge would just kill it, so there's no point putting in the defense zone. I would probably put that in the assault zone, so he's moving forward as well. He would be the first one to die, because he's got 200... he's got 150 attack. He would be the first to die. The next card to attack would be the
My
one at
question is-
100.
Why would you spend your resources trying to press me further? You already have a card at my Nexus gauge, at my
Well,
defensive zone.
My assumption as a player would be that you would put down, I don't know, anything, Hound, and just protect it. Because Asterius can only attack you directly if he successfully destroys the card by battle, which your deck inherently prevents. So unless I get more pressure into the offensive zone, I still can't kill you. You just protect every single turn. Because Asterius is just
You
one
have
card.
piercing.
But if I don't
have-
destroy you by battle,
Oh
the
yeah, by
piercing
battle, yeah.
doesn't work, right? So I have to get more cards into your defensive zone if I want to
Oh
actually
yeah,
kill
yes,
you.
oh yeah. You have to make me choose. Do I either want to get pissed and probably be killed, or do
Exactly.
I want to like
Now-
grimace to?
Now,
to
bearing
grimace?
in mind, at this point in the game, I have not managed to successfully attack you directly yet.
You did turn 2.
Did Asterius get a direct attack off?
Yeah,
Did he?
yeah, because Grimace killed himself and Caligula killed.
Yes,
Hound.
yes, he did. He did.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. So you've attacked me. I've attacked you directly for 200 at this stage. The cards you would be summoning here would be Scythe. You would summon Sickle, and Baby
I
has
already.
No, sorry,
I
not
summoned
not
Sickle,
not not
Scythe.
Sickle. Sorry, you would summon Scythe. You would summon Hound, and what other cards do you
No,
have?
so turn 2, I already summoned. Actually, no, because
No, you didn't. You summoned Baby.
Yeah. turn 2, I summoned Sickle, Scythe, Baby.
Yeah, exactly. So you still have Hound.
So Hound is the only one I'd have left.
But when Scythe got destroyed, you used the rune to add it back to your hand.
Oh yeah.
So you have Scythe and Hound. So Hound just in the
forgot
defense
about the
zone is a
rune, that's
wall, right?
Sorry.
So he's just a wall. Now again, I'm trying to understand. So you didn't put any other monsters? No, you had the Ancient Beast card you said in your deck as
Yeah,
well.
that's the last
Um,
monster. Yeah.
So that's the last thing that you have to summon. Which Ancient Beast card is it?
The Beast.
The-
The 150 guy.
Oh, okay, the rank 1. Why do you guys play him everywhere?
He
Because
was
it-
good.
Just stop, I guess.
I mean, because like of all the
For price of 3, that's good. 150 for price of this.
I mean, 150 for 50, I mean, I do agree that's not bad, but I mean, with the card space you had left, you had enough space for an entire minor subset, right? Like, you could have an entire Swamp Dweller package just chilling in the back pocket. But instead, you have
Yeah.
a little dog boy.
Yeah.
Like,
My figure is that
Do you not like my dog boy?
yeah, exactly. Like what we're trading for this $some package is that we're playing we're playing a rune to discard off card exchange.
But the rune is played
And
in
we're
your
basically
opening
like-
hand, so it doesn't factor into the resource deck.
It would factor into like draws because the Reapers have like pretty good runes.
No, because they're so
So-
what you're saying is you
so, yeah,
don't
so-
want to discard a rune. Wait, no, but there are Reaper runes that you say you don't like, aren't there?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you be discarding? So you have 5 runes that you have to have in your opening hand, and 5 monsters you have to have in your opening hand. You discard a
Yes, so I'm playing
rune
Hound,
for a rune.
Ward, and I'm playing the Beast. I'm playing all of the Reaper runes.
Wait, you have
I'm
Reaper
playing-
runes in your resource deck?
Yeah,
Oh. I didn't think any of them were that good. Jesus. Okay, fair enough, I guess. Because like, what is a Reaper rune going to do for you now? Like, drawn from an RNG perspective, right? Like, I just feel like runes in the draw deck aren't as valuable as monsters unless you're like already in a solid spot.
yeah. I'm pretty sure the rune I have is. Let me find the Reapers.
Yeah, it's copy.
Yeah, I can't, because in my opinion, I would put that down to, not to be rude, but that doesn't sound like the best build in my opinion, because I can't think of a Reaper rune that I would put in the draw deck that would be like, okay, yeah, that's gonna help me without being in my opening hand. Like I can draw that randomly. That would have to be an anime moment. Return a Reaper or Asylum avatar that was destroyed this turn from your graveyard to your hand. You do not draw a
So
card.
the reason I wouldn't. So the reason I'm not playing the Reaper runes in my opening hand is because I need something to discard, and I don't want to discard the Reaper runes. So I'd have to put the Reaper rune in my draw deck.
There are 4 Reaper runes total, plus card exchange. That makes a 5th card. You said yourself that you don't like Virtue of Thanatos, so why wouldn't you just discard Virtue of Thanatos with card exchange to draw 1 if you want the card exchange that badly? I'm assuming maybe because you chose to play Ignite, because I do remember seeing Ignite in your hand. Okay, so you played Ignite in your opening hand, and I think that might be why you didn't have space, but overall I don't think that trade-off was worth it, because you end up top decking something kind of useless. Because of the other 3 Reaper runes, Call of the Dead, Return a Reaper of Asylum, so you have to have set that preemptively. So in a situation where you top deck that and all your cards are dead, it doesn't help you. When the wave starts, reduce your Nexus gauge by 50 times the rank of a Reaper avatar you control, move it to another zone. That could be useful in a top deck situation, but again, I feel like a card like that is more useful in a situation where it's like, okay, you control when you use it, you're reacting. That kind of seems weird to put in the top deck. If you control a rank 2 or higher Reaper or Asylum avatar, reduce your Nexus gauge by 200 points and multiples of 50, increase the attack. Again, if all your Reapers are dead, top decking this doesn't do anything for you.
So what I would say is, okay, so let's say we remove the dog, remove Incinerate with play, card exchange, so, and you have Hound, Ward, and 3 cards in the draw deck.
Yeah.
I don't see like how they're mattering much in like this scenario per se.
Honestly, this is where it starts to come down to RNG, what you draw and when. Because, for example, if it is the Valiance and you top deck Damien in the situation, Renrir by himself can never get, not Renrir, sorry, Asterius by himself never gets through Damien. He negates the first attack every single time, so unless you're able to get more cards through Grimace here, you just never get through this block, and Hadrian goes to the graveyard at the end of the turn. That was my last defensive play. I told you as much. That's not new information. After Hadrian, I had nothing. So just lasting that one extra turn seals the deal for me. I'm at how many life points at that? I don't remember, but I know it was under 500, right? Like, I think it makes a really big difference, honestly. Because top decking a rune there does nothing for you, whereas top decking a monster could, quite literally, like how Asterius would have won me the last game if I had top decked him. In this situation, top decking the right monster could win you this game just by buying you a single turn. Right?
So I feel like we've come to the same conclusion that Reapers are struggling defensively and Sickle Scythe maybe aren't the problem.
How have we reached that conclusion?
Because
when did we agree to that?
I'm dying, bro. If I
because
don't
of how
draw
you
a
chose to build your deck. It's not down to the. That's not the deck's fault. That's your fault.
That's a part of your deck.
Exactly. That's your deck, my guy. Like for example, with it's the same thing.
Offensive.
Yeah, with the gladiators, I couldn't win unless I drew Asterius in that situation. That's the game. That doesn't mean gladiators suck inherently and that everything about them is bad. They played a good game, but to seal the deal, they needed the last card. Same way, to seal the deal, your deck needed to be built better than it was, in my opinion, in that situation. Because there's multiple cards as just one drops that buy you enough time to survive there, right? No deck is perfect. No deck needs a perfect offense and a perfect defense. I'm not saying that their defense is perfect. I'm saying their defense is good enough to not be a problem, is what I personally feel.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it, right? Because again, I'm not saying they have a shining defense because I don't think that they should. They have a terrifying offense. I don't think you need a terrifying offense and a terrifying defense. That's broken. I think their defense is more than good enough as is to allow them to win a game. Because a situation where you have great defenses lined up
Yes.
and you still kill me means that I never had a chance. Whereas in a situation like this, it's like, okay, either player could win, which I think is healthy. Right?
So-
I'm not seeing
I feel like we're green, no? Are we not?
how.
Because so I'm saying like they have a bad defense, so that's what like balancing side.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that they have a bad
I
defense. so
again, I don't,
need to
I
be
don't, I
soft
don't,
with the defense.
because we don't agree on that. I never said that they had a bad defense. I think their defense is okay. That's what I said. Right?
But you're saying that them having an okay defense is balanced.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Them having an okay defense is balanced, and they also have a terrifying attack to go with that. Bearing in mind, there weren't many situations where you were, oh, wait, no, there was. We're wrong. Sorry. No, that's not how that goes. I lose in that situation. We never actually applied Scythe. We never actually applied Scythe in that situation. Take a step back with
Which
me.
one? Okay.
Hold on, because now I actually need to backtrack. I could be wrong about this. I'm just thinking about it out loud now. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You go. Thanks, Saul. You go get the protective card. Da 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 da.
Wait, so
Scythe.
you
No,
have-
Scythe wasn't. Sorry, no. That's not how that turn went. Scythe is not in the Nexus. Scythe is in the assault zone. Scythe is fine. Scythe never
Oh,
got
where's Scythe?
destroyed in this version of the game. Because on turn 1, you summoned Grimace, Kronos, Umbridge. Turn 2, that's turn 1. Turn 2, you summoned Sickle, Scythe, Baby. You couldn't have summoned both of them in the defense zone. It wouldn't make sense to put Sickle in the counter zone. Scythe is in the assault zone, which means that it's
Okay.
still alive, still able to boost my attack because my venture into the Nexus didn't kill it. Was I still able to boost my attack when Homeboy, Grimace, is in the counter zone now? He can have his attack boosted by 100 on top of not being able to be destroyed, which means that my other cards never make it through. And you still have that protection to stop Asterius from being able to KO you, which means that I never break through that defense. In that situation, you do win the game.
So you do 200, and then on next turn, I summon one of the guys. I protect him, and
Yeah, you just protect him.
you never.
You just protect him over and over again. It doesn't take more than a turn because Hadrian goes to the graveyard at the end of that turn, and the very next turn you kill me. So it's either I kill you this turn or you kill me next turn. And with the boost, I can't kill you this turn. Yeah. Yeah, with the attack boost, I can't kill you this turn. So it's a relatively close game, but you being at 300 attack actually factors into me not being able to win there. Sorry?
So turn 3,
Yeah.
you lose your defense.
Yep.
Then turn 4, probably someone like Titus or something.
Titus has already been summoned.
So you summoned 3 guys.
I have summoned all of my gladiator cards.
Okay. I mean, yeah. So I guess you do die turn 4.
Yeah. So there's nothing that I have left turn 4. Maybe I can put down a wall like Samite and pay 50 life points for that. But she has 0 attack and 0 defense, so Umbridge just eats her alive and Kronos gets to attack directly, and then the turn after that you would win.
Mhm.
So again, I think in a situation where, based on how that game went, in a situation where you go into the game blind, I do think that Destiny Bond had a very big impact on how the rest of the game went down. There was some counterplay, like you mentioned, and that was interesting to see, like, okay, playing CCC later and everything. But it does still have a pretty big impact on how the game goes. Again, I'm not suggesting, like, massive changes, but I do think being able to be fortified every single turn is a problem. Like, every other deck that has fortification, it's not even fortification, it's just destruction protection in its entirety, which in some ways is worse and in some ways is better. But having it every single turn is what I feel like is excessive for the current power level of the game, right? Because like it's
So
it's
how
free.
about
Like
how
with,
would you feel about every other turn?
I don't think
Or
that's a ticket
tribute?
because that feels awkward. A tribute is interesting, but I feel like that's too much of a nerf, honestly. Because you will run out of resources that much faster, and Reapers don't have resources to be throwing around, honestly, right? Um,
So okay, destroy a rune.
that's sort of awkward in my opinion because where's the connection to the rest of the deck?
Still, because the deck has like this underworld theme. They're destroying everything. So you basically there's already like a soul link. So you just link to destroy a rune
But what
to
if?
protect yourself,
Hold on, pause. I feel like I have an
or
idea
even
that
send a rune. Okay.
I feel like I have an idea that I prefer, which is to at least put a condition on it. Because send a rune is one thing, but I think it would be better if it said something along the lines of, no, even this isn't
You
perfect.
can't activate rune the turn you activate this.
No, what I was going to say is, if the same restriction that Chronos has, basically, if a rank 3 Reaper Avatar destroyed a card this turn, you can activate this effect. When a card would be destroyed, it's not destroyed, basically. Which means that your first swing on Umbrage has to be unprotected, but that's only your first swing on Umbrage. Now, that being said, that can do a lot for you, because if your opponent can deal with that first swing of Umbrage, that is the most unsafe time for your entire deck, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
But I think
Is
that would be healthier.
because the deck would still involve Umbridge. It makes it so it's
Yeah.
a bit more predictable. Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds fine.
I think that makes sense because I mean it doesn't change that much, which is I think the aim. I'm not trying to change everything about the deck because Umbridge will usually be the strongest card on the field, but at least if your opponent manages to stop Umbridge on his first swing of the turn before he can get started, then you're good. So that's the change that I would make to Scythe. As for Sickle, I want to make it a 50 attack change. I want to change it to 50 attack.
I would
But
say we should. Because
I was gonna say
House Phase.
I was gonna say 50 attack, but make it permanent rather than until the end of the turn.
I'll say that's a lot of stacking and not like in many burst. Because most stuff is gonna like be in bursting. I
What?
guess Umbridge. Because that'll basically mean like if your opponent can like get over it once, it's kind of creating like a token situation, but with attack boosting.
But then at that point, it forces you to play other cards to help prevent that. Like for example, the rune that boosts Umbridge attack at the cost of your life points, that becomes more valuable now, right? You've never had to use that rune before. It's never been necessary,
I guess that's true.
right?
So now,
because you have
yeah,
you again, you
now
don't
you
have
have to.
plenty of options, but the options that you've had up until now are really, really good. Getting 250 original attack over the course of a duel, well, no, hold on, turn 5, 6, turn 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So yeah, 250 original attack points added into Umbridge over the course of the duel. That's really good. Plus, it sort of shuts down one of the, well, it doesn't shut it down, but it helps you to recover from one of the counters to Umbridge, which is a reduction to his original attack. By boosting his original attack back up, little by little, you can build him up if that is how you would like to play it, right?
Yeah, I would say like if is gain 50 original attack. No, like when I say original, I mean like base, like
Yeah.
to printed value. Yeah, I'll say. Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like that's completely fine.
Sickle boosts 50 original
I'll say like
attack.
I'll say increase your original attack by 50.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
yeah.
like that makes more sense than being a boost.
Oh, you think the language of boost makes okay? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Increases 50 original attack. That's fine. So I can only protect after Umbridge has destroyed a monster. As for Kronos, I say we put him at 100 instead of the 50.
Yeah.
Because with these changes, I'm a lot more comfortable with how he functions as well. And again, this deck is top heavy, right? That is just
Because
the fact
you
of it.
you put him to 50
Mhm.
when because you're saying like
He can get the
let's say
100
turn
boost. Exactly.
turn
Yeah,
2 he'd get 100 and he'll be
exactly.
50 100 and then 150
So
250. So do you think 250 is too high? Because in this situation, you to get that 50, you'd have to like. So he'd be at 200. So you gain 100.
I do think
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that is
100
fine.
is fine. 100 is fine.
Right.
100.
I think 100 is
Yeah.
okay because again, remembering like it won't always work, but when it does work, getting smacked in the face for 150 turn 1, that's a big bite. Like I think when I was playing with Nat, she only managed to hit me once. But that one hit caused her to win on life points because I ran out of things that I could summon. Because life points are very valuable. They're just very, very valuable in this game. So even if Kronos only works
100 is
once,
fine.
that's all it really takes. He only needs to work once to put you ahead. I'm a lot happier with how the deck looks with these changes. It's sort of the same feeling that the Wandering subset gave me. Let me just write down Phoenix takes you down to... Oh, no. The change with Phoenix, something that I wanted to do with the Wandering subset was introduce people to all of the different mechanics in the game, right? Or rather, all of, like, for example, status effects. The aim was to make it so that every status effect gets to feature. Ifrit makes you void. Ryber can fortify himself. What's it called? Reyes can isolate. Ryu can cleanse. And then this guy, Phoenix, ignites, right? So
What I would say is Ignite could be Wukong.
no, I think Wukong is perfect where he is right now. I wouldn't make a single change to Wukong as he is. That whether it's to make him stronger or weaker.
Wukong's stuff. I feel like because Wukong's stuff is not seeing like any usage, to be honest. Like,
but I mean, in niche, that's usually because there's a better option. But in niche situations, it could work. Like you considered using it if you hadn't been at 50 attack when you were at my defense zone in that last game, you would have Wukong staffed into an attack on a different card to protect your defenses, and that's what it's for, right? It's not the primary purpose.
What I would say is because Wukong is like I would say like target a card, incinerate it. This card can't declare an attack the turn this effect is activated.
But how does that tie into the theme of him being a monkey? That doesn't.
He's a fiery monkey. Like
no,
I've not seen Wukong, bro.
No,
Wukong is such like you can't tell me you haven't seen Wukong on fire.
We're not doing it. We're not doing that. No. After the battle, I want it to involve Ignite in some way.
I mean, we can figure out. All I'm saying is 1:30. I'm pretty sure you have work tomorrow.
I do, but tomorrow the kids I take have mock exams, so the day is looking relatively clear for me. That's the only reason why I'm still awake.
What I'm saying is,
like, I'm literally going to work tomorrow to sit in the staff room and work on Nexus. I'm not even kidding. Like, that is all I'm going to do tomorrow.
It's up to you. Like,
I'm about ready to turn in. I'm just trying to see, because again, it feels like we are so close to everything feeling balanced, right? Obviously, we'll still play test and look for things. No one's really touched the Harpy subset. Now it's going to get to the nitty and gritty. Like, I'm going to ask you guys to specifically look for combinations that could be broken so we could fix those. But in terms of the individual subsets operating on their own, they look good, right? They look good from here. If anything is too weak, that can be buffed, but nothing feels oppressive, nothing feels too strong. That's where I'm trying to get. So again, this change for wanderings, these changes for Reapers and this change for wandering, I think is really important to achieving that.
Wait, so we established that you don't want Wukong to be burning, okay?
No, we don't want Wukong to burn. If anything, I would rather...
What about Mokus? A boar? Fire?
No. No.
Wait.
I
I feel like we're overcomplexing. Wukong, Voids, Ifrit, Burns.
Why would Wukong void? And how
he's a
would
trickster.
Wukong void? Man, if you don't...
What do you mean? Target a card, that card becomes void. This
That
card
is-
can't declare attack. This.
That is so strong. Are you high? Are you high?
How is
Just make a card void. Okay, what if I make Grimace void and never destroy it and just attack it with everything else attack you directly with everything else I have? Target a card and make it void, my guy?
Hello,
Bro.
I'm back.
Hey man, we reached a solid consensus on Reapers, so we made it so that Scythe can only offer protection after Umbridge has declared its first attack and been successful. So if a rank 3 Reaper has destroyed a card by battle this turn, you can activate this effect. When a Reaper avatar would be destroyed, it is not destroyed. Easy. As for the other one, the Sickle, we changed the boost to 50 per turn, but instead of being a boost of 50 attack, it's just a flat 50 original attack being added on because it helps to counter the Assault Thief play a little bit. It helps to recover in situations where you're losing.
Smart, yeah.
Yeah. I do want to put a cap on it where, but that makes it harder to use with
Oh,
Umbridge.
wait,
because,
wait.
Wait. I just realized the problem. If Umbridge
Trade
is...
offer.
Yes.
So, with Wukong, after it's pretty, has a nice, so Wukong.
You're very fixed
100.
on Wukong. Wukong is fine right now. Why are you trying to complicate Wukong?
Because I have a good idea for him.
Okay, all right, hit me.
So call it what's it called? Clones.
Where are you
defensive
going
clone.
with this?
When
That's
when
idea
the
for
card-
us for wandering support. Don't worry.
when a card declares an attack, when this card battles a card, you can void that card.
What does that have to do with
Because
the
in that
clones?
way, because it's attacking like at the target and it has like detrimental effect, you're attacking yourself.
Why are you doing this?
Because that would sit. Because I looked at Ryu again, and Ryu is back to his ability to be able to switch any wandering cards.
Mhm.
So Wukong, you'd be able to like use Wukong defensively. So you can like put Wukong in the defense. He tributes himself, and then
He
voids that
tributes
card.
himself.
Yeah.
Bro, nah. Let's leave Wukong. Wukong is fine. Wukong
Okay.
Wukong is not the
Okay,
problem.
So what? So Zane. I'll explain my full process. So what I'm trying to do is
Neo, shut up.
so no, because like Soul wants the wandering subset for all of them to introduce you to an effect from the game. So
Yeah.
since Phoenix now doesn't incinerate anymore because it's not really doing too much. So since Phoenix is gonna put your attack to 0, wandering don't have an incinerate anymore. So
I
I'm
mean, they
suggesting a
didn't have
way
incinerate
where
in the first place. Incinerate can wait.
yeah, but
right?
so wants this was
So
because he
what
wants
I've so
for his children.
no
So
no no
wants that
so
for his
so
children.
what it is, and Zane, let me explain it to you as well. For the Wandering subset, a slight like passive thing that I've been trying to introduce with that deck is that they touch on the different status effects, because in the story mode, players are going to get the Wandering subset deck just to use.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah.
okay,
So, but if you want to touch on incinerate, you can give them the rune. Just give them the rune, and they will learn the rune.
but the theme, man, I did it with everyone else. What have you? Why have you done this? Like you have
I mean, we could always go with my plan.
you
which
have
I'm okay
Mygra
with.
for fortified, you have Ifrit for
Okay,
void,
so tell
you
me-
have
tell
isolate
me-
with yes.
I mean, you can't.
Yeah,
fit
why does
all-
micro isolate? What the heck?
I mean, you
No,
can't
he don't-
fit all status effects in there because you're adding to it, like the status effects that.
No. So the status
you
effect would be
part
onto
of the
you, like
archetype.
no. So the Phoenix, what it was doing was incinerating the card that it boosted, so you yourself would get incinerated.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but you want the Wandering subset to introduce the status effect in the
Yes.
story. Yeah, but can you do that with all status effects? Because we have status effects like the being gaining an extra archetype like gladiators do. Or
Yeah,
Compass.
inducted.
I
You
mean,
have
Inducted.
hidden.
You have the
What is
thing
that?
that breaks the fence. Right?
yeah, you
Yeah,
make a
yeah.
good
And
point.
And you have the shadow guy, like the cards like fate
The mask.
is
You
down or
make a
something.
very good point, but I was
So you
hoping that at
can't
least the
fit
most
all-
basic ones, right?
Now
Like
tell me-
incinerate.
okay, so now, so tell
In-
me, how many cards do incinerate out of 122 cards that we have in the game?
The rune that incinerates cards on the field.
Is that all?
I'm-
Is that literally all?
Yes. Yes.
So
Wait,
why?
Oh
Do
my
you
god.
need to
We have the
introduce
whole archetype on
Incinerate
induction.
on release? You can introduce Incinerate after the first or few patches.
Because
Like,
it's
you
really
have literally
cool.
one card.
Because
I
it's
know it's cool, but
cool.
you have only
Yeah.
one card for now for it.
I'm glad Zane is here. I was trying to justify Soul's idea, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
like,
it's
it's
a
so
phoenix.
unnecessary.
It makes sense for a phoenix to set things on fire, you guys. Come on. Come
I
on.
yeah,
agree that
and
it
you're
makes sense.
burning your attack to nothing. You're incinerating your attack. It's just
But
no
that's not what
point.
incinerate does. Vaporize.
Incinerate does.
We could have a new. No, that would be
No.
stupid.
No.
Ugh.
Yes, exactly.
Ugh, God damn it. I was literally
Burning
about to
your
introduce an
attack to
entirely.
zero is
I was,
literally-
yeah.
A very powerful incinerate. That's actually the end result of incinerate, like reducing your attack to 0.
Think.
Instead of reducing to 0, it now will be incinerated. Then fast forward it for 3 turns, and it has above 0 attack. Then incinerate
Super
it again.
incinerate.
Hey, wait, guys,
If you-
guys. What about this? What about this? What about this? What if Phoenix just couldn't boost Ryu specifically?
No,
Why no?
because that
I mean,
because
you mean Lockings rank or lower?
Yeah, make it a rank 2 or lower effect.
Yeah.
That way, because the scariest stat, in my opinion, is Ryu making it up to 750 currently. Well, what if we just bring that
Yeah,
down?
but didn't you need a perfect play to do so?
Yeah, exactly. You also needed the perfect play to make that happen. But again, rather than making it so that the Phoenix, when it's done, reduces your attack to 0, let it still just incinerate you, but you can only really use it on Wukong and Tuition now, which means that the maximum output is 400, which a lot of decks are also doing.
Okay, explain to me what's the problem with Rio getting 750?
Yeah,
perfect
like
play?
I feel like you're trying to justify something that was not a problem.
You guys know, because you can't do this to me, because I've been asking, hey, what's wrong with the Wandering subset? And someone was like, the crazy attack that they can get, and so I'm trying to fix that. That's the only
Yeah, the
reason I'm
problem
doing
is
this.
The problem is
I mean,
them getting that crazy attack and
so
then
to be
Ryu
honest, we went down.
200 and
So
like
we went
you
down
attack.
from 1,200 to 750. You realize the previous value
mhm.
Of what?
of Wandering potential.
Oh right,
Like,
yeah, they were really big.
could get 1,200
Yeah,
on Rio. Now they can get 750 at most if that's perfect. So
that
like
is
it's
correct.
toned down a lot. Like
Okay.
that's how much? 450 attack power reduction.
So you do, so okay, because I can never tell when you guys are joking or not. Do you feel like the wandering subset is currently balanced?
Yeah, as long as Phoenix reduces to 0, yeah, I feel like that's
No,
perfectly
but
balanced.
again, without the Phoenix reduction to 0, because that's what I don't want to do.
So Phoenix doubles the attack on defense.
No,
Like
it only
GPT.
doubles the attack.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it only doubles the attack for one turn.
No, that's the thing. It's a permanent double the attack, but
For non-double, but you
but
incinerate.
yeah, you ignite the card afterwards. You
So
ignite it
double-
immediately, so
double
you get
double is-
you get double minus 50 because you immediately get ignited.
Yeah, that's
double. So if you- for 400, you're 100. Oh,
I feel like I don't know how you don't see that's objectively broken.
We just saw Hadrian get up to 750 attack, and he could
And
do
then
that
he
every
goes back to
turn.
250.
But he can
And
do
when
it
you do that,
again.
when you do that, none of your gladiators card can attack.
But he can. But
Wow.
Ryu can. The Wandering subset can do this once, maximum twice. Umbrage resets every time he attacks. Hadrian can boost up every single turn.
Yes, so this is just Hadrian and Umbridge put together.
How? What?
So-
How?
yeah, because you don't
Yeah,
need
because like
to
you're acting like
activate any
Ryu.
of those
That's
effects
not
to
even
be at
Ryu
that
doing
level.
anything.
Wait, hold on. You guys said you guys were talking at the same time. Sorry. What did each person say?
Same
Yeah.
can go first.
Okay. you go.
Okay.
In both cases that you put out,
Mm-hmm.
both of these cards need to use their effects for the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Get the reset or the attack boost.
Mm-hmm.
Ryu don't need to use effect. It just gets its attack doubled and it stays.
If he doesn't
You're
use
free to go
if he
on
doesn't
the
use his
next turn.
but no, hold on. My counter to that is if he doesn't use his effect to boost his attack on the turn that you do this, then that means the maximum output in the perfect situation goes down from 350 because so how it works is you summon Ryu, you dragon,
I
you
know.
Kirin.
So the point is not the first turn. The point is after the first turn. All these cards can do this on the first turn. Cool beans.
Mhm.
On the second turn, your Ryu is still OP and can use anything it wants, and you don't need to use another effect for it to be there. While the other cards need to use their respective effects. So you're using effect for the turn and you're using the effect on the card,
And-
so you lock out
Wait,
of
but
other
why
effects
would
on-
my question is why is
Wait,
Ryu still
so-
OP in that situation? Because
So,
so let's assume
I'm
that
literally gonna
he yes.
Also literally answered this question already. The difference between those cards and Ryu is that Ryu gets this massive attack
Mhm.
and defense, this past soul. Past
Mhm.
soul, like a couple hours ago, literally said this himself.
Yeah.
Ryu gets this massive attack and
Mhm.
a massive defense, while these guys have what 100 defense each,
Yes.
and the gladiators need setup. So the less gladiators are on the field, the less he gets boosted. And Umbridge,
Well, Ryu also
already-
needs setup to get
Okay.
to this level of
Okay,
power.
okay.
But
I have a fun.
he
I
doesn't
have,
need setup to.
okay, I
he
think
keeps
I
the
have.
double boost permanently, and
Okay.
he has his defense.
hold on, let Zane talk. Let Zane talk.
I
Hold on.
think I have a solution. Instead of Phoenix doubling, let's Phoenix effect B. That card gains attack equal to its current attack up to 200. So if you're at 400 Ryu, you're getting 200, then getting incinerated. You will be at 50 boost at the end. But if you're on a 200 basis or below, it's like doubling.
Hold on. Sorry. Say again. I didn't fully understand. So if you're at 400 with Ryu, you gain 200. Yes. The second one you said was
And get incinerated. So in the end, after incinerating calculation, you're getting You're
150.
just getting a 50 boost after those 3 turns.
Oh, after the 3 turns are passed, yeah, you get a 50 attack boost.
In
I
the
mean,
end.
I'm fine with that. Because
Because
I don't know.
because the
when it's
issue
really
is doubling can bring too much attack power to Ryu. That's the
can.
issue. Yes. And if we are locking into rank 2s and rank 1, then we're bringing out the possibility of buffing Ryu. And your rank 2s are 200 attack, maybe 250, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not huge hit to them to cap it at 200. It's not a
Okay.
hit at all for all other cards. It works the same.
That
So
makes
if I ward
sense.
can still buff for you, but it wouldn't be so huge. And you can keep Incinerate on your Phoenix if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with.
Okay. So
If you want it to be
increase.
permanent, you have to cap it basically.
Not double the attack, but increase it by its current value up to 200. Or even up to 250, because after incineration you're losing the instant. So that's just
That makes sense.
the value.
Good amount.
No,
The value
I no.
for the
Let me tell you why I think I think I agree, and let me tell you why. Because Neo, you're saying that you get a permanent boost. You don't get a permanent boost. The whole point is to attack. When Hadrian attacks and wipes out someone's defenses, yes, he gets reset, but he also used up the attack. The same thing would happen with Ryu. He would use up the attack, but unlike Hadrian, on the next turn he wouldn't be able to do it again. Right? Put the two in the exact same situation, or even Umbrage, and he can't do it again. Like, yes, it's a permanent boost, quote unquote, but the point of the boost isn't to just stand there. If you just stand there with it, there's no point. You use it, you lose the attack, right? I feel like we can agree on that. So, in that sense, it's a
Right.
2-card combination that you do once to get a boost in attack that puts you on par with these other cards, yes, but once, right? But where I agree with you guys is I do think the potential to double, because that's only with the current cards, and we're already seeing doubling being a problem. What if you found a way to put, I don't know, Golgotha in this mix so that Ryu was at like 500 attack to start, and then you find other random cards to make the starting value even higher as the game goes on? Doubling, I think, is just a dangerous effect to work with in general. So I agree. Well, let's put it at a set cap. If we put it at 250, then that means in total, after incineration is done, Phoenix effectively says, tribute this card, boost a card on the field by 100. And I think I'm down with that.
I mean, yeah. What I would say to what you were saying, I feel like we all agreeing that capping it is the right move.
Yeah.
To giving a boost by either 200 or 150 sounds good. It might even like make Mokus or the other cards like even potentially not instant
Oh, wait a
discard.
second. Hold on. No. No, we buffed the deck. We didn't. Okay, wait, hold on.
Why?
So, no. I paused. So what are we saying? Are we increasing a card by 200 just straight up,
No.
but incinerating
We're
it? Or...
increasing a card by its
By-
current attack
Yeah.
Okay.
up to
And it
200.
caps at
So
200.
if your
I
current attack
see.
is more than 200, then you just get 200 boost. If you're 200 or below, you're getting the double effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so increase a card by its current attack up to 200.
Yeah.
Let me just think through the different cards. And then you immediately ignite the card.
Yes.
Mhm.
Increase. Okay, that would still be fine. Okay, I mean, what I don't love about it is that it does give... Well, I guess it doesn't give any options that aren't currently there, to be fair, because right now, the way you use Phoenix, it would effectively be the same if you tried to use it with like a Reyes or a Mokus kind of situation. It would be a worse way of doing it, but yeah.
Zero and you'll burn. Unless they have like different attack stats.
It stays the same for the most cards.
I am still leaning towards making it a rank 2 exclusive effect and just keeping it at double. Honestly.
For the simplicity's sake.
For simplicity's sake, honestly,
Yeah,
just lock
I
Ryu
thought so.
out of it, lock the lower cards out of it. Yes, you can reach some somewhat impressive stats, like tuition would be at 250
I mean,
in the best case scenario, so
I mean,
500.
let us count the words. What is less
Yeah,
worth?
exactly. Like, why? What's confusing
So
about this?
it's not
Target 1 rank 2 or below wandering avatar you control, or target 1 avatar, but instead of just double
so
it,
it's
the
not the
tar-
number. So it's not the number of words. It's just how simple it sounds. Double the attack of a rank 2 avatar you can a rank 2 wandering avatar you control. Also, it is ignited. Easy. That's all the effect
that-
needs to say.
I would word it then ignited.
Yeah, target
Instead of
rank.
also it is ignited.
Right.
That's fits
Well,
weird.
how it would
If
actually
you forgot target,
how it would actually
it
be it wouldn't
permanent?
be it wouldn't be a targeted effect. It is by not saying that it's removed at the end of the turn that automatically implies its permanence. That's how some of the other effects
Also,
work
it's
as well.
not targeting.
Nope, you just tribute this card, double the attack of a rank 2 wandering avatar you control. In brackets, it is ignited.
Okay.
Easy.
Tribute this card.
Why in brackets? I would say then ignited.
Oh, so what
Yeah.
so a thing that I introduced. If you look into the rulebook, there's this thing called easy access card text. It's basically my version of problem solving card text, where some effects have secondary side effects that activate and resolve at the same time as the primary effect. They go in brackets.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that much different. So
Yeah,
target.
it just locks out
Tribute this
Ryu.
card. Tribute this card. Double the attack of a wandering avatar. This boost cannot exceed 200.
Oh, and then you have to also add the ignition.
Yeah, that's in brackets though. So it's the
Well,
same.
yeah, but it's still part of the card text.
Okay, so you can add the ignition in brackets. Tribute this card to a wandering avatar you control. Attack is doubled.
For the
This
sake of
boost cannot-
simplicity.
No.
This card
Right?
attack boost cannot exceed 200.
Tribute this card. Increase the attack of a wandering avatar you control, because it's any wandering avatar. So increase the attack of a wandering avatar you control by half of its current attack up to 200. Up to 200.
By
Ignite-
its current attack.
By its current, by half of. No, yeah, sorry.
Not
By
half,
its
by its current attack.
by its current attack
Up to
up to 200. Ignite the card.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. It just seems, not even seems, it has more steps, in my opinion. You target any card you control, increase its current value, cap
Do
it
not
at
target.
200, ignite the card.
I mean, okay.
I mean, that issue is just double and cap the boost at 200.
Using nice words.
So-
Using nice words.
It's just like a different way, increasing it by its own attack and doubling the same thing, but increasing it by its own attack and capping the increase at 200. It like makes more sense from like a card player perspective, and then you can say maybe it makes less sense for the average person.
I'm
But
But-
double
I'm
and cap
Mhm.
the same thing. It's like
Mm.
but what you the
But
card is-
my approach has been to try and simplify the game to make it more accessible to the average person. Okay, let me take a step back. Obviously, to us, it makes perfect sense. Yes, the version that you guys are saying is extremely easy to understand. I'm talking about simplicity in terms of the layman, right? That's
Yeah,
what
so
I'm talking about.
double it and cap the boost is simple to the layman.
But if you
No,
double it and cap the boost, then we have the same problem, if not. Wait,
I
hold
mean,
on.
double it, cap the boost. That's even weirder for the company.
Yeah, no.
So
I wouldn't do
either
that.
my wording or the soul wording was soul effect.
Yeah.
Was
Honestly, why?
tribute-
My question is, why are we against
That-
the double for
that
rank
sounds-
2s exclusively? If anything, I would think that would be a nerf to Wanderings because Ryu can't boost anymore. Why are we against this?
Because I don't think
because I think that's a
Yeah,
too
yeah,
big
good
nerf
level.
to wondering.
we don't think they need enough. We just think that
Okay.
the boost should be crazy. Like
Does it gain its original attack? What if it's already buffed? well, from their version, it would be capped at a 200 buff. So even if it's already buffed, the most it would get is 200. In my version, you can't boost the higher or the lower powered cards, only the cards directly in the middle. But then, yes, buffs would be applied. So if anything, I feel like it's a side. So I feel like we've buffed them in two different directions. Well, I've nerfed them in the sense that Ryu can no longer get a boost, but it allows for
And buffing
Tuition and
Tuition.
Wukong. Well, not buffing them; they effectively stay the same.
Wukong is actually like we basically like nerfed Wukong. Wukong's like barely an offensive card.
How?
Like,
Wukong gives you a
Wukong is
potential
okay.
150 attack. Wukong is perfectly balanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, Wukong
yeah,
is
as in
good.
like
Wukong is
not himself. Like he is doubling Wukong won't give you the same like
Doubling Wukong gives you 400 attack. 50 once you
Like
take
this-
350 once you take into consideration the ignite.
yeah,
What's wrong with that?
because tuition is just like better in almost like every aspect.
But
It
what
is-
if,
yeah, okay, but depends on the game state. like-
literally, like if Tuition, because one Tuition is
Both is
going to
good,
die and he
okay,
can
but-
come
but-
back. What if you need to Monkey King, for example?
Okay.
I mean, it's different for different situations.
What were we doing when I left?
Initially, we looked at the Reapers, which we've
We're
more or
looking
less.
at the Reapers. How the fuck did we end up at nerfing Phoenix?
Oh no, so I was just having a last look through the cards because I feel like most everything is balanced. The only things I felt were a little out of whack were Reapers, and then we had talked about Wandering, so I wanted to give them just a little last push. Do you have a guide / rulebook somewhere? There's a playlist of videos on this channel that detail the majority of the rules. Some of them are longer than others. Like if you want the full experience, you can get it. But if you only want to understand how to play the game, there's a single video on like how to play the game and maybe an introduction here or there. But that doesn't. Yeah, that's the full breakdown. But yeah, back to the Wandering. I feel like yes, it touches Ryu, but then in my opinion, it leaves the window open for bigger plays, potentially, if that makes sense. Right? Where it's like, okay, you can't go too crazy because Ryu makes it very easy to get very big very quickly. But then in a situation where you're able to play smart or play strategic, you could still get a really big boost on Tuition or Wukong. So you don't just get like a free...
Like
Yeah?
this might just make people even like play like Golgotha to like go crazy with it, like
Maybe.
boost and then double. Like I feel like
Yeah, sure, why not?
You're
600
making,
for one
like-
turn.
So didn't we talk? at
wait, is it
some
one
point
turn? So
that
is this new
double-
Phoenix not
so,
permanent?
so
Hold on, wait,
Didn't
sorry. Zane.
didn't we talk at one point that doubling is a very risky thing to have because in the future we can have an insane amount of buffing and just doubling the attack might be broken at any point in the game.
That does make sense. No, you are right.
You like we come to the
Yeah.
conclusion that doubling is not a safe thing to do.
Yeah, doubling isn't really future proof, to be fair.
I mean, yeah, that's why I was kind of confused because like
That's-
if you bring Golgotha and like just locking them into rank 2s, if anything, it's just like keeping Ryu to like do his own thing basically. So,
Well, yeah, but again, it takes away. So, one, you have to hard draw any rank 2s like Golgotha. The deck is already synergy rating 7, so if you're playing a Golgotha, you don't have room for another actual subset. So, as the game currently is, and then you would have to hard draw the Golgotha. As the game currently is, it's not that bad, but I can see a world in which it does get sticky, so that is fair. I don't know. One, I don't love the wording for increasing it up to 200. One, and two, if I'm honest, it seems kind of weak. Honestly, it seems kind of weak unless you're using it on Ryu. If you use it on Ryu, then that's great. But what I liked about the card was that it could be used on different cards. I know limiting it to the rank 2s doesn't open the options that much, but
I mean, why does it weak if you have 200 attack? It's literally the same. And I mentioned it doesn't need to be 200. It can be up to 250 because we ignite again instantly. so it instantly loses. You can make
Exactly.
it
So
up
it
to
instantly
50.
loses that extra attack.
So make it up to 250, and now what?
So
Wukong
wait,
Intuition works the same.
But if I'm honest, I don't.
If Intuition is buffed by Wukong effect, it works still the
So
same.
this is going to sound silly. I don't like the number 250. I feel like having a
Yes,
rounded
it does
number is
sound
more
silly.
inviting to like it's just more inviting to the basic eye. Like I know it sounds so dumb, but 200 is just a very round, welcoming number that's easy to remember and understand.
Yeah, it is, but you want to ignite the card immediately.
Yeah, I guess you could ignite it at the end.
So having
during
200
wave end.
is nice, but too weak in your opinion. But 250 is not nice, so you don't like. Okay, heck. So listen, let's make it 300.
No, that's too much. No, I'm joking.
Why was it too much?
I'm joking.
No,
I'm
no,
joking.
no.
I'm
We
joking.
have
I'm
problems.
joking. I'm
We
joking.
have
I'm
problems
joking.
with Ryu getting a 400 boost.
Yeah.
So let's make it 300. It's nice. It's work all the
Why not
same in
1,000?
almost every situation.
It's nice.
And it
1,000
future
looks nice.
proofs Phoenix, because if there will be cards that can boost any wandering avatar above 300, the Phoenix won't become broken.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm
Why not
picking up what you're
1,000?
putting
1,000
down.
is nice.
Let's do it 300 for now.
300. Boost this card by its so tribute this card. Increase the attack
Increase.
of a wandering avatar by its current attack up to 300.
Yes, exactly.
Again, it makes sense. Like when I say it out loud, it makes sense to me. But I could very easily see someone who's not used to card games being confused by that.
My
mean-
question is, so you said that this was enough, right? Is that still how you feel about it?
Yeah, that is still the direction that I'm hoping to
It's
go.
a slight nerf.
So
Take-
is that not what you wanted it to be?
Yeah, effectively.
So are you satisfied?
Mm, no.
No.
So this is
You-
not. So you wanted enough, you got enough. You wanted a round number, you got a round number. You wanted future proofing, you got future proofing. So what is not satisfying you?
I mean, hold on. Like, legitimately, you tell me. Because I feel like whenever we look at the Wandering subset, it is viewed as being.
So maybe
That deck.
True.
Wait, what did he say? I didn't hear that.
I agree with you, Dio, 100%.
same. I agree with me.
What did I didn't hear what you said.
It's Soul's baby. This is the baby of Soul.
What does that have to do with nerfing it?
No,
So
because
when you
because
say
you
when
said
you think of wandering, you think it's that deck.
every time we look at Wandering subset, pose, and you added it's Soul's
No, I thought you were actually giving like the feedback. Oh my, when I say like it's that deck, I don't mean like, oh yeah, we look at it and like, oh wow, it's so good. No, I mean like it literally does perform as the deck where it's like, okay, you can do basically anything, right? And I've been trying to make it just more fair. And with a lot of cards, I feel like I've succeeded with that. That Ifrit play that you did today was something that I hadn't even factored in, but one that I think I'm okay with. The change to Phoenix, I think, is a good shout, capping it at 200. I'm just looking for what can be touched, honestly.
With that, I think I'm pretty content with wandering.
Actually, with the change, with just the change to Phoenix.
Yeah, because they felt good. No single effect was too crazy. I'll say maybe we need to like, cause like I just did like not use what's saying
Ryu.
Hyuga, Migra, Mochas, and yeah, Huey Migramochas. So maybe there's some
Mhm.
secret tech, some spicy thing they could be useful for.
I mean, not per se.
Uh,
Is it a permanent buff? Yes, it is. Hydration. I'll get something to eat. We're just about done.
oh yeah, wait. Yeah, yeah, still permanent buff is fine.
Yeah, it is. It is still a permanent buff, but I think yeah, capping it at
Let's start with 300. I mean, it wasn't really an issue
Can we?
currently.
Can I
so
ask
it's
you
like
guys
more
this?
of a proofing. Yeah.
Can I ask you guys this? What if instead of doing the whole okay, boost it by its current attack up to 200, it just boosted by 200 for a rank 2 or higher avatar? What if it was that? It just seems like the same thing with less steps. It's capped at that 200. The difference being that if you've taken damage, you can still get a boost, but if you've taken damage, you're not boosting to a crazy number that anyone needs to be afraid of, and you still get ignited. So in reality, it boosts you by 150. And then by the time the ignition is done, it only boosted you by 50.
That also works.
Right? It just seems like
I'm
less
fine with
words.
that because what I would say is that it increases like potential, like it gives the deck more recovery, and I think that might push it over the edge.
I mean, that values are low. Like,
200 is low.
150. It's 150 because you're getting instantly ignite. So it's 150 one time use.
Honestly,
Like,
that is
One
when you
time,
summon-
2 time use.
When you
is 2 time
summon
use.
Vuk,
only if
when
you choose to
summon
get
Vuk-
that card back. And honestly, more often than not, you're probably getting an actual attacker back.
I mean, this is basically an attacker. It literally has
It
the
doesn't.
stats of
Okay,
one.
wait.
The
So
Phoenix
it's-
has
so you tell
0
me It's
attack.
a rank 1 that gives you 150 attack value, and that's broken. We have a lot of rank 1s that give 150 attack value.
What's
That's
the
not
other one?
broken.
So the Reaper one we reduced to 50 permanent.
And so it gives you
Um,
250
Yeah, but you can do
total.
it every turn.
That boosts your original attack, giving you 250 total with no downside.
And that's at the end of the game, though.
Yeah, by the end of the game, you would have made it to 250, but give it 3 turns and you've made it just as high as this card did, and then you can keep going.
And
that
if
took
you
3
give
turns.
and if you give this card one more turn, that boost becomes 100 instead of 150.
Yeah. While that card grows over turns, this card loses power over turns.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, I think that's fine. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fine. That's a rank 1 that gives you 150 value. That's
Right?
normal for rank 1s.
Right, not to talk of the rank 1 in Ancient Beast that we just put everywhere, which is literally just a 150 beater. Right? Like, I think for rank 1, 150 is balanced. That's not a crazy boost.
Exactly.
If anything,
I
I'm
can
if
find it.
anything that doesn't seem that strong, but at this point I'm fine with that.
yeah, I mean, what I was thinking is just like, I guess in some aspects it gives them versatility, and in some aspects taking away the attack boost.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah, I guess
I think it would only be dangerous in a situation where
it's different.
Yeah, it's
So
different.
yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. So like locking
How is it the
doubling
same
to rank.
thing?
No, come on, guys. So it's like so before we were saying how like locking it to rank 2s. So now like just a flat boost
Mm-hmm.
is like more beneficial to like Wukong and Torsion,
I mean,
because
technically,
most of the time
it's
they
same.
won.
Yeah, technically, it's the same most of the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah, for Tuition and Wukong, it's basically identical. It would only be broken, in my opinion, if we let the rank 1s get a boost as well, because then it can go a 0 attack card can go to 150.
I mean, that's
which
not
actually
that's
saying
not
that
broken.
doesn't sound
Yeah.
that doesn't
That's not
sound
broken.
broken.
As I
Wait
said-
a second.
It's
Yeah.
Phoenix is a 150 attack value for a rank 1. That's balanced. That's okay.
Hey,
If we
yeah,
would
I
put
think that's a
Phoenix
lot
up
better.
to the previous range, like 250 or 300, like up to 300, if you would give a 300 boost, and right, that's 250 boost immediately for rank 1. So yeah, so we would need to like specify that it's only for rank 2 or higher.
But
or
at
something
200,
like
yeah,
that.
I think anyone can get that boost. That's not that
Yeah, for
bad.
200, that's because even if you give it to a 0 attack rank 1, yeah, you gave it 150 and you traded one rank 1, give one another
Oh,
150.
you have no
and
idea
after
how
its wounds,
happy that made me. Because this is the same
It's-
feeling that I got when we first got Wukong to where he's at now, where like I just felt it. This feels right. It might need a touch
Yeah.
in the future, who knows? But this feels right.
Nah, it feels good.
Phoenix,
mean, yeah, I'm fine with it.
you
I was
buy
just gonna
a
mention how
flat-
this is basically like better for ranked. Most of the time, they weren't gonna get the full value.
Why not?
So-
You would usually boost tuition after Wukong has boosted him. So 250, double that. That's 500.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying like now they always will get the full value when before there was a chance that they wouldn't get the full value.
I mean, that seems like a skill issue in my opinion. Like, why would you use it
What do you
and
mean?
not get
Like
the full value?
literally like 2 seconds ago, you literally said how like, oh, you don't know the state of the board, this and that.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
now you're saying
no, but
skill issue?
no, but did I not tell you that my at least how I play the deck? I summon Phoenix turn 1 almost every game, so it's ready. All right, I put myself in a position to where when it's time to capitalize on it, I'm ready, or at the very least, I summon it on a turn where I'm ready to make a play with it. That way, it doesn't go to waste, right? Like I
Okay.
don't know what to tell you.
So do you not
Except
agree
skill
that
issue.
now you don't have to play Phoenix turn 1? You can play.
Oh,
Phoenix.
absolutely, yeah. That there is
So
more
yeah, so
flexibility. in
is it
opening
not more
can.
versatile? Like, what's the
Yeah,
problem?
no, I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree with you on that. I was just stating, before, skill issue. That's all I want. That's my
Okay.
only contribution. That's my only
You want to
contribution.
shit on you,
If you
Leo.
didn't get the
Leo
full value of
says-
it, if you didn't get the full value out of
Leo-
it before, skill issue.
Okay. Neo says, "Oh, well, now you can guarantee they get the full value. So this card is
Yeah.
actually better in some cases.
Yeah,
Skill issue.
No, in some cases, definitely better. In some cases,
Yes.
definitely better. But it's only giving you one. Actually, no, I disagree because. Yeah. Okay. No. It feels like a side grade more than an upgrade or a downgrade because now
Yeah.
Ryu is never getting up to 750 like he was before. That's just out of reach now completely. So the maximum output of the deck has been
750?
brought down. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, like we just established that
no. So that's what I'm
it's gonna
saying.
be 200 cap, and you're saying that you don't want a 200 cap.
No.
you
So
want it
what?
200 flats.
What do you?
That's
So
the
we
same.
after
That's the
after
same.
discussion, we
Neo,
agreed
that's the
on-
same. What I'm saying is,
Yes, that's what
I'm
all agree
comparing.
that it's the same.
No, so what I'm saying is, you're saying that this is an upgrade. I'm saying that compared to where this card was before, in terms of being able to boost Ryu to 750, now the maximum output of the deck being 500. Yes, in some situations you can use it to recover, but only by 150. I would say gaining 150 when you're on the back foot isn't as beneficial as being able to press your opponent with 750. So I disagree to you saying it's a potential upgrade. That's what I'm disagreeing with.
Okay, so
Because yes, you can
We'll-
use it to recover, but if
we'll
you're
agree.
recovering, then you're probably not in a hot spot anyway.
we all agree that if we make it's gonna be better or quote unquote or worse depending on how you look at it from where it was initially. Doubling and igniting was a bit crazy. So
You know
then
what-
after all the
You know what
the
Neoshock does?
conversation-
Neoshock disagrees with you. You prove him wrong, and then he circles around to make you think we were all on the same page. He's done that like 4 times tonight, and I've just let it slide.
no, it's
I
because
agree with you,
you're
so-
misunderstanding.
We-
I was
we understand
comparing
that.
Because
this.
at first I was like, okay, yeah, maybe I misunderstood something, and so I listened. I was like, okay, yeah, no, Neo makes sense. But now I've realized Neo just likes to try and confuse me so that I think that we're on the same side, and he
Or-
can
or
just
when-
get away with being wrong.
When I explain something and you get it right and you explain it again for yourself, and then Neo says, no, that's not what they mean. And he meant the monologue, and they're saying, no, so understood correctly. And Neo was like, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Right? At first I was like, okay, yeah, no, it makes sense. It must be me. Now I realize that it's Neo. Neoshock is the one doing this. Oh man.
So
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
all I was saying is that I was comparing this upgrade
Uh-huh.
to when it was gain discards attack caps out at 200. I'm saying that
Okay.
that effect that effect specifically potentially couldn't apply to certain situations,
Oh,
and you said
100%.
skill issue,
Oh no,
and I'm saying
that's
that
that's
yeah,
not what. No, I
effect-
said skill issue as relates to when the card. You said no. That's not what you said. I'm calling no. Because you specifically, we were talking about when you had tried to use the card, and you said in certain situations when you tried to use the card before, you wouldn't get the full value out of the card. You just said before. You didn't talk about
Yeah.
what version of the card you were talking about. So any reasonable person would think you meant the card before we tried to balance it. At which point I responded, skill issue, and then we laughed together about the fact that I called you out on a skill issue. The game state
Heck?
as you know what? No, I'm not even gonna.
so you just made an assumption that
No, Zane,
talking about
help
it
me out. This,
before.
this man is trying to gaslight
That's
me.
not
Not-
reasonable.
This man is
man.
trying to
It
gaslight.
did not.
that's
did
not a
not make an
reasonable assumption to make.
No,
Though. You can't-
Neoshock,
Why would
no.
I be comparing
Heard
it
what
to
you
pre
said.
nerf?
And
No.
Like
he
that
interpreted
broken,
what
and I
any sane person would interpret.
yeah,
So
like
you
No,
can't-
Neoshock, shut
You
no,
can't,
shut
bro.
up. Shut up.
you
Shut
can't
up.
say any sane
Shut up.
person would choose
Shut up.
the pre nerf one.
Shut up.
That's
Neo,
crazy.
Neo. Remember that one duel between us when I casually mentioned that I had Nibiru in hand and you shit your pants and play your full combo because of that?
Hmm
Yeah.
Exactly. So like, any reasonable person would assume most logical, not pre that. That's
Neosh.
crazy.
No,
Yeah,
that
shut up.
that's the most logical thing to assume.
Man,
The
well,
car-
Guess we can all agree to disagree.
right? So that's
Come on.
yeah, that's everything. Let's leave that alone. Now, my final question for the Wandering before I'm ready to put them to bed: is Ryu balanced now?
I guess.
Right, because he's got
I'm fine
the
with it.
Kirin and Dragon Dance, which are the two most used abilities. Switch has been changed quite considerably. It can only switch with wandering cards on the field, which still opens up like massive options in different situations. But I don't really know how else to balance Switch, you guys. I don't know what else to do. So
It's good.
I feel like it's all right. It hasn't seemed to prove, because again, Dragon Dance and Kirin honestly don't seem that bad. It's a little hopping around, dancing, cool. One turn you're attacking, one turn you're defending, all good. Switch to me is like that potential for a bomb, but right now, if we all agree it's good, then I think we can leave
Yeah.
Switch for the
The
time being.
issue with Switch is that there isn't like a good target at the moment to be switching with. Like there's not like something that's a mix attacker and defender.
You make an
It's not
excellent
something-
point. You make an excellent
So
point.
there's nothing to like be switching
Yeah,
with
I think
apart
that
from
might-
Ryu. And
might
if you're
come out in
switching
the future.
Ryu, you might as well activate either Kirin or Dragon
Yeah,
Dance.
like unless the aim is to save a weaker card on the field that you don't want to be destroyed. But like again, like you said,
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that on Rydra. Maybe I would do that on Mokus, but then Mokus might have to attack. I don't know. There aren't really many cards like that yet.
Wait, is there still a rune that moves one card your opponent summon to another zone?
No, there is not. That was
That's
Void
great.
Command, and that got taken out a while back. It'll come back
Yeah,
later on. But
Because
yeah.
technically, if your opponent has something your card, that makes Ryu switch a lot more valuable suddenly.
It does. It
Because
does.
you can bring your card the card that was moved back to the zone that you wanted.
And then later you can Dragon Dance to get Ryu out of there. So 100%. I think it'll be more.
Yeah.
It'll be better for like counterplay in the future more than anything else. But right now it's the only deck that really
Wait.
moves around. So yeah.
Can we read Huey?
Yes,
So
we can.
this was one of the ones that we changed, right? So
Yes, Hui has also been changed. I think that he's balanced because he is a 2-for-1. When your rank 2 or higher wandering avatar battles, you contribute this card. Your avatar gains attack or defense equal to the attack or defense of the card it's battling. Side effect, your card is destroyed after the battle. So you win the battle, but your card is still destroyed, and he is in the graveyard now. He's not great.
So it essentially says tribute this card and your card, make your opponent's attack 0.
No, destroy your opponent, because if your opponent
Sure,
swings
opponent
into
by
you,
battle.
he'll die.
I mean, technically,
Oh
the,
wait,
the,
whoa,
the,
he dies.
the
Oh
opponent
yeah,
card,
'cause-
technically, the opponent card is destroyed by battle. Your
Yes.
card is being
yeah.
destroyed
So why
by
does
a card
destroy?
effect.
Yeah, that's it.
And if your opponent boosts a card mid-battle, you still have a potential of good because you're far
True.
above.
True. That's very true. That's very true. If your opponent boosts mid battle, you can
Like,
still lose that fight.
That's a lot more complex than just
Actually,
sack 2
yeah.
for 1.
To
And
be
sacking 2 for
honest,
1
you're
isn't-
not
Yeah,
wrong.
because if your opponent boosts mid
When
battle,
you rank 2 or
you're
higher
destroyed by
wandering
card
avatar
effect.
battles, you contribute this card. Your avatar gains attack or defense equal to the attack or defense of the card it's battling. I tried to simplify this because it was way longer before, and I was satisfied with how it came out at the time, but it is a lot more
Yeah,
wordy, I guess.
If you're destroyed by
I mean,
card
it's good.
effect,
I
this
think
also
it's good.
ends the chain of momentum, right? So even if your opponent boosts up, you're still trading 2 cards to
What do you mean?
guarantee. So this card says your card is destroyed after the battle, right? So
Indeed
this
it
is
is.
destroyed. So it's destroyed by card effect,
Yes.
not the battle.
Unless
So-
your opponent boosts
So
up.
even if your opponent boosts his attack mid battle, you'd be destroyed by card effect, and wouldn't that end the chain of
That's
momentum?
no, that's not how chain
Or-
of momentum works. You have to be destroyed between attack declaration and damage calculation. If you are destroyed after damage calculation, it's actually written down in the rules. Even if an effect is what removes you, like let's say you were fortified during a battle, but there's an effect that destroys the cards that this card battles anyway, you would not be destroyed by the battle, but you would be destroyed by card effect before chain of momentum, and so you would be able to continue your chain of momentum. So no, in this situation, it would not stop a chain of momentum if they were able to get past you.
Oh, so isn't I thought chain of momentum was after battle?
So let me pull up the rules so it's clear, because I get what you're trying to say.
Because I know, because
Chain of
like
momentum is
we've been
after
through this before.
battle.
So
but
you declare an
that
attack.
card that is
you-
attacking. If the effect destruction happens before the battle concludes, then there is no chain of momentum because there was
Exactly.
no battle. So
Exactly.
after the battle concludes, no matter what situation, right? That no matter if the defender got destroyed by battle already, no matter if it had to be destroyed again by card, the battle happened.
Yes, thank you.
And
That's a
after the
perfect.
battle,
That's a
then
perfect
chain-
explanation of what I was
So-
trying to say. Yes.
Okay, he's fine.
Right. So that is how that works. So yeah, I think Hui is fine. Honestly, I think all of the cards are fine. The deck might get thrown out of whack when it gets new support, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So with the change to Phoenix, I think I am happy in saying that the Wandering subset is finally balanced. Fingers crossed. I don't know, it just always feels weird talking about Ryu. And also, one thing I do want to check actually before I sign off on this is the runes, right? Because the runes are half the battle.
One question is so,
Yes.
so like rank cost summon is just like
Normal summon. Yeah, the regular summon that we all use.
okay, cool.
I think Wandering Anim, if a card is tributed and sent to the graveyard, add a Wandering from the graveyard to hand. That's a card that most decks have. That's fine. Wandering Gaze, if it's targeted by a card effect, target a different card that's appropriate. That's fine because you have to time it, so skill issue.
Is it when or is it if?
When a Wandering Avatar is targeted by a card effect, you can make that effect target a different Wandering Avatar if it would have been a suitable target. Zodiac Barrier is the one. Zodiac Spear I feel like is fine. Target a Wandering Avatar you control. The first card that battles it becomes sealed until the end of the turn. So it is a negate, but only by battle. Specifically, most effects happen before battle. And effects that boost, unless they're continuous, would still be in effect because they would be snapshotted. And Journey's End just moves you somewhere else. Honestly, the card that I feel the most up in the air about in the runes is Zodiac Barrier, which is only good
Yeah,
with Ryu, right? Target a Wandering Avatar. The first time it battles this turn, reduce the attack or defense of a different card you control by the amount it would have lost from that battle. The targeted card becomes fortified. this adds another layer to their defense, which maybe they just don't need. Guys, because looking at the monsters, they feel fine, but this basically just turns Ryu into a damage sponge. He basically just says, hey, once when your opponent tries to hit Mrygro or something for an attack, no, basically. And it's not even just on defense, it also works on offense. Hey, if Ryu is defending and you try and attack with a card, it's like, hey, if you would take damage from a battle you would take part in, no, right? Just once. Which, again, the first thing that comes to my mind is to compare that to the Reaper Scythe, where it's just like, hey, you want to destroy me? No, every single turn. And this only does it once. But at the same time, Reapers do have quite a bit going on. They've had a lot of close calls even with this card, and so taking it away does feel like it could be an issue. But at the same time, does the effect read as being too strong? What do we think about it?
So I would say it's strong, but maybe they need it
And in the current form, you think?
because I don't know about you, but I ain't trying to play Migra. I get because like I have rune
Okay.
slots that
Okay.
that need to be used, and I'd rather use rune slots for defense than Migra.
Okay, that's fair. Zane, I'm assuming you agree then? Is Zane alive?
I mean, agree with what?
Zodiac Barrier is okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, cool. So, Wandering's done, I would say, with the changes that we've made to Reapers. Hopefully, I mean, we'll test them again, but I think they're done as well. And honestly, now it's just time to do some mix-ups, right? Just try different combos together.
Yeah.
And see if because now that the individual subsets feel balanced on their own, now we look to see if there are any, like, when you play them together, this is disgusting kind of situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking. I think we spoke about this like 2 weeks ago when we last talked about like Manitoris, is it Harpy or like some people, and
So
like Valiant or Damien. I think it's Valiant. Yeah.
So I think it was Harpies with it might have been Minotaurus to sort of clear a path for the Harpy cards, but
Yeah.
honestly, with the changes that were made to the Minotaur subset, not even, my guy. Like, they're not clearing that big of a path for you to be able
Really?
to go crazy like that. Because, like, their strongest card has 200 attack now. Like, if your opponent
Yeah, but
puts...
it's 200 that makes it to the assault zone though.
Yeah, no, so,
Yeah,
you know,
defense
so
zone.
yeah, so you're 100% guaranteed, but it would have used its first attack of the turn. So assume that your opponent put a card in the defense, a card in the counter. Okay, cool, he gets you through the counter zone. And you've got a Harpy hiding behind it. Well, if your opponent has a card in the defense zone, that Harpy is not beating that card. It has 50 attack. So...
Oh yeah, this was something I was thinking about. So you can't put can you make a deck without a synergy rating? That's my first question.
No. That would not be possible.
Your deck
You need
Your deck
cards
has
with
to have-
synergy. Your starting hand.
Yeah,
Five cards.
exactly. The 5 cards in your hand have to have an active synergy, so it's not possible to make a deck of just random cards.
Okay, so if you have so all of your
Sorry?
all of your 5 cards.
Yeah, the five avatars in your hand have to have an active synergy rating. The main purpose of that being to stop, like, just staples from being part of opening hands, like once they eventually become a thing. But then a side effect of that is that yes, a deck has to have a synergy rating in order to be playable. Which does kind of suck because I don't like that it limits deck building, but I feel like it's the easiest way to achieve balance without making things too complicated. Just, hey, because, like, for example, if a crazy combo comes out with a generic card in a specific subset, at least they have to hard draw it because it can't be in the opening hand. But then, yeah, that's just a side effect of that. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because I was kind of cooking like with like Golgotha,
Yeah.
Beast the Harpy, cooking something with like stuffing up some like
I thought of that.
miners.
I thought of that.
Like,
That would be pretty cool, but no, it's not possible. It's not possible. I mean,
yeah,
eventually
guess
they.
I have like
But see, here's the thing:
hard
as the game goes
Golgotha.
on, they will get better. Like, there's a rune in the reserves, Genesis and Exodus, which are like, hey, booster card on the field by 100 attack, and booster card on the field by 100 defense, and they're just generic runes, right? So obviously we're not ready for them like just yet, but eventually there will be cards like that where it's just like, hey, you can make them stronger and do stuff with them. But right now, I feel like the best bet might be Harpy Ancient Beasts, or maybe you could try like Harpy / Minotaur / Aria, so that you can give a Harpy card the Aria boost, but you have to wait until turn 4 for that. And I don't know if you're making it to turn 4 with that setup, so maybe
Wait,
not.
Nah,
technically
you
could.
definitely need Valiance. Like, or
Nah,
something.
because like hold on. So turn 1, you Renrear, right? Turn 1, you Renrear. Your opponent attacks into you. Just you bounce 1 back. The second one destroys. Cool. Turn 2, you could Niprix to revive that Renrear to stop them from getting, closer to your defenses, and then just try and deal with the 2 cards that made it through. Turn 3, you pray to your Lord and Savior, and you and you hope that they
You
don't
pray
have
to
more
your Lord and
cards.
Savior.
And then turn 4, you get to summon your cool Harpy card. So yeah, that might not be the best strat.
So, yeah. So while you were
But
saying
it
that, I
might
was
be
thinking like
fun.
Valiance Harpies, like
Not
Valiant.
everything needs to be good.
You know what? Oh, you know what could be cool though? Gladiators, Harpies. Turn the Harpies into Gladiators, and then give them some of the Gladiator boosts. But then that gives up the Gladiator defenses because you wouldn't have either Minotaurs or Valiants. Honestly, Minotaurs are so good. As like, I think they might be the
Yeah.
best synergy rating 4 deck, and I'm really proud of that one because that one took me a minute to put together. I feel like if you only have room for synergy rating 3, you can go Valiants because they're not as strong. Yeah, that's just granted. Damien is the only really good Valiant, and even he is like just, I would say, solid tier. He's not like great, he's not bad, he's above good, just like solid, right? The other 2 are bricks. Whereas if you have room for synergy rating 4, you get the Minotaurs, and they're actually like pretty freaking good. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
with
I
how
just
they
find
came
it so hilarious that like the good Damien isn't the rank 2. The good
out.
Valiant is the
Yeah.
rank 2. Like,
No,
like
it's the
dog,
rank
like
1.
I'm wasting 100 on you and you're not doing
Literally.
nothing good.
I mean,
What?
honestly, at a certain point, I think I might start running card exchange and discarding the rank 2 just so I don't hard draw it by accident. Or maybe the rank 3 rather, so I don't hard draw it by accident.
Oh, it's a rank 3.
There's a rank 2
Wait, so
and
it's
a
in
rank.
rank 2.
There's a rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3.
Ew, what does the rank 3 do?
So the rank 3, you know how they all have 0 defense? He may, when he's summoned, all of your Valiant cards gain 150 defense. So he gives you a potential 450 stats, right? But only if you have all 3 of them together. If you've only got 2 of them together, you get 300. If it's only him, he gets 150. So the less of them
It's
you
a
have,
one.
the
Is
worse
it
he is.
permanent?
Yes, it's permanent.
So it's technically good.
Yeah, so it's actually decent, ish.
Actually,
Because
this.
yeah, like because if
Yeah,
you
but I
use
think
them,
even if it was
yeah.
like 200 each, it'll probably still kind of dog.
No, because like 450,
Yeah.
bearing in mind that they still have their other effects, so you have to destroy them one by one, like turn by turn, at 150 each. That's not as bad. But again, they take up too much space to be decent. So yeah, but no, I'm just looking over the cards. I'm so proud of us guys. I'm so happy with how testing is gone, balancing is gone. Every deck feels finished. I might tweak Hadrian just a little bit because you know how he got up to 750? It dawned on me after the fact that that's not the maximum because there is no cap, and that might be a problem. So I might fix that. But
Remember when you get to 750 and was on the verge of being okay? Yeah. So that was weak.
yeah.
That was on the low.
Yeah, so maybe we cap it at like, I don't know, 600.
But oh, do you mean the? cap the boost at 600 or cap the value at 600?
Cap
Cap something.
cap something. We put a cap on something.
It's a
man.
thing for future stuff.
Exactly.
Don't worry
That's
about
not a problem for me.
Okay.
That's Future Soul's
I'll
problem.
Yeah,
spend
the
a big-
last thing is you need to send me my walk.
Yes, I will send that to you before I go eat because I don't want to forget.
It's kind of
Asylums.
funny you eating at 3 a.m. basically.
Fucking 3 a.m.
Listen, let me live, okay?
I'm
Um,
trying, but you're trying to kill yourself
Well,
with that sleep schedule.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're not meant to eat and sleep.
you shut
Did you have
your
work
mouth.
tomorrow?
I do, but the students that I am teaching have mock exams tomorrow. Plus, there's teacher strikes. I'm still going in for the teacher strikes. But because the students that I specifically teach have mocks, I will have nothing to do. Like when I get to work, I'm working on Summoner's Nexus. I'm taking my laptop and everything, so they're not going to notice if I'm like an hour or two late because all my kids are occupied.
Thank God, that's
So-
okay, understood.
So I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Starting.
Oh yeah, you
Well,
don't get
6
paid if
PM.
you strike, right?
I'm not allowed to strike because even though I do the job of a teacher until next year, I don't have the qualification. So I'm not part of a union or anything. I'm still working with a trust. So yeah.
Imagine that being allowed. I'm doing the work of a teacher, but sheesh.
You know what's funny? I get paid more than some teachers as well. So I really can't complain. I
Yeah, I
really
guess
can't
You
complain.
don't have a reason to strike yet. When
Exactly.
you start getting paid less,
Like
you
yeah.
can join the
You
gang.
know, you know what's crazy? When I become an actual teacher, I get paid less.
You get yeah.
I get paid
That's
significantly
what
less than
I'm
I'm getting now. That's ridiculous. Right.
Yeah,
that's
That's
that
something
is
like
ridiculous.
next, right?
Yeah, I
And
think
make money.
I think you guys never got to see. Sorry, I'm just looking over the last set of things. You guys never got to see the Asylum subset in action. I use them against Net. They were aight. They were aight.
What was she was playing? I'm guessing her deck.
She was
Ancient
playing
Beast.
Ancient Beasts plus, I think it was Gladiators, if I'm not mistaken, and I was playing Ancient Beasts plus this.
Ancient
And
Beast Asylum.
I don't even remember how that game ended, if I'm honest, but she put up a solid battle. We went back and forth for
Wait.
quite a bit. I'm pretty sure I won, actually. No, I won that one.
Is the Ancient Beast? Because that's what my next question is. Ancient Beasts at the same level as the other guys.
Ancient,
like, when
Ancient
we were
Beasts is synergy rating 4.
I mean, so is a minus. And I would say minus is pretty better than Ancient Beasts.
Wait, you think Minotaurs are better than Ancient Beasts now?
Mm.
I mean, I don't know if I would go that far,
Yeah.
specifically because the Ancient Beasts have runes to back them up.
I don't think.
And the amount of board presence they can generate for you, not to mention if you get a voyage off, they can bounce a card back to hand. I don't think I would go that far, because like it's a major
Ancient Beast is
subset.
just very much of depend.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I haven't seen them
Right?
do too much
They're just
but
very
I'll-
consistent. Right? Like-
until I see them like do be played. I guess
Well,
I
see,
can't really.
that's because
say
like
for certain.
I wouldn't say I honestly wouldn't say that you will ever see Ancient Beasts like do too much. Like they're not like about like crazy combos. It's more so just that consistent board presence, generating tokens, solid bodies on the field, so on and so forth. Right? Like they're not a combo deck in the way that some other, like how we figured out the Gladiator plus Renrir combo. Like that, they're not gonna do anything like that. It's just like, hey, I'm here, I'm gonna hit you now. And that's what they do. And they do it well. And that's it. Right?
I mean, well, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Gear 2, we're still going, but we're just about to round up. I was looking at the
Yeah,
Asylums
the only, like,
again.
Reference I was saying is because like, minus have like the card that can just like tear through your defense. They have like
Mhm.
the piercing. They have a guaranteed basically like
Yeah, they are really good. I love them.
defense turn one. Like they have really diverse thing. Like Ancient Beast. Okay, we have a bounce. We have a good boy. He's a doggy.
He is.
He has
is.
good stats.
And also, if we destroy
we-
you, we get a token with your original attack and defense.
So we have two dogs. They're both nice.
um, yeah, I get what you
So,
mean.
I mean, I agree with you that they're reliable.
Yeah.
I think like any deck would probably be like anything mixed with like minus probably be better off, but I guess we can
I
find out.
think Minos offers you a very good turn one defense, and you're never disappointed to draw a Minotaur unless it is, I forgot his name, the one that only has
Ruinous,
100
I'm
attack.
guessing like the one that has to tribute.
Yeah, the one that has to tribute. Everything else is a pleasure to top deck, right?
If anything, you can just discard it, like get a free draw.
Well, you could do, but then gladiators are using their discard for an actual combo. Certain decks might be able to do that still. But what I would then say is, there is no ancient beast at any point in the game where it's like, oh no, I top decked this. Like every single one of them is just a consistent 200 body. Hey, if I'm able to destroy a card, I'll give you
I
a
mean,
token.
I'm kind of upset by like mage guy.
Why? He's got 200 attack and he makes you a token. Just use him for that. It's
I mean,
literally
it's
just
200 in the token. He's a rank 2 though. He's actually costing me like.
Yeah, he's a rank 2 who has the potential to get you. Okay, so in a situation, because remember, ancient beasts also have runes that they can use. So let's say you use, I don't know, the rune that resets an ancient beast card's attack to its original stats or something like that. Just anything, right? In a situation where, you know how Grimace was low on defenses? Let's say I had used that mage guy that you don't like to take him out instead of using Asterius, I would get a 200 defense token, which in that situation wouldn't have helped too much because, you know, Reapers, but you get what I'm saying. It gives you different options. Right? Excuse me. When this card is summoned, target an avatar in the Nexus at the end of the declaration phase. That's one of the few declaration phase effects that's in the game right now, so your opponent can't really respond.
So Nadia, she has
That target is
defense.
destroyed and sent to the graveyard until the end of the turn. Destroying a
Okay,
card and sending it to the graveyard until the end of the turn, is that weird, or is just destroying a card
Yes.
better?
What the heck? Why would what?
Where is it?
If you wanted to come back, then say it comes back. Why would it be specifically destroyed till the end of the turn?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I didn't want it to be too strong, but basically, when this card is summoned, so it can only do it once, target an avatar in the Nexus at the end of the declaration phase, so your opponent can't respond with that card's effect. That target is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, and I just felt bad, so I added the until the end of the turn clause. But just straight up destroying a card in the Nexus does seem like a lot, no? Like, you can completely unravel a strategy with that play, but only on the turn that it's summoned, which is why I put it to the end of the turn. It just feels like a weird language.
Why does it destroy it? So yeah, just like I saw there's a card like removed from play. Like
so removing from
that
play
Yeah,
is a
that's
lot
quite-
different.
There's nothing wrong with destroying because destroying can trigger stuff. If a card is immune to destruction, then this won't work on it. Alright.
True, you make a good point.
yeah, so my issue
That's
is just that
okay.
it's destroyed, but it's destroyed until the end of the phase. Like that's just it feels conflicting.
I
I
So,
agree.
I mean,
It's
it
just
can
that
be destroyed. It's
instead
like
of
destroyed and it comes back.
So instead of sending it to the graveyard until the end of the turn, it should be like resummon it at the end of the turn.
See,
Yeah,
now,
that's what I'm saying.
and
Like,
that's the thing. Like when removed from play was still just a regular thing, I would have said, "Oh, remove it from play." But now, if you remove a card from play, you can turn someone's deck off, and I feel like that's not fair. So, man,
Yeah,
maybe the
but what
effect
we're talking
is the-
about, if a card is destroyed, it is destroyed. How can it be destroyed until the end of the turn? That feels
Yeah.
weird.
Okay, so let me ask you.
So we're suggesting instead of destroy it and send it to the graveyard until the end of the turn, destroy it, but resummon it at the end of the turn.
or
something like that.
you could you could say give basically add it to your opponent's hand and like refund the Nexus cost.
Ooh, I like that one.
That seems cool, yeah.
That seems really cool because
And
I was
that
about
way,
to say.
it's still synergy rating. It doesn't
Yeah.
affect the Nexus.
I was about to go the entirely opposite direction and say remove it from the game until the end of the turn. And that would just mean if your opponent's deck was built wonky, it would just stop working for a turn. They just wouldn't be able to
that's
use
not the
effects
solution.
for a
best-
turn.
I mean, do you understand
Soul doesn't want to negate.
that you
Soul
so-
negates
yeah,
board wipe.
so do you understand that with that remove from play mechanic, you created floodgates?
Yes.
How?
You future-proof basically any floodgates.
No, I just
If a
think it
card
means that we
gets
have to be
No,
more
you
careful.
created a floodgate. Because if you
Yeah.
remove from play a card that and it breaks synergy rating, you effectively skill drained every
Skill drained
card
every
from
card
that
in the deck.
synergy.
So what I'm kind of
made it impossible.
What I'm kind
You
of
can
hoping
never
is
ever have a card turn by turn removed from play.
exactly. So that's to be honest, it's something that I guess we'll just have to factor in when making new cards. Is the ability to remove a card from play needs to be sacred or the player's own choice. Like Assault Thief, I still think is balanced because if you're choosing to do that, because you're removing a card from play to reduce the stats of a card, you better be damn sure you're ready to do it, right? You're the one who built the deck. You should know if it's possible for you to do that and still be fine. I don't want players to be able to remove each other's cards from play because it upsets that very fine balance, right? So I think maybe when we get way further in the game's life cycle, it's like, okay, maybe you can cards that are temporarily able to remove cards from play will be super strong. But in the immediate, I looked through all of the cards that we've made so far, and so far no one is removing the opponent's cards from play. So far, anyway.
We're at a cliff. We're literally on a cliff, and we're just like, oh,
Yeah,
if you get to do,
basically.
it will I'm calling it a balance is kind of hefty because like we're literally on the edge.
Yeah, basically. Let me write down the change to Osiris where she just bounces back to hand and refunds the cost. That's much better, thank you. Osiris bounces back to hand.
I'm actually like low-key kind of sad, like how like the Wyverns, like, cause like in like a few months ago they were saucy, they're like
You know the thing,
bouncing.
I think
and
I
it was
think
nice
I think
combo.
the wrong people are just sort of playing them. And that's not a diss to like any of us, but like when Saul and Brandon were playtesting, they were the ones who liked playing that deck the most, and they played it well, right? It's not my playstyle. I don't mind the deck, but I find it too complicated. My brain is smooth. I don't want all that stress, right? So I never even try. Like when I'm thinking of a deck, I never even think to incorporate these guys, even if they would make sense. They actually got a slight buff. Because even though yes, red
I remember you
cards
saying
cost
that.
something now. This guy, Omnis, his ability to a change was made to cards that can activate from the graveyard, and because of the way his ability was worded before, it just made things too confusing. It's still a mouthful, but basically before, if he wanted to summon him, if he wanted to get himself out of the graveyard, you would have had to control 2 cards and tribute both of them. Now you just have to control a specific card, tribute it, and he can come and he can bring himself back to hand. So it's just easier to loop them now, basically, is what the end result was. The loop is easier even if it costs more. Which honestly I think is just a straight
It's
buff.
good that it is here.
Yeah, right? Like
Okay, so what is
it literally
flame-
says tribute your Terra Wyvern of Earth, add a Wyvern avatar from your graveyard to your hand. You may also shuffle your Aquos Wyvern of Water into the resource deck to draw 1 card. So now they even have a draw. And
I just find it
Clayforge.
hilarious that there's a skull emoji.
Oh yeah, the skull emoji. So in the actual app, that's not what it's going to look like. But the skull emoji indicates when a card can just be activated from the graveyard, rather than having each card from the graveyard say from the graveyard. And then there's also going to be an icon for effects from the hand.
It's just I don't know. Maybe I'm like TikTok, like TikTok brain.
Yeah.
But it was just like the sound just starts playing.
Nah. So honestly, the Clayforge ability just got a straight buff. So it's just better now. Everything else is more or less the same, but I think that change by itself, just being able to tribute the Terra Wyvern of Earth, it just makes them so much better. Because hey,
Yeah.
you could tribute Terra Wyvern of Earth and then add it back to your hand just to trigger the other card's effects. That's technically an almost infinite loop.
So if Aquos is in your graveyard, it also gets added to your resource deck, right?
No, so you may also shuffle your Aquos Wyvern of Water into the resource deck. It has to be on the field.
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
That's just implied from the card text. It says shuffle your Aquos Wyvern of Water, so Aquos Wyvern of Water that you control. You don't control cards
Yeah,
in the graveyard
yeah.
or the hand or anything like
Yeah.
that.
Technically, instead
Yeah,
of
so that's what I'm saying.
your-
Your Aquos is like, I don't. When I read that, that
It,
doesn't
it,
imply
it
that
might
I need to be
it
controlled.
might also be understood as owning, not
Yeah,
controlling a
it's you.
card.
So you don't have. You
Okay.
can't shuffle your opponent's Aquos into the deck to draw it. You have to shuffle your
I mean,
own.
to be
Aquos.
honest, who cares if they do that? I mean, again, clarity is important, but that would be such a massive disadvantage.
So what? Okay, so what happens if it's a mirror match and we're using a card that takes control of our opponent Aquos? Try to shuffle it into the deck.
You would be able to shuffle it into their deck to draw one card from your deck.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
But
like,
are you sure about that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, again, that would be at a power level where like we have cards that can do that, which we don't currently have right now.
Yeah, Jackals can do that.
So it'll be.
all
it'll
I'm
come with
saying
an
is that
escalation
like
power.
this doesn't. When I read this, it didn't sound to me like I needed to control it. It just sounded like I need to shuffle my
But
Aquos.
the first sentence goes tribute your Terra Wyvern of Earth. In order to tribute a card, it has to be on the field. So I feel like that's implied.
Yeah, tribute is
You
implied.
may
Yeah.
you may also shuffle your
Mhm.
Aquos Wyvern of Water into the resource deck. I see what you
Yeah.
mean to an extent.
Instead of
Shuffling
your
can be from anywhere.
instead
Shuffling.
instead of your Aquos, just make it say Aquos you control.
But the problem with that is language. You may also shuffle.
Aquos Wyvern of you control.
Okay, you may
Into
also
the
shuffle a. You may also shuffle an Aquos Wyvern of Water you control into the resource deck. I think I'm just concerned. I was just concerned about the length of the text because, bro, when Seluxus made these card effects, they were long. The old versions were long as I had to, so I was trying to make them as short as I could because he was very detailed. But then, yeah, so this one was kind of tough to simplify. All right, fair enough. So I can make it Omnis shuffles.
When it shuffles, it just mention that you're shuffling a card you control.
Yeah.
For the
Because like,
yours.
I was just so confused when he's
right?
build. Like I don't know.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Neo,
because
again,
your-
Neo, again, that might just be. I think that's a skill issue. I have to be honest with you.
The heck? Like I was just
In terms,
literally like
on the side of
issues you-
Neo, it's most likely skill
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah.
On the side of
What?
randoms, I can
Like
see
literally,
that people
okay,
will understand
maybe
it
I
as the
have
card you
issues
own
on
instead
my
of you
mind,
control.
but when I
Yeah.
hear shuffler, I'm assuming grave.
No, I get what you mean.
Why
I
are you
get
assuming
what you
grave?
mean.
That's stupid, bro.
What do you mean? Shufflers, Ishizu shufflers.
I think
they're
it's a
grave?
skill issue.
Whatever, bro.
You may also shuffle an Aqua, so you can control and do this. And you control. See, here's the thing: if we add in control, that would force it to be something on the field because you can only control a card on the field. You own a card no matter where it is, but you can only shuffle what you control. Yeah, what's called?
Is that-
What's the question?
Is that not what we were saying?
Yeah, no.
You
no,
wanted it
yeah,
to
no,
be
I'm
you
explaining.
control.
Yeah, exactly. Gear Team just asked a question.
Oh, it's a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gear Team was like, what if we make it
Ah,
currently
yeah.
control? And I'm explaining that it doesn't need to be currently control. It just needs to be control because right now it just
Yeah.
says shuffle.
Okay. Because I thought you were asking.
Is there
us
an
the
option that you,
I was just
is there
confused
a
by that.
situation that you control a card but you're not currently controlling?
I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I don't think so too.
Not
But
now.
there's no option if you're controlling
Yeah.
a card, you're controlling it
Yeah,
currently.
yeah. So
You can
Not now, but we're trying to.
you can
future-proof that.
own a card Yeah, and you
Yeah,
still own it, even if your opponent's controlling
Yeah,
it.
you can
You're
own a
still
card that you
currently
don't
owning
control.
it. So
Yeah, because the cards that you own are just the ones that you brought to the contest. So your opponent might have just
Yeah.
taken your stuff.
But
Sorry.
currently makes no sense. Currently makes
Right.
so much sense.
Okay, yeah,
So little
perfect.
sense.
So that is the last thing. I just wanted to show you that
Wait,
buff.
how
And we
does
just happened to catch that.
conditional continuous works? 'Cause I'm just reading like
It activates
element-
on the basis of the condition. When the condition is
Yeah.
met, you can activate it, and it has a continuous effect on the game state. So rather than just being able, it's like take an activated effect. You can activate it whenever you want to. Conditional effect, the condition has to be met, and then you just add the continuous.
Okay. So you can't activate any of your other abilities then. This takes your ability activation.
I would think so.
Yeah.
That is as the rules say. Yes.
Obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
I'll
This
just
conditional-
clarify.
I mean,
relax.
you're not forced to activate a conditional effect unless it's forced. It's just you need to meet the requirement for you to be able to activate.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, because like what's it called? So it's kind of like the same thing with Ventus. It says like you may return your
Okay.
Ventus to your hand. It's kind of the same thing as shuffling, no?
Where?
On
Yes.
Flame Vortex.
Flame
Because
vortex.
if you can shuffle can be
You may
can
also
shuffle cards
return your
from grave.
Ventus
You
to
can
the
return
hand.
cards from grave as well.
God damn it. Okay, you make a very good
Yeah.
point. You may also
Ven-
return your Ventus. Okay, so
Ventus you
should-
control.
Ventus you control. That's a good catch, Neo. Same for Ventus and the Flame Vortex ability. Lots of changes today, but I think actually no, not even a lot. I feel like
Wait, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
Fine.
just small and deliberate changes.
yeah.
The attack and defense, because like
We would
the
need to go
original, right?
through all the
Is
cards
it the original
anyway.
or current?
Sorry, ask the question again.
Original attack and defense swapping, or is it current attack and defense swapping?
Yeah, for which ability?
Fuck you.
Flame Vortex.
Tribute your Ignis Wyvern of
Okay.
Fire to target an avatar on the field. It loses 100 attack and defense, and this card
It's-
gains 100 defense. You may also return your Ventus to swap the attack and defense of another card on the field. Since it doesn't say original, it's implied to be current.
Yeah. Okay. It's 4 a.m. I'm gonna be going.
Yeah, you get some sleep, man. Thank you. I'm gonna hop off now too. This has been a
Send
good
me
session.
the stuff.
Yes, I'll send that to you now.
Eventually I'll torture you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you. I look
Tomorrow.
forward to it. Also, just
I might also have it as well. You never know. Inspiration might come to me.
no,
one
I
day.
know. It's okay. It's No, I'm joking.
Whoa!
I'm joking.
Hey, yo.
I think I will go. If I had something and the soul isn't awake, I will go through stuff with Neo again, like I
No,
used
that
to.
makes
So
sense. That makes sense. I'm here for it. Let me just double check to make sure your email comes up when I try and
Oh yeah, how is what's it called, jackals these days?
we don't talk
He's
about
not.
them.
Why do we not? Talk
No, I'm
about
joking. They're coming out in year one. They're gonna be one of the they're a combination focused deck at the end of the day. So they'll
Yeah.
come
Oh, yeah,
out late in
right.
year one, and they'll also
we'll,
introduce
we'll
tether
be
mechanic.
we'll be worried about that. That's a worry for futures.
Exactly. You find I love that we're all on the same page about this. Okay, yeah, so I updated you to editor. Nope, that's the wrong document. God, I'm tired. Okay. Let me fix this.
I won't break anything. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I most likely won't break anything.
Most likely, he says. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Accident-
a good
accidents
promise,
may
but
happen.
nothing's absolute.
Fair. Okay, yeah, I just got the email wrong. Oops. Okay, let me just make sure. Does it end in 181? Your email address saying?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I am looking at the
One A
right
one
thing.
B.
Perfect. So that's number one.
How did
Send.
Gmail do?
This is number 2.
See ya, guys.
All right, see you, man. Take care. I'm just gonna send this and hop off. This has been a long night.
Well,
Number
see you
2.
Friday if you decide to see us Friday.
Yes, actually, I'm not 100% sure because I have training on Friday, so we might not actually be able to do any testing. But hopefully, if I'm able to get out of training early enough, we will do testing on Friday.
I mean, so decide to see us on Friday.
Sorry.
That's why I said if you decide to see us on Friday.
Aha, right. Okay, fairs. Right, don't forget to send those prompts my way. Yes, prompts. I also need to do that. Thank you very much. Okay.
Bye.
All right, take care. I have sent the last one with the push of this button. That is all 5. All right, that's me done. Neil, thank you very much for your help. I very much appreciated it. Always a pleasure. I'm out of here. Good night, everyone. Thank you for coming through and watching the stream and whatnot. Take care, friends.